The story followed a premise about a player who decided to pursue the unobtainable best friend character instead of the main heroines. The characters lived in a gal game world featuring a dense protagonist and various unique heroines. Misaki Izumi, the designated best friend character, greeted her childhood friend Harita in the morning. Misaki noted that her main role was to help Harita, the protagonist, get together with the other heroines. A full year had passed since the start of the game, and Harita walked along sighing heavily. Misaki brought up a major problem regarding their plans while Harita sulked quietly. She pointed out that absolutely none of the romance strategies they had tried for him had worked at all. Misaki worried because the game was supposed to end with him marrying a heroine by graduation, but it was already the spring of their second year with zero progress. Assuming Harita was finally feeling a sense of urgency about their lack of time, Misaki called out to him. She encouraged him not to look so down and reassured him that things would definitely work out, which caught his attention. Misaki offered to help him further, and he agreed, mentioning that he had noticed a specific issue while playing. Harita firmly declared that the game was bugged, leaving Misaki shocked as she asked for an explanation. He complained that a bug was preventing him from triggering any of Misaki's romance flags, which completely baffled her. Misaki demanded to know why he was trying to romance her in the first place, explaining that it was impossible even with glitches, because she simply was not a targetable character. Harita called the game terrible in frustration, while demanding to trigger her flags, and Misaki yelled at him to stop insulting the game since she was strictly a best friend character. Harita realized this explained why none of the regular events had triggered despite him hanging out with her every day, while Misaki lamented how long it took him to figure that out. Misaki tried to suggest a new strategy to win over the actual heroines, but Harita immediately rejected the idea, prompting her to scold him. Misaki noted that he completely ignored her advice and chose to spend all his breaks with her instead of the heroines while looking at her expectantly. She expressed her frustration, stating that she had trusted his planning for a whole year, only for him to realize his impossible goal way too late. Misaki admitted she had no idea he was targeting. Misaki stares at Harita and points out that it is just not possible because of the fact that he is a boy. Misaki reminds him that the premise of the game is to date girls, meaning his gender is a major problem, while Harita wonders why that would even be a problem. Harita enthusiastically declares that as long as they are cute, it doesn't matter, and that it is actually even better, prompting Misaki to ask if his head is the thing that is bugged. Misaki sighs and begs him to please just give it up, pointing out that he has already wasted a whole year on this and should focus on how to win over the heroine instead. Harita argues that just because someone is the best friend character, it shouldn't mean it is impossible to romance them, holding on to the hope of finding a way, while Misaki flatly tells him it is impossible. As they walk, Misaki explains that Harita is the protagonist and he is the best friend character, stating that is simply how it works. Misaki warns him that if he is unable to romance a heroine, the game will reach a bad ending and the world will start over again. Misaki explains that their memories and everything else will reset back to zero in the process, warning that he will never be able to graduate if things continue like this, so they must quickly find a strategy to help him win over the heroines together. Misaki warns that if he doesn't choose the right option, the game will not progress at all. Harita gives a thumbs up and happily tells Misaki not to worry because he won't stop, until he wins him over, causing Misaki to scream at him to stop and declare that his head is definitely the thing that is bugged. Misaki reacts in panic, asking if he didn't hear what was just said and yelling at him not to rewind his story. Misaki shows him the list of actual heroines to choose from, pointing out that Fujimiya is smart, pretty, and head over heels for him, Yamabuki is energetic with a bright smile, and the others are delicate and strong, even if not honest with their feelings, meaning there is no need to go out of his way to choose him. Misaki spreads his arms, boasting about how popular the harem is and asking if he doesn't want to just romance them. Misaki thinks to himself about how Harita has absolutely no interest in them, realizing in shock that if Harita doesn't raise the heroine's affection levels, things will turn out terribly. Misaki envisions the terrible fates that await if Harita doesn't choose the heroine's routes, imagining one turning dark with a knife, another saying goodbye coldly, and another brightly announcing she has already become someone else's heroine. Misaki shudders as he pictures Harita suffering a literal bad end with a knife in his chest, realizing a bad ending is absolutely going to happen. Back in reality, Misaki insists that the heroines are nice and pretty, and that Harada just doesn't know much about them, urging him to spend more time with them, while Harada quietly clenches his fist and thinks that is exactly why he has to prevent it at all cost. Harada explains as they walk down the street that no matter how popular the other heroines are, and even if they have fateful or emotional cutscenes, they do not matter to him. Harada looks back at him and gently states that the only one he wants to win over is him. Harada completes his sentence by naming Misaki, directly leaving Misaki completely stunned. Misaki turns away, blushing furiously and screaming, internally completely flustered by the sudden confession, while Harada watches him in confusion. Misaki stands with his back to Harada as steam rises from his head, his heart pounding wildly as he questions why he is getting so flustered. Misaki stammers that he is strictly the best friend character and tells him to give it up already, but Harada resolutely declares he will never give up, hoping a miracle might happen instead. Misaki suggests a hypothetical developer update where he is revealed to be a girl all along, but Harada instantly rejects this scenario. Harada reiterates that he would never accept a route where Misaki is revealed to be a girl, declaring it would be terrible, leaving Misaki sighing and feeling misunderstood. Misaki worries that they are headed straight for a bad ending because of him realizing his true duty is to help Harada with the other heroines and deciding he must quickly make Harada give up on him. Misaki thinks about how Harada will never get to have a happy ending with the heroines if he does not step in to guide him. Harada smiles warmly as cherry blossom petals drift past him. Misaki looks on, solemnly reflecting on how he knew from the very start of their partnership that he could never end up with Harada. Misaki tells himself that because he understands this reality, he has to keep moving forward. Misaki's heart beats rapidly as he struggles with strange new feelings, insisting that it must be a bug because his only mission is to help Harada and blaming everything on his friend's bizarre suggestions. Misaki walks along, blushing silently, holding Harada responsible for his racing heart because of the confession. Misaki clenches his fist and mutters under his breath that this is entirely Harada's fault. Harada suddenly has an idea to break the flags of all the other heroines to unlock a hidden route, but Misaki angrily tells him that it will not work and warns him not to dare try. While Harada mutters about having only a year left until graduation, Misaki stares at his back, resolved to guide him toward the correct path. The school bell begins to ring, prompting both of them to panic and run toward the building as they realize they are late. Misaki recalls Harada's earnest confession that he is the only one he wants to win over. He remembers Harada stating his name directly during that intense confession. Misaki introduces himself as the childhood best friend in this gal game, remarking on how much of an airhead Harada really is. Misaki points toward the door, telling Harada that a heroine is up on the roof and he needs to go after her, noting that his job is far from simple. Misaki outlines his plans, starting with the first step of collecting information. Misaki plans to feed the gathered information to Harada, telling him that tomorrow is Sakurai's birthday, only for Harada to respond with a non-committal hum, making Misaki realize how hard it is to guide someone with such poor judgment. Misaki notes that schedule management is the next crucial step. Misaki plans to use the game's various colorful events to help Harada deepen his relationships with the heroines across school locations like the rooftop, the library, and the courtyard. He explains that checking for compatibility is also necessary, though it can result in a relationship going downhill if the wrong choice is made. Misaki adds that he will actively spread good words about Harada to the girls. Misaki also plans to prevent conflicts between the characters from happening. He states that by graduation, the pair will finally reach their happy ending. Exhausted after staying up all night, Misaki frantically writes down the details of his perfect plan, confident that it will make up for the lost year. He sighs with relief, but is suddenly reminded of Harada's confession to him, causing him to slump onto his desk in despair. Misaki thinks to himself that if Harada hadn't confessed, none of this would have been necessary, but since things will turn bad if they remain this way, he must guide him. To ensure a happy ending, Sakurai nervously approaches Harada and asks if he is free to walk home with her. Harada immediately rejects her offer by loudly announcing that he is walking home with Misaki, completely shattering the romance flag and leaving Misaki screaming in horror. Misaki furiously shakes Harada and demands to know why he refused her only for Harada to explain that doing so would raise her affection, which Misaki yells is the entire point of the game. Misaki panics because Sakurai is watching them, realizing in horror that her affection is actually dropping as she pityingly remarks on how rough best friend characters have it. The school bell rings the next day and the students begin leaving for the day. Misaki waits until the hallway is completely empty, realizing this is his chance to make his move. Feeling slightly guilty, but knowing it is for the best, Misaki runs out of the school to head home alone before Harada can find him. Harada suddenly appears right in front of him and casually greets him, causing Misaki to scream in terror. A shocked Misaki collapses to the floor and asks how he knew his location, to which Harada explains that he possesses the protagonist's exclusive ability to know where everyone is at school, leaving Misaki realizing his escape strategy is completely ruined. Yamabuki approaches and cheerfully greets Misaki, who sighs deeply and mutters her name in return. Yamabuki asks if he stayed up all night again and wonders if playing the best friend character is really that much fun. Misaki replies that it is not fun at all, explaining that Harada makes every day a massive hassle, which makes Yamabuki curious. Yamabuki asks why Misaki does so much for Harada, if that is the case, teasingly questioning if he actually likes him, which causes Misaki to react in utter shock. As the other classmates react in disbelief to the suggestion, a dark shadow suddenly looms over Misaki. Fujimiya looms over Misaki and warns him that she will not forgive him if he ever lays a hand on Harada. Misaki falls back to the ground in fear, arguing that he is a boy, but Fujimiya tells him that he is an exception. Sakurai realizes in shock that Misaki might actually be their biggest rival, which surprises the other girls. Sakurai points out that Misaki is cute, a childhood friend, and always stays by Harada's side. Sakurai passionately argues that if Misaki were a girl, he would absolutely be the main heroine, causing Misaki to yell at her in protest. Sakurai stares intensely at Misaki while contemplating what he would look like as a girl, making him extremely nervous. Sakurai admits she wants to see him dressed up, while Fujimiya insists they need to determine if he is a threat, and Yamabuki suddenly presents a schoolgirl uniform, leading to Misaki's loud protest. Misaki is forced into the uniform and wonders why this is happening to him, only for Harada to suddenly walk in and scream in absolute shock at how cute he looks. Harada weeps loudly over the cruelty of the world, because Misaki is not a romanceable option, prompting Misaki to yell at him to stop crying. While Sakurai is relieved Misaki is not an official heroine, and Yamabuki gushes over how cute he is, Fujimiya darkens as she concludes that Misaki is indeed a major threat. Misaki flatly asks Harada if he is really that disappointed about him not being a girl, but Harada frantically denies it. Harada passionately declares that he likes Misaki exactly as he is, even as a boy, and wants him to be the heroine while remaining a boy, leaving Misaki completely bewildered. Misaki tells Harada that he is making absolutely no sense, but Harada blames him for his current state, which Misaki promptly tells him not to do. Harada stammers nervously as he tries to explain himself, while Misaki continues to stare at him with complete disbelief. Harada looks down and musters the courage to confess once more, stating clearly that he likes Misaki just the way he is. Harada looks directly at Misaki and declares that whether he is a boy or a girl, he will always be the #1 cutest person in his eyes. Harada loudly repeats his desire to win him over, exactly as he is sending Misaki into a complete blushing panic as he begs him to stop talking. Fujimiya suddenly appears behind Misaki with a menacing aura, refusing to listen to any of his frantic excuses. Fujimiya stomps away in anger while a panicked Misaki chases after her, desperately pleading that it was all just a misunderstanding and begging for forgiveness. As Misaki's screams of terror echo down the hallway, Yamabuki finally realizes that Misaki really is their biggest rival, which Sakurai confirms. Misaki recalls how Harada used his protagonist powers to track him down to the school shoe racks earlier. The scene shifts to a classic romance game flashback of a girl asking someone to wait for her until she returns to the town one day. The flashback continues with young Harada promising young Sakurai that they will definitely meet again, to which she happily agrees. Back at the school gate, young Sakurai calls out to Harada, nervously asking him to confirm his promise before hesitatingly trying to tell him how she feels. Despite their precious promise 10 years ago, Harada completely forgot about her and casually introduced himself as if meeting her for the first time. Sakurai is left completely dumbfounded as Harada asks how she even knows his name. Sakurai walks off with Harada wondering if they have met before, but she ultimately dismisses it. Meanwhile, Harada happily tells her that he hopes they get along, leaving her trembling in silent frustration. Up on the balcony, Sakurai screams at the top of her lungs, calling Harada a giant dumb idiot and a big liar, forcing Misaki to desperately tell her to calm down. Sakurai tearfully complains to Misaki that Harada hasn't remembered her at all since the entrance ceremony, prompting Misaki to note that Sakurai is a typical tsundere heroine, who despite her tough exterior is actually a precious crybaby. As Harada happily runs toward them calling out to Misaki, Misaki realizes that Sakurai needs to deepen her relationship with Harada, so that an event triggers to restore his memory. Sakurai looks away, sadly admitting that she wishes she could be more honest, but finds it impossible when Harada is so dense, which makes Misaki feel sympathetic toward her. Misaki determinedly offers to work together to help Harada recover his memories, causing a deeply moved Sakurai to tearfully thank him as they set their new plan in motion. Misaki initiates a romance movie date plan, happily presenting Harada with 2 movie tickets. Harada leaps up from his desk in pure excitement, blushing as he asks if a date event has finally triggered, but Misaki immediately crushes his hopes by stating the tickets are not for him. Misaki hands over the tickets and explains that it is a movie Sakurai wants to see, and she has asked him to go with her, but Harada immediately asks if Misaki is coming along instead. Misaki tells Harada to have fun, silently keeping to himself how he had stayed up all night struggling to buy the highly popular tickets just for them. Although Harada looks disappointed, he reluctantly accepts the ticket, leaving Misaki to pump his fists in silent victory as his plan begins to succeed. Outside the movie theater, Misaki stands in a disguise ready to spy on them. As the movie is about to start, Misaki spots Harada and Sakurai arriving at the theater together. During the movie, Sakurai cries intensely at a sad scene while Harada watches her, and afterward she sits with him at a cafe trying to act casual about how much she liked it. Sakurai admits she deeply empathized with a scene where a heroine cried for a boy who lost his memories, but Harada just laughs and says the character should have just remembered already, causing a disguised Misaki to internally scream that Harada is one to talk. Sakurai mentions how much she loved the scene where the childhood friend pushed the protagonist to go after the main girl, which Harada excitedly agrees felt like a perfect climax, prompting Misaki to suddenly realize something. Sakurai sips her tea and mentions that she really liked the final scene where the main character's memories returned, and he bonded with the heroine, asking Harada for his thoughts on it. Harada cheerfully agrees that the scene was great, which makes Sakurai look at him with sudden hope and excitement. However, Harada adds that he would have personally chosen the childhood friend, causing Sakurai's face to fall in deadpan disappointment. Harada reasons that the childhood friend was the one who continuously supported the protagonist, arguing that a returned memory shouldn't make someone immediately fall in love with a different girl. Harada complains that the ending feels too convenient and insincere, claiming he cannot accept it, and stating that if it were up to him, he would have done things differently. While Sakurai quietly reflects on Harada's thoughts, and onlooking Misaki panics, because Harada's comments are dropping her affection meter straight to 0 instead of raising it. Harada tries to smooth things over by calling the rest of the movie great and the absolute best, but Sakurai snaps that there is no point in praising the movie at this stage. As they walk back, a dejected Sakurai laments that despite all of Misaki's efforts to help her, they still haven't made any meaningful romantic progress. Sakurai silently walks along, calling Harada stupid because he still fails to remember her, even when they are spending time together. A cherry blossom petal falls on Sakurai, prompting her and Harada to look up at the trees, with Harada softly commenting on how beautiful the cherry blossoms are. Harada mentions that the cherry blossoms remind him of something from 10 years ago, causing Sakurai's heart to race as she looks at him in shock. The scene cuts to a flashback of 10 years ago, showing young Harada and young Misaki sitting on a picnic mat under the cherry blossoms. In the past, young Misaki proudly presented young Harada with a homemade dango, which Harada eagerly shoved into his mouth. Immediately after eating the dango, young Harada collapsed face first onto the picnic mat in agony, while young Misaki panicked. Back in the present, Harada fondly notes that he still clearly remembers the terrible taste of that day, leaving a disguised Misaki to internally scream in disappointment that Harada remembered the wrong event entirely. Seeing Sakurai trembling with rage, a dense Harada points toward a public restroom and asks if she needs to use the toilet, prompting her to furiously yell at him to have some human decency. A completely fed-up Sakurai lands a hit on Harada's head, calling him a dull idiot and declaring that she has had enough. Sakurai sticks her tongue out at Harada and storms off, muttering for him to hurry up and remember, while a watching Misaki slumps behind a tree in utter defeat. Harada wonders aloud if Sakurai's stomach was really that bad when Misaki suddenly looms behind him in his disguise, bluntly stating that he has been watching over him from the very beginning. The narrative notes that in the end, Harada still failed to remember Sakurai, and her affection rate for him ended up dropping even further. Sitting on a park bench, Misaki tells Harada that his date was a complete failure and gives him 0 points, warning him that he won't have any good memories if he doesn't try to get to know everyone properly. Misaki sighs with a slight blush and reaches into his bag, reflecting that it was still a date after all and could be considered a step forward. Misaki pokes a dango skewer toward Harada, offering it to him. Misaki reassures him that it is the real thing this time, and a relieved Harada happily eats the delicious dango. Misaki urges Harada to do better next time, warning him that if things continue like this, he won't be able to trigger any events, and his next 2 years of high school will be completely boring. Harada looks at Misaki and quietly responds that it won't be boring. Misaki notes that Harada looks happy and asks if he likes the dango that much, to which Harada happily confirms that he likes it a lot. Sakurai is left staring in utter shock. Back at school, Harada declares that today's topic for their research department should be how to touch Misaki, leaving Misaki completely deadpan as he questions what that even means. They sit in the clubroom of the world's research department, a club at Kagetsu High School, dedicated to figuring out how their gal game world works. Harada explains that he cannot touch Misaki because of a floating sign that physically blocks him, which Misaki touches while explaining it is likely there because he is not an eligible heroine. Misaki points out there is no use trying to touch a best friend character, but Harada loudly protests that the sign cannot stop him because he cannot read, running around frantically throwing the signs as Misaki screams in terror. Misaki blushes intensely and panics over the fact that they are touching indirectly, while Harada thoughtfully notes that he cannot feel his heartbeat or tell what it feels like through the barrier. Misaki looks down with a heavy blush and quietly admits that even if it is just a little bit, he can still feel Harada's warmth through the barrier. Overwhelmed, Misaki quickly tells Harada to stop and dismisses it as his imagination before nervously turning away to ask what exactly Harada meant by wanting to touch him. Harada explains that being able to touch Misaki might finally let him romance him, but a flustered Misaki quickly redirects his attention to the blackboard, declaring that they have more important things to discuss. Misaki specifies that they need to discuss Harada's stats. Harada repeats his words in complete surprise. Misaki informs Harada that his stats are currently completely average, prompting Harada to argue that being average should be fine, but Misaki insists that it is not enough and he must train harder. Pointing at a blackboard detailing stats for a happy ending, Misaki explains that simply triggering events is not enough to win over a heroine, and that Harada must actively raise his stats as well. Misaki explains that stats change based on specific actions, noting that since different heroines prefer different types, Harada needs to plan his study and physical training sessions accordingly. Misaki wraps up the lesson, stating that this was only a basic tutorial, which earns him impressed applause from Harada, who regrets not paying closer attention during their first year. When Harada asks which stats he needs to level up to romance Misaki, Misaki angrily yells back that he is not a targetable character and that no amount of stat grinding will ever change that. Harada thoughtfully resolves that since he does not know the exact stat requirements, he will simply train as hard as possible, taking Misaki completely by surprise. Harada adds that the upcoming Golden Week holiday makes this the perfect time to start, leaving Misaki highly skeptical, but quietly hoping that the training will at least raise his stats for the other heroines. As Harada eagerly promises to do his absolute best, Misaki tells himself that everything should turn out fine as long as his friend's stats go up. A week passes with Harada completely focused on his training, leaving a waiting Misaki in the classroom, wondering if he is okay, though he doubts someone can change very much in just 7 days. Suddenly, a wildly transformed and incredibly handsome Harada enters the classroom surrounded by a sparkling aura of roses, shocking Misaki so much that he demands to know who he is. Misaki checks the status screen and is horrified to find that all of Haruda's stats are completely maxed out, frantically asking if he used a cheat code, only for Haruda to calmly reply that he simply did his best. The female classmates immediately swoon over how incredibly cool Haruda has become, blushing as he casually thanks them, while Misaki watches the ridiculous display in silent disbelief. Misaki grudgingly admits that Haruda has definitely become much cooler and completely different from his usual silly self, though he still feels uneasy. Misaki stands quietly reflecting on how much Haruda has changed, feeling like his friend is a completely different person now when a loud voice suddenly demands to know if Haruda is in the room. To Misaki's utter shock, a group of eccentric sub-heroines suddenly burst into the classroom all at once. The sub-heroines immediately dogpile Haruda, aggressively shaking him as the athletic girl begs him to join the track team. The Chunibyo girl declares they must fight the darkness together, and the science girl demands his genes for future generations. Realizing that a chaotic and intense scenario has officially triggered, a shocked Misaki watches helplessly as Haruda is swallowed by a violent scuffle among the girls. Misaki realizes that maxing out his stats has turned Haruda into a super popular target, creating an absolute battleground as the girls physically grab his arms and fight over who gets to keep him. Misaki suddenly lunges forward, grabs Haruda's hand, and drags him down the school hallway to escape the rampaging crowd. As the disappointed sub-heroines realize their target has escaped, Misaki and Haruda finally stop in a quiet hallway, panting heavily from the run. They sit together on the floor of a quiet room, and Misaki notes that they should be safe from the crowd inside. Misaki admits that the massive commotion was a total miscalculation on his part, while a blushing Haruda quietly looks away. Haruda notices that they are still holding hands and asks if this means it is finally possible to romance him, causing a blushing Misaki to fluster and quickly deny it. Misaki defends his actions by noting that even a best friend character can hold hands, recalling how they used to hold hands frequently during their childhood. As Haruda touches the floating barrier, he sadly reflects that even though they are physically close, it still feels like Misaki is on the other side of a screen. Suddenly, Haruda squeezes his hand tightly and calls out his name, causing Misaki's heart to beat wildly in complete surprise. Haruda looks down and earnestly confesses that he genuinely likes Misaki just the way he is right now. Haruda adds that whether he is a boy or a girl, Misaki will always be the absolute cutest person to him, leaving Misaki completely stunned. Haruda wonders if Misaki's ideal version of him is a perfect protagonist with maxed out stats who successfully pursues a heroine but immediately rejects the idea. Haruda declares that his stats do not matter at all because Misaki, exactly as he is right now, is his absolute number one. Haruda happily smiles and says he is glad to hear it, leaving a completely bewildered Misaki questioning what is happening. Haruda then casually reveals the truth, that he actually lost all of his maxed out stats during the chaotic scuffle from earlier, sending him right back to square one and leaving Misaki in shock. Misaki panics because Haruda's stats have plummeted right before next week's exam, leaving him to sigh and reluctantly tutor Haruda, who jokingly answers a math question with a hand game. Misaki continues to guide him through the study session, determined to help him learn. The narrative introduces Fujimir Reno, a positive and perfect honor student who serves as the class president and is relied upon by everyone. As she walks through the library, Fujimiya is rumored to possess a smile as kind and warm as that of a goddess. As Haruda, carrying boxes, offers to help her with her duties, a grateful Fujimiya praises him for being incredibly kind. Fujimiya politely notes that Misaki stayed behind as well, but Misaki feels a chilling aura and notes to himself that the goddess is incredibly kind to everyone except him. After school, Haruda wanted to walk home with Misaki, prompting Misaki to quickly brainstorm a plan to handle the situation. Misaki decides to lead Haruda directly to a heroine, choosing Fujimiya while feeling slightly guilty about being a hindrance. Misaki explains that they need to reorganize the library and replace books in the classroom, hoping to set up a situation where Haruda and Fujimiya can be alone together. Misaki suggests they split up so he can go to the classroom alone, leaving the other two together in the library, which takes them both by surprise. Before Misaki can leave, Haruda grabs a heavy box of books and insists on doing the classroom run himself, completely ruining Misaki's setup. Misaki stands frozen in despair over another failed plan, and his anxiety increases when Asama Fujimiya begins talking about her unfulfilled expectations for high school. Fujimiya quietly explains that she hoped her hard work would be recognized so Harada would choose her, but complains that Harada has spent the entire year constantly talking about Misaki. Fujimiya darkly blames Misaki for ruining her romantic plans, leaving a sweating Misaki struggling to find words to respond. When Misaki tries to apologize and explain that he just wants Harada to have a happy ending, Fujimiya points out that Misaki does not actually care if she is the one who makes him happy. Fujimiya menacingly asks what Misaki thinks a girl's feelings are, suggesting that he would have been fine with any other girl as long as Harada was happy, causing Misaki to gulp in fear. Fujimiya continues her dark confrontation, leaving Misaki completely paralyzed and unable to speak in his defense. Fujimiya bluntly tells Misaki that she will no longer trust him as they stand in the quiet library shelves. Misaki feels deeply troubled by the tense silence, wanting to earn her trust back, but recognizing the validity of her frustration. As they silently put away books, Misaki accepts that he cannot deny her words, knowing his ultimate goal is just to guide Harada to any happy ending. Misaki reflects that Fujimiya deserves to have her efforts rewarded, remembering how her deep feelings for Harada began in the past. The memory recalls a day when Fujimiya sat crying over dropped papers on the classroom floor, believing her imperfections had disappointed everyone. Young Harada walked up and gently told her that she tried too hard to do everything alone, reassuring her that she did not have to be a perfect class president. Harada helped her pick up the papers and told her she could rely on others just as everyone relied on her, bringing tears of relief to her eyes. In the present, Fujimiya silently confirms her deep and enduring love for Harada. Fujimiya remembers how she has loved Harada ever since the day he accepted her imperfect self. Fujimiya steps onto a library ladder, reflecting on how much it hurts to think of Harada choosing someone else, yet trying to prepare herself to forgive him if he does. As Fujimiya silently wishes that Harada would only look at her, even if she is not the official heroine, her foot slips on the library ladder, and she begins to fall. Fujimiya gasps in shock as she loses her balance, letting go of the books as she begins falling from the step stool. With a loud crash, Fujimiya lands right on top of Misaki, who cushioned her fall. She realizes she landed on something soft and apologizes frantically for dropping on him, but Misaki assures her it is all right, leaving her to wonder why he would protect her after how poorly she treated him. Misaki blushes and tells her not to worry about it since it was his own choice, joking that if a heroine got injured while Harada was away, he would lose his qualifications as a best friend character. Fujimiya silently looks at Misaki, processing his self-sacrificing dedication to his role. Fujimiya asks if his role as the best friend is too difficult for him, causing a surprised Misaki to look down and admit that it can indeed be very tough. Misaki explains that he wants to keep playing his role for Harada's sake, because he wants Harada to be happy and satisfied in the end. With a gentle smile, Misaki admits that seeing his friend happy is what a happy ending truly means to him. Misaki encourages Fujimiya not to be so hard on herself either, though she remains silent and downcast. Fujimiya inwardly declares her strong dislike for Misaki. She reflects on how Misaki knows so much about Harada as a childhood friend and constantly gets to spend time with him in his role as the best friend. She remembers when Harada apologized to her and warmly praised her for always helping others, stating that he simply could not ignore someone who worked so hard. She remembers Harada comparing her to Misaki because they both take their roles too seriously, realizing she has loved Harada ever since that moment and deeply resents how things have turned out. Thinking back to how Harada told her she could rely on others, Fujimiya turns back to Misaki and admits that she wants to learn more about the boy she loves. Fujimiya directly asks Misaki if he can tell her more about Harada, leaving Misaki completely wide-eyed with surprise. Misaki enthusiastically agrees to help her. Harada returns carrying a box of books and thanks Fujimiya, but his attention is quickly drawn to a scratch on Misaki's cheek, which surprises Misaki. Harada immediately sprints off to find a band-aid, leaving Misaki to affectionately sigh about how much of an airhead Harada can be in moments like this. Fujimiya suddenly looms behind Misaki with a terrifying aura, commenting on Harada's kindness, before placing Misaki in a painful joint lock, reminding Misaki why he still finds her so scary. Fujimiya coldly reiterates that her romantic plans went completely wrong because of Misaki's presence. A flashback reveals young Misaki dressed in a simple outfit, cheerfully telling his mother that he is heading out to play with Harada at the park as promised. Misaki's mother looks at a newspaper worrying about a forecast for a massive snowfall, but a young Misaki reassures her that it is already spring and points out that she is looking at last year's newspaper. Giggling over her careless mistake, his mother calls Misaki over to sit with her. Misaki asks his mother if she is feeling all right or pushing herself too hard, but she gently reassures him she is fine while commenting on how smooth and silky his hair is. When she reminds him to take care of his hair because it is a girl's life, Misaki loudly protests that he is a boy, leading her to apologize playfully while he pouts about her forgetting his actual gender. As she continues combing his hair, she tells him that she loves tying it up for him and asks if he likes it as well. Looking down with a soft blush, young Misaki quietly confesses that he enjoys it too. His mother looks out at the courtyard and asks him if he knows what a prayer wish is. Back in the classroom, Yamabuki excitedly shows off Misaki's newly tied hair, pointing out how perfectly it matches her own style. Sakurai squeals over how cute they look and remarks that they could pass for sisters, prompting an eager Yamabuki to happily agree, while Fujimiya eagerly asks if she can try styling his hair too. Yamabuki proudly displays a twintail she styled, while Fujimiya showcases a beautifully done braid, earning high praise from the other girls, while Misaki defensively tells them to be quiet. Misaki watches the girls cheerfully take turns styling each other's hair, quietly wondering to himself if girls always have this much fun playing with their hair. As Misaki begins putting his hair back into his usual signature style, Fujimiya asks if he has had that same hairstyle since middle school, which he confirms by explaining that he feels restless without it. Misaki fondly recalls his childhood, explaining that his mother used to tie his hair up for him every single morning. He asks that his mother had a very weak constitution and spent most of her days resting in her futon. Despite her illness, she always insisted on doing his hair, making those quiet morning moments the most precious time they spent together. Misaki explains that he loved sharing stories with her about playing with Harada, making those moments deeply precious to him, which moves a tearful Yamabuki to sob in sympathy. Yamabuki loudly weeps and reassures him that his mother is watching over him from heaven, leaving Misaki completely shocked as he frantically explains that she is actually still alive and fully recovered, which makes Yamabuki apologize in embarrassment. The girls note how touching his hairstyle's history is, realizing he grew it out and learned to tie it himself to keep those precious memories alive, though Misaki admits there was actually another reason for keeping his hair long. A flashback reveals other children in the park teasingly calling him a crybaby and demanding to know why he was pretending to be a boy. A tearful young Misaki wept as he tried to defend himself, sobbing that he was not pretending and that he truly was a boy. The bullies yanked on Misaki's hair, questioning why he had it if he was a boy and threatening to strip him to check his gender. Misaki weakly pleaded with them just as young Harada suddenly arrived and shouted at them to stop. While Misaki cried quietly, Harada fiercely ripped off his own shirt and challenged the bullies to look at him instead if they wanted to see a boy so badly. Recognizing Harada and his bad reputation, the bullies panicked and immediately ran away. Sitting together on a playground bench, Misaki blamed himself for being weak, but Harada firmly told him not to apologize, insisting that the bullies were entirely at fault. Misaki told Harada that he wanted to become stronger just like him so that no one would ever bully him again. Misaki added that he wanted to cut his hair to become more manly, but Harada immediately yelled at him not to do it. Harada stood up and firmly repeated his demand for Misaki to keep his hair long, leaving a confused Misaki to question the sudden request. Harada pointed out that Misaki genuinely enjoyed having his hair styled by his mother. Harada explained that if Misaki kept denying his true self and let go of the things that were important to him, he worried that Misaki would eventually lose who he really was. Sitting back down, Harada assured Misaki that it did not matter to him if he was manly or girly, declaring that he liked Misaki exactly the way he was right now. Wiping away his tears, Misaki agreed and promised not to cut his hair until his wish came true, prompting a curious Harada to ask what that wish was. Misaki recalled how his mother had taught him about making a prayer wish, leaving him to ponder what he should ask for. Misaki smiled brightly and declared that his wish was for Harada to reach his happy ending one day, promising to keep praying until it finally came true. They linked their pinky fingers together in a firm promise, vowing to always stay by each other's side. Misaki reflected that many years had already passed since that childhood promise. Misaki noted that his hair had continued to grow ever since that day, just as Harada opened the classroom door to apologize for the wait and suggest they head home together. Harada stared intently at Misaki, suddenly pointing out that his long bangs looked really annoying and asking if he could even see properly through them. The girls suddenly chimed in, with Fujimiya noting she had never seen Harada's eyes either, and Yamabuki comparing his hair to a mushroom while asking to see underneath, causing Harada to jump back and defensively call them perverts. Yamabuki brandished a pair of scissors and playfully offered to cut his bangs for him, but a terrified Harada begged her to stop, insisting that he would lose his entire identity if she did. Panicking, Harada grabbed Misaki, and they swiftly bolted out the school doors together, shouting a hasty goodbye for the day. As they walked safely down the street, Misaki sighed in relief that Harada's identity as a faceless gal game protagonist was narrowly saved, leading Harada to dryly conclude that his bangs were his entire personality. Misaki lectures Harada on the rules of being a protagonist, explaining that a protagonist's face should only show just enough. He wags his finger, advising him that he should only fully reveal his face on special occasions. Harada asks if that means he should only show his full face to the person he wants to win over, taking Misaki completely by surprise. Harada briefly parts his bangs, revealing a glimpse of his eyes directly to Misaki. Misaki reacts in complete sweating panic to seeing Harada's eyes, desperately stuttering that whatever he does, he must absolutely never cut his hair, leaving a confused Harada to wonder what is wrong. Misaki briefly recalls his mother, who airheadedly apologized for being careless, prompting a deadpan response from his younger self. In the classroom, the teacher instructs each group to finish their project by next week's announcement, expressing her hope that everyone gets along and splits their roles evenly. The teacher reminds them to avoid any fighting as they stand together in their newly formed 5-person group, consisting of Misaki, Yamabuki, Fujimiya, Harada, and Sakurai. Misaki breaks into a sweat, feeling an ominous premonition that something incredibly troubling is about to happen within this group. Fujimiya suggests they decide on a research theme, since they are free to choose whatever they want, turning to Harada to ask for his input. Harada excitedly proposes researching the local UFO sightings in Kagetsu, claiming that finding one will make a wish come true, which the others note is a highly typical idea for him. Sakurai scoffs at the idea, crossing her arms and calling the wish granting UFO ridiculous, questioning if Harada actually believes in such an urban legend. Fujimiya remarks that Sakurai might not be interested, but she would love to learn more about Harada's hobbies, immediately sparking a tense confrontation between the two girls and leaving Misaki to panic as they prepare to fight over Harada. Yamabuki suddenly bursts into the tense standoff, cheerfully asking to join in on the conversation and completely startling both Fujimiya and Sakurai. Yamabuki happily hugs the two surprised girls, declaring how glad she is that the 5 of them are grouped together and encouraging everyone to do their best. Fujimiya and Sakurai reluctantly back down and agree to work together, though they continue to glare at each other while a stunned Misaki watches. Misaki is shocked that Yamabuki easily managed to tame both of the feisty girls, reflecting on Yamabuki-Mei's reputation as a mysterious, cheerful, and whimsical classmate who charms countless guys with her quirky personality. Misaki notes that Yamabuki frequently plays around with Harada, since she sits close to him, acting more like a close classmate who gets along well with him rather than a traditional heroine. Misaki writes in his notebook, reflecting that even after a year of investigating, Yamabuki remains a truly mysterious heroine when Yamabuki suddenly sneaks up behind him and loudly startles him. Yamabuki asks what Misaki is doing all by himself in the classroom, leaning in close and playfully offering to guess what he is working on. Yamabuki points upward and confidently guesses that Misaki is writing about Harada, sending a startled Misaki into another immediate panic. Misaki stammers that he does not think about Harada all the time, but Yamabuki remarks that his embarrassment is cute. She adds that being a best friend character must be so much fun, and admits she is jealous, though Misaki quickly repeats that it is not fun at all. Yamabuki suddenly asks Misaki if he ever thinks of himself as someone other than a best friend character, catching him completely off guard. Yamabuki explains that she sometimes wonders what role she would choose if she had a choice, listlessly listing options like a protagonist, a best friend, or perhaps just classmate A. Yamabuki excitedly imagines herself as a hero who saves the world from the demon lord, while a cartoonish fantasy of the group playing fantasy roles leaves Misaki questioning the idea of her being a hero. While Misaki internally grumbles about being cast as the princess, even in a completely different genre, Yamabuki points out that anyone can freely be whoever they want in their imagination, even though they are just fantasies, and there is no way to actually become those characters in reality. Misaki asks Yamabuki if she actually wants to be something other than a heroine, causing her to hum in thoughtful silence. Yamabuki smiles and clarifies that she does not actually want to be something other than a heroine, declaring that she loves Harada and finds him genuinely interesting. Yamabuki closes her eyes and softly notes that in the end, since she is a heroine, she is basically required to like the protagonist. Yamabuki reflects on how strange it is that their roles were already decided the moment they were born, though Misaki silently accepts that this is simply how their world works. Misaki quietly ponders her words, admitting to himself that until now he had never questioned his role as the best friend character. Yamabuki smiles, gently adding that, because of those set roles, things have turned out a certain way. Yamabuki looks directly at Misaki and tells him that she knows for sure he actually loves Harada, sending Misaki into a blushing silence, until she suddenly notices that the other two have started fighting again. Across the room, Sakurai furiously accuses Fujimiya of hogging Harada for too long and asks if she has any shame as class president. While Fujimiya calmly asks Harada if this is normal, a panicking Misaki frantically yells that it is definitely not. Misaki sweatily realizes he has no choice but to distract them before a major fight breaks out, pointing toward the window and loudly shouting that there is a UFO outside. Misaki's desperate distraction completely shocks Sakurai and Fujimiya, who freeze in utter disbelief at his sudden shout. Believing they are going to see an actual UFO, Sakurai and Fujimiya immediately bolt out of the classroom together, leaving a sweating Misaki to desperately call after them to wait. Misaki hurriedly runs out to chase after the two girls, telling Yamabuki and Harada to wait behind in the classroom. Now, alone together, Yamabuki blushes and happily wonders if they can try triggering a romantic event now that they are by themselves. Harada raises his hand and loudly puts a stop to the mood, declaring that he will absolutely not let a romantic flag develop, prompting Yamabuki to pout and call him no fun, while Harada tells her that she does not have to act like that just because she is a heroine. While Sakurai and Fujimiya search the courtyard for the non-existent UFO, Yamabuki observes that, as usual, Harada only has his eyes on Misaki, which Harada quietly and calmly confirms. Harada looks down, thoughtfully reflecting that since Misaki is always doing his absolute best for everyone, he needs to try his best as well. Yamabuki observes that the harder Misaki tries, the more it has the exact opposite effect, causing Harada and Yamabuki to break into cheerful laughter. Yamabuki looks at Harada and asks him why he fell for Misaki, even though Misaki is not a romanceable character in this world. Harada replies that while there are many reasons he could give, in the end, it does not matter to him at all whether Misaki is officially romanceable or not. Harada declares with quiet determination that he simply refuses to give up until he is finally able to win Misaki over, leaving Yamabuki to stare at him in silent surprise. Giving a confident thumbs up, Harada explains that this is why Misaki is the actual romanceable character to him, even if his theory might be a bit weird, which Yamabuki acknowledges as his ultimate reasoning. Looking down softly, Yamabuki notes that she simply likes cute things, pointing out that there are many cute things in this world. She reflects that while some people cannot bring themselves to express their feelings, others would do absolutely anything to make the person they desire theirs. She notes that some people solely wish for the happiness of others rather than themselves, even though their self-sacrificing efforts constantly backfire and force them to start over from square one. Looking back out at Harada, Yamabuki happily declares that everything is just so cute, though she also notes how much she loves him, because of how cool he can be when he wants to. She adds that no matter how hopeless things might seem, she definitely will not give up either, simply because Harada is a completely unique person. Smiling with a slight blush, Yamabuki silently vows to herself that she will never give up on Harada. Outside, Sakurai and Fujimiya cling tightly to each other, as Fujimiya complains she cannot move, while Sakurai fearfully stammers about the possibility of an alien being on board the UFO. Meanwhile, an onlooking Misaki sweatily wonders if the two are actually getting along or not. Yamabuki's face is shown once more as she reiterates her silent promise never to give up on Harada. Yamabuki adds to her silent promise, vowing that she will also never let him down. On Sunday, Misaki finds Harada outside taking photos with a camera. When Misaki asks what he is taking pictures of, Harada excitedly points out a UFO, though Misaki dryly replies that it is likely just a flock of birds, noting that Harada has always loved doing things like this. Misaki reflects that even though it is Sunday, there is no day off for the best friend character. He calls out to Harada, proposing that they go find some better locations to take pictures today. They head inside a cafe where Sakurai, dressed in a cute maid-like waitress uniform, cheerfully welcomes them, only to stop in surprise when Misaki greets her. Recognizing both Harada and Misaki, a startled Sakurai screams in sheer terror, accidentally dropping her tray with a loud crash, as she demands to know why they are both at her workplace. While Harada casually explains that they came because Misaki mentioned a restaurant he wanted to try, Misaki pumps his fist with a determined blush, silently declaring that his real goal for today is to trigger an off-day romance event for Harada. Misaki reflects that an off-day event is a perfect chance to see the unexpected side of a heroine that is normally hidden at school. A deeply blushing Sakurai tells them not to stare and calls him an idiot, but Misaki remains confident that Harada is bound to be thrilled by the sight. Sakurai laments that she thought her part-time job wouldn't be discovered, but Harada wonders why she is worried, since there is nothing to hide and working isn't prohibited at their school. Sakurai looks down, admitting that it is still incredibly embarrassing to be seen dressed up like this. When Harada casually tells her that she looks cute and questions her embarrassment, Sakurai reacts in an absolute blushing panic, completely unable to process his sudden compliment. Harada blushes as he suddenly imagines Misaki wearing that exact same maid uniform, happily welcoming him home as his master, which leaves Misaki completely startled by the strange look on his friend's face. As Harada dizzily daydreams with a blissful expression, a highly flustered Misaki fiercely demands that he stop imagining such things and snap out of it immediately. A furious Sakurai forcefully kicks both Harada and Misaki out of the cafe, screaming at them to get out as a cup of coffee spills behind them. The cafe door slams shut with a loud warning never to return, leaving a bruised Harada to wonder what they did wrong, while Misaki blames him entirely for the disaster. However, Misaki quickly cheers up, declaring that they successfully obtained Sakurai's rare part-time job image event. Harada sits on the ground in a daze, questioning what an image event even means, while Misaki impatiently tells him to stand up so they can head to their next location, prompting a hurried protest from Harada. They arrive at a Shinto shrine, where Misaki spots Fujimiya standing outside in a traditional shrine maiden outfit. Fujimiya welcomes them, admitting she is happy to see them, while Harada asks about her outfit. Fujimiya explains that the Shinto priest is a relative of hers, so she occasionally comes to the shrine to help out. Fujimiya blushes slightly and nervously asks if her outfit looks strange on her. Harada admits that a shrine maiden outfit is also very good, which instantly triggers another daydream where he imagines Misaki dressed as a shrine maiden, offering to sweep away all his troubles, causing a furious Misaki to yell at him to stop doing that. Harada praises Fujimiya for working hard even on the weekend, but she replies that she simply does it because she enjoys it. Meanwhile, a pleased Misaki celebrates triggering another rare event, glad that they decided to come out today. As they walk through the shrine forest, Misaki freezes in absolute horror upon discovering a straw curse doll nailed to a tree featuring a photo of his own face pinned directly to it. Realizing someone has placed a literal curse on him, a sweating and terrified Misaki vividly imagines a dark figure of Fujimiya gleefully hammering nails into a straw doll representing him. A smiling Fujimiya suddenly turns and asks Misaki what is wrong, causing him to scream in sheer terror. Fujimiya asks with a sweet but ominous expression if he happened to see something strange, convincing a panicked Misaki that he is going to be cursed. He quickly screams that nothing is wrong before grabbing Harada and dashing away at full speed, shouting that it is time for them to go home. Fujimiya watches them flee in silence, realizing that Misaki saw the doll and concluding that her attempt to act natural was a complete failure. As they walk home, Misaki happily hums a tune, prompting a curious Harada to ask what has made him so incredibly happy. Misaki proudly declares that they made excellent progress today, cheerfully explaining that, because of their efforts, they successfully managed to unlock 2 special event images. Harada looks down and asks what those special images are that Misaki was talking about earlier, leaving Misaki completely shocked by his ignorance. Misaki explains that these special images are like precious memories captured in a single moment, vastly different from everyday life, because they represent the exact moments a protagonist's relationship with the heroine's changes. He adds that these events occur rarely and are incredibly valuable, becoming deeply burned into one's mind so they can be viewed whenever desired. Harada pulls out the pictures he took of Sakurai and Fujimiya today, asking if those are the special moments Misaki was referring to. Misaki happily confirms it, stating that they represent important memories that can never be forgotten. Harada quietly reflects on his words, noting in a slightly disappointed tone that he does not have one with Misaki, which causes Misaki to immediately complain that it is completely unfair. Misaki looks away, softly noting that since he is not an eligible heroine, of course, he doesn't have an event image, meaning there will never be a moment where their relationship changes drastically. Misaki continues walking along the concrete ledge, stating that they will always remain childhood friends and best friends, and that their bond will never change. Misaki reflects to himself that the heroines will always occupy Harada's thoughts, and that in the end, whichever girl manages to win his heart will be his destined partner. Meanwhile, Harada silently raises his camera, looking directly at Misaki through the lens. With a sudden snap, Harada takes a photo of Misaki, catching him completely off guard. Misaki blinks in complete surprise, utterly confused by his friend's sudden action. When Misaki questions why he just took a picture, Harada looks down at his camera and replies that if a special event image doesn't exist, then he will simply make one himself. Misaki looks down, pointing out that a random photo has no special moment behind it, which Harada quietly acknowledges is true. Harada smiles gently and explains that even so, he still wants to preserve and leave their precious moments behind just for himself. Standing on the path, Harada tells Misaki that simply leaving behind a single picture of him is more than important enough for his own sake. Misaki stares at him with a soft blush, about to call his name when a sudden voice calls out to them. They look up in surprise to see an elegantly dressed girl standing before them, commenting on what an incredible coincidence it is to run into them. The incredibly elegant girl smiles warmly at them, completely radiating a graceful and charming aura. When the bewildered boys hesitate and ask who she is, the girl giggles softly and reveals that she is actually Yamabuki. A completely shocked Harada and Misaki exclaim that she looks completely different from her usual casual self. Just then, an elegant maid approaches and reminds Yamabuki that it is almost time for her curfew, which she calmly acknowledges. Yamabuki waves goodbye, cheerfully calling out that she will see them both at school tomorrow. She rides away in a luxurious black limousine, leaving both boys staring after her in absolute silent bewilderment. Both boys gulp in disbelief, with Harada muttering Yamabuki's name while Misaki silently concludes that she truly is a highly mysterious classmate. The scene transitions to the school's annual sports festival, a major special event that only happens once per year. Misaki stretches and prepares for the day. Misaki envisions potential romantic events for the day, such as Harada taking care of Sakurai after she injures her leg, sharing a homemade bento with Fujimiya, or running a 3-legged race together with Yamabuki. Misaki pumps his fists in excitement, declaring that he stayed up all night planning, so these events will surely pump Harada up, while a stretching Harada casually greets him and remarks on how motivated he looks. Misaki eagerly tells Harada that this is his chance to show his cool side to the heroines, and when the loudspeaker calls for ball toss participants to gather, Misaki bids him good luck as Harada casually heads off. Misaki overhears classmates questioning if Class A can actually win, only to be dismissed because Class B has Arashi-kun participating on their side. Misaki learns that Arashi-kun is an incredibly amazing competitor from Class B, making him realize that Harada must play an active role to raise the heroine's likability, otherwise Class A will lose. As the ball toss begins and balls fly through the air toward the basket, Misaki determines that he needs to support Harada, even more loudly cheering for him to go. Sakurai fiercely commands Harada to throw more than one ball at a time, while Fujimiya and Misaki worry that Class B is still easily outperforming them despite Class A's best efforts. Spotting the struggle, Yamabuki smiles mischievously as a sudden idea strikes her, and she loudly calls out to Harada. Yamabuki screams across the field that if Harada wins this round, Misaki will wear a cheerleader outfit just for him, sending a completely horrified Misaki into an immediate sweating panic. While Misaki furiously screams at Yamabuki to ask what on earth she is saying, a blushing Harada slowly turns around, completely transfixed by the prospect of seeing Misaki in a cheerleader uniform. Feeling a sudden powerful motivation awaken deep inside him, Harada lets out a thunderous battle cry and begins frantically running and throwing balls into the basket at blinding speed. Harada triumphantly claims first place and holds up the victory flag, proudly asking how they liked his performance, while a deadpan Misaki demands to know where all that sudden strength even came from. Harada proudly boasts that his dormant power has officially been awoken, prompting Misaki to silently wish that it had been awoken for something far more productive, before Harada suddenly turns to him. Harada gives a confident thumbs up and begs Misaki to become a cheerleader as promised, but Misaki immediately and fiercely rejects the idea, declaring that it is absolutely not happening. A completely shocked and devastated Harada gasps to ask why he won't do it, only for Misaki to angrily snap back that he is a boy and cannot do such things. Harada instantly collapses into a gloomy, exhausted state, complaining that he cannot move his body anymore. This leaves a panicking Misaki to desperately yell that the competition is far from over. The other class of participants beg Harada to wake up, desperately hoping that if he recovers, he might still be able to win first place in the upcoming relay race and save them from having to give up. The team members exchange hopeful looks, realizing that with Harada's help, they actually have a real chance to win the entire festival. Yamabuki runs up holding a cheerleader outfit, prompting Misaki to frantically ask why she had it ready to go. The other classmates quickly join in pleading with Misaki to wear it and become their goddess of victory, because class as entire triumph now depends on him. Sakurai and Fujimiya clasp their hands together and join the plea, begging Misaki to do it, which leaves a deeply sweating and cornered Misaki groaning in absolute defeat. Misaki tightly grips his jacket, reasoning to himself that if doing this helps Harada do his best and finally show his cool side in front of the heroines, then it will be worth the sacrifice. Misaki finally squeezes his eyes shut and screams that he understands and will wear the outfit. Misaki reluctantly changes into the sleeveless top, the short pleated skirt, and ties his hair up with scrunchies to match the cheerleader look. Looking down with a heavy sweating blush, Misaki nervously shakes his palms and asks if he looks okay. Upon seeing him, Harada undergoes an instant nose-bleeding change of attitude, enthusiastically shouting that it is more than okay. The other male classmates stare in dazed agreement, quietly concluding that a guy is perfectly fine if he looks that cute, leaving an extremely flustered Misaki to sweat in intense embarrassment. Shaking his palms, Misaki tearfully complains that he doesn't understand why he is doing this, noting that cheerleading is usually reserved for the actual heroines rather than a guy like him. Harada tells Misaki not to worry because he is easily the #1 cutest person anyway, but a pouting Misaki snaps back that there is absolutely nothing for him not to worry about. Misaki sighs and tells him that since they have already come this far, he hopes Harada will do well in the afternoon competition, as well, earning an enthusiastic and blushing nod of agreement from his friend. Clutching his palms close to his blushing face, Misaki softly whispers for Harada to do his best. Harada's heart beats wildly as love hearts fly all around him, completely overwhelmed by Misaki's cute support. A fully revitalized Harada cheers that he suddenly feels completely better thanks to Misaki, loudly celebrating that his lower body's stats have vastly increased, which prompts a sweatily blushing Misaki to tell him not to phrase it like that. Harada cheerfully waves goodbye as he runs back onto the field, leaving Misaki to happily celebrate that his motivational plan was a massive success. Misaki consults his notes, planning for Sakurai to participate in the next event so they can cheer on Harada together, when Sakurai suddenly calls out to him. Sakurai walks up and asks Misaki if he is feeling well, catching him completely off guard as he stammers to ask why she is asking. Sakurai points out that his face looks a bit off, and Fujimiya adds that he looks completely exhausted, questioning if he stayed up all night again. Misaki panics, internally recalling how he stayed up all night running simulations and barely got any sleep at all. Misaki forces a wave and insists that he is completely fine, telling them not to worry about him, though Sakurai and Fujimiya point out that this is an incredibly important event. Misaki stubbornly tells himself that he has to do his absolute best here, consulting his notes to see which event is next even as his vision begins to blur and waver. Misaki looks down in confusion as his vision swirls wildly, making his own legs feel unsteady. He realizes that the text in his notebook is shaking and completely illegible. Misaki loses his balance and begins falling backward onto the grass right in front of the startled girls. With a heavy thump, Misaki collapses to the ground, leaving Sakurai, Fujimiya, and Yamabuki staring in absolute shock. Misaki lies completely motionless on the ground as the girls frantically call out his name in a panic. Misaki recalls how he was just wearing that embarrassing cheerleader outfit and nervously asking if it was okay. Misaki begins to stir, hearing the girls frantically asking if he is okay, and wonders why everyone is looking at him with such terrified expressions. As his consciousness drifts in the darkness, the voices of his friends call out his name, reminding him that the sports festival is still underway. Suddenly, Misaki's eyes snap wide open in a panic as he realizes that everything has to go exactly according to his plan, telling himself that he has to wake up. With a sharp gasp, Misaki sits bolt upright in a bed, panting heavily and sweating as he tries to gather his bearings. He silently looks around the quiet, empty school infirmary. As Misaki realizes where he is, Haruda's voice suddenly calls out his name from beside his bed. Misaki calls out to Haruda and asks if he is all right, but Haruda gently explains that Misaki actually passed out from a severe lack of sleep and overworking, telling him to rest more. A stunned Misaki realizes he collapsed halfway through the day and frantically asks what happened to the sports festival. Haruda quietly looks out the window, informing him that the sports festival has already ended. Misaki is left completely dumbfounded and groans in deep despair over his failed plans. Misaki hesitantly asks how long Haruda has been staying by his side, only for Haruda to reply that he has been there ever since he personally carried Misaki to the infirmary, leaving Misaki to realize what that meant for Haruda's participation in the festival. Haruda cheerfully reassures him that nothing big happened, but Misaki is left in absolute sweating shock over the realization that his entire plan was ruined. Misaki starts to speak, but Haruda interrupts to softly apologize, admitting that he is incredibly sorry for not realizing Misaki was pushing himself so hard. Gloomily looking down, Haruda adds that he is also deeply sorry for pressuring Misaki into becoming a cheerleader. Misaki gently replies that it is fine and blames himself for not taking better care of his health, but Haruda softly begs him not to apologize. Overwhelmed by Haruda's kindness, Misaki begins to cry silently, with tears streaming down his flushed cheeks. Misaki bows his head, sobbing that he is ultimately the only one to blame for how everything turned out. He cries that he completely ruined the sports festival for Haruda, ruining a special event that only happens once per year. Misaki laments that he simply wanted Haruda to have more fun and create happy memories together with the heroines. Clutching his blanket tightly, Misaki tearfully apologizes, sobbing that he couldn't fulfill his role as a supporter at all, and that it is all his fault. Misaki deeply despairs that he is a complete failure as a best friend character, thinking to himself that he is too scared to look at Haruda. He tells himself that since his only role is to help Haruda win over a heroine, failing to be useful means, he has no right to stand by his side when Haruda suddenly speaks up to reassure him. Haruda tells Misaki that he is his best friend character, which means he is also his most precious best friend in real life. Misaki's tear-filled eyes widen in utter surprise at his words. Haruda gently explains that if a relationship is only one-sided, it cannot truly be called a best friendship. Sitting by the bed, Haruda softly tells him that if Misaki falls, of course, he is going to worry about him, and that wanting to stay by his side until he wakes up is simply how things are. Misaki remains silent, looking at him with tears still in his eyes as Haruda continues to speak. Haruda reminds Misaki that during all the times in the past when he couldn't do anything on his own, Misaki was always right there by his side to support him. Misaki blinks in confusion, but Haruda quickly smiles and dismisses it, telling him that it is nothing. Haruda cheerfully declares that seeing Misaki dressed as a cheerleader was more than enough for him, jokingly stating that his sports festival successfully ended right there. This sends Misaki into a blushing panic, desperately begging him to forget about that, though Haruda teasingly refuses. Pouting as he clutches the blanket, Misaki is told by Harada to just get some more rest, prompting Misaki to embarrassedly pull the blanket completely over his head. From under his covers, Misaki quietly asks if it is all right for him to keep resting a little bit longer. Harada softly agrees and promises that he will remain right there by his side. Safely hidden beneath his blanket, Misaki finally closes his eyes and quietly weeps, this time filled with relief and happiness. Misaki whispers a quiet thank you to Harada from the hospital bed while Harada sits silently beside him. Outside, Sakurai carries some cleaning poles, wondering to herself if Misaki is doing all right after his collapse. Yamabuki and Fujimiya join Sakurai, reassuring her that they heard it was just a lack of sleep. Sakurai still worries and decides that she is going to stop by the nurse's office to check on him later. Suddenly, a loud clattering sound echoes as a ladder leaning against the wall begins to wobble and fall over, prompting Sakurai to scream in alarm. A boy catches the falling ladder and quietly asks if she is okay, receiving a surprised thank you from Sakurai, who recognizes him as the outstanding Class B competitor. Arashi calmly smiles and asks where Harada went, noting that he was supposed to be running in the final relay race. When Sakurai explains that Harada is in the nurse's office looking after his sick friend, Arashi smugly concludes that Harada simply decided to run away. Yamabuki, Fujimiya, and Sakurai stare at him in complete bewildered shock. Arashi arrogantly claims that Harada was clearly too afraid of losing to him, so he decided to flee the competition instead. The cocky student is officially introduced as Arashi Kusuke, the designated rival character. The girls look at him with flat, deadpan expressions, completely unimpressed by his bragging. The scene shifts back to the school building as Misaki reflects on how they are living in a gal game world. Misaki, Izumi, the dedicated best friend character, cheerfully runs up to Harada to announce that summer is finally almost here. Misaki tells Harada that they need to come up with a summer plan to increase his affection stats with the heroines, which Harada thoughtfully accepts. Misaki happily imagines various classic summer events like eating watermelon, watching fireworks, or going to the beach. Harada smiles and says he is looking forward to it, taking Misaki completely by surprise. Misaki angrily yells that he is not a romanceable character, and that such events will never happen between them, while Arashi Kusuke stands in the foreground watching them in silence as other classmates try to invite him out. Arashi Kusuke, the designated rival character, casually dismisses Harada's efforts as nothing much. Arashi observes Misaki and Harada in the classroom, muttering that it is already their second year. And yet Harada is still so carefree, questioning if Harada actually thinks he can easily win over the heroines. Arashi smiles smugly, silently vowing to himself that he is going to wipe that carefree smile right off Harada's face. In the school hallway, Arashi approaches Sakurai, confidently declaring that he has been thinking about her for a while now and telling her she is a very cute girl, leaving a surprised Sakurai to question his sudden attention. Sakurai Tsubomi, the first main heroine, glares at him with flat eyes, bluntly asking if he is an idiot and telling him that hearing those words from him doesn't make her happy at all. Achibai Arashi is comically blown back by her extremely harsh rejection. Blushing and stuttering in confusion, Sakurai demands to know what he is saying. Meanwhile, Arashi sweatily reflects that her harsh response was completely different from what he expected, admitting he thought a tsundere like her would have given a much gentler reaction. Arashi runs down the hallway to find Fujimiya Rino, the second heroine, determined to try again. He asks her if there is any particular reason she doesn't get along well with Harada. Arashi praises Fujimiya for being beautiful, smart, and perfect, comparing her to Harada, who has absolutely nothing to offer, and suggests she find someone more suitable. Fujimiya smiles sweet-temperedly, only to gently reply that Harada is actually a wonderful person. Behind her pleasant smile, Fujimiya radiates a pitch-black, terrifying aura as her inner thoughts overflow, leaving Arashi sweating in fear. Arashi realizes that despite her polite smile, her aura is utterly terrifying, making him feel as though his life would be in danger if he said another word. He quickly scurries away, frantically muttering a farewell as he retreats once more. Undeterred, Arashi approaches Yamabuki Mei next, asking what her ideal type is, which she thoughtfully pauses to consider. Yamabuki Mei, the third heroine, cheerfully declares that she absolutely loves the cute type of guy. Arashi immediately gives a smug thumbs up, questioning if she means a cute type like him. When Yamabuki agrees that he is cute and promises to make him even cuter, Arashi excitedly celebrates his success. However, his excitement quickly turns to pure panic when she suddenly presents a frilled skirt and a pair of bunny ears, cheerfully asking if this is the cute type he was talking about. Wearing the bunny ears, a completely exhausted Arashi slumps against the wall outside, panting heavily and despairingly wondering why nothing is going the way he wants. Nearby, Misaki watches, hoping this weird display will at least give Harada a sense of crisis. Misaki and Harada sit together on a courtyard bench. When Misaki warns him that lunch break is almost over and that they are going to miss class, a sleepy Harada groans and begs for just 5 more minutes. Suddenly, Arashi stomps toward them with a vein popping on his forehead, pointing and angrily shouting that this is absolutely no time for Harada to be sleeping like that, taking them both by surprise. As a sleepy Harada rubs his eyes and asks who he is, and annoyed, Misaki points at Arashi and yells his full name, introducing him as the designated rival character. A sweating and desperate Arashi commands Harada to get in there and do something about the other guys approaching his heroines, passionately declaring that it is the protagonist's literal role to act smart in a crisis like this, which only leaves a highly confused Harada to ask what he is even talking about. Harada lazily questions why he should interfere, warmly adding that if anything he hopes Arashi gets along well with the girls. This prompts an exasperated grunt from Misaki, while a sweating Arashi nervously questions if he is sure about that, hesitantly asking what Harada would do if he actually tried to mess with the heroines. Misaki flatly asks Arashi if he is deliberately acting like an unlikable guy in front of the heroines, just so he can help increase their affection toward Harada, leaving a completely stunned Arashi to sweatily shout in surprise. Arashi points his finger and defensively snaps that he is not that boring of a person, loudly declaring that he simply does not like how Harada is more popular without him, prompting a sweatily bewildered Misaki to think about how typical of a rival that is to say. Misaki advises Harada to take things more seriously now that his rival has arrived, but a sleepy Harada calmly replies that the only one he actually wants to romance is Misaki, sending a highly flustered Misaki into an immediate state of shock. Arashi sweatily smiles in disbelief at Harada's blunt statement, quickly concluding that Harada must still be half asleep and offering an awkward apology as he prepares to walk away, which leaves a highly confused Misaki to stare after him. Suddenly turning back, Arashi points his finger directly at Misaki and loudly accuses him of pretending to be Harada's best friend when he is actually the game's secret heroine all along, leaving a blushing and startled Misaki to gasp in absolute shock. Arashi ponders the situation, concluding that no matter how he thinks about it, it is strange that Harada always spends time with Misaki rather than the heroines. He reasons that it would explain all of Harada's actions up until now if Misaki was actually a secret heroine, leaving Misaki deeply confused. A text box notes that a strange misunderstanding has occurred. Arashi leans in closely toward a panicked Misaki, telling him that he has a cute face and suggesting they get along well from now on. Misaki angrily yells that he is not a girl or a secret heroine, insisting he is just the best friend character. Realizing Arashi is serious about acting as a rival, Misaki demands that Arashi stop hanging out with him and go out with the girls already. Arashi flatly tells Misaki that he would not trust a word from him, while Harada, sitting beside them, calmly points out that Misaki is actually a guy. Arashi reflects that Misaki was hiding behind Harada's shadow the whole time without him noticing. Arashi tells Misaki he does not know why he is pretending to be a guy, reasoning that there is no way a girl this cute can actually be a boy. Grinning confidently, Arashi asks Misaki to give him his contact information, while an exasperated Misaki yells that he already told him that is not the case. Misaki realizes with dread that he has to prove to Arashi that he is a guy, noting that because of Harada's actions things are getting complicated. He laments that he thought someone who could help Harada win over the heroines had finally appeared, but decides there is no other way to resolve this. Blushing heavily, Misaki hesitantly asks Arashi if he wants to touch his chest, causing Arashi to reel back in utter flushed shock. Misaki explains that Arashi will know for sure it is a guy's chest once he touches it. A nervous, blushing Arashi asks if he can really touch it, and as Misaki prompts him, Arashi reaches his hand out. Harada suddenly reaches out and grabs Arashi's arm, firmly telling him not to do that, leaving both Misaki and Arashi completely startled by the intervention. Arashi stares back in bewildered silence as Harada stops his advance. A blushing Misaki looks at Harada in confusion, questioning why he stopped Arashi since they are both guys anyway. Harada furiously shouts at Arashi, repeating his command not to do it and warning him not to dare try. Arashi nervously laughs and mutters that he knew it, while Harada angrily reiterates that they are both guys. Arashi dramatically points his finger directly at Misaki, boldly declaring to Harada that this is the true heroine he is going after, which leaves Misaki completely bewildered. Misaki clenches his fists and fiercely yells that he is not a romanceable character at all, while a text box proclaims that finally his time has come. A comparison details Arashi's situation. His expectation was to be an actual antagonist to Harada, try to steal the three heroines, and maybe take Misaki to motivate Harada into finding a way to break the game. However, his reality is having zero riz trying to make Misaki flustered but ending up flustered instead, and just wanting Harada to take his role seriously rather than actively trying to steal the heroine. Arashi notes that his grades are pretty good, he plays sports, and he is even popular with girls. Holding a letter, Arashi reflects that he has never lost at anything and wonders what exactly makes someone more suitable to be the protagonist. Watching Harada and Misaki walk together surrounded by others, Arashi admits to himself that he cannot become a protagonist even if he wants to. Misaki happily smiles and calls out to Harada, completely oblivious to Arashi's intense observation. In the hallway, Arashi approaches Misaki and asks if he is free after school, suggesting they spend some time together. Misaki nervously responds as two girls watch them with blushing faces. Arashi smiles and ignores Misaki's protests, asking why he dresses like a guy when he is so cute, and suggesting he wear a skirt. An exasperated Misaki angrily yells back that it is because he is actually a guy. Arashi grabs Misaki by the hand, teasingly noting that Misaki must be interested in talking just between the two of them. As Arashi playfully calls him assertive and drags him down the hall, a panicked Misaki desperately asks where they are going. Misaki leads Arashi into the men's restroom right next to the urinals, firmly stating that they should talk there man to man. A heavily sweating Arashi nervously protests, complaining that he cannot focus on talking in a place like that at all. Arashi questions why they have to be in the restroom if there is no problem with them both being guys, to which Misaki bluntly replies that it is Arashi's own fault for refusing to believe him. As Arashi nervously tries to use the urinal with Misaki standing right behind him, he gets completely flustered and begs Misaki not to look, pleading to go somewhere else. Misaki finally relents and agrees to leave. Sitting together on the steps outside the school, Arashi asks if Misaki really is a guy, admitting that he honestly still cannot believe it. Misaki firmly reiterates that he is a guy, adding that even Harada knows the truth since they have been together for almost 10 years. Arashi excitedly speculates if Misaki is a secret heroine who will be revealed as a girl if caught naked, but Misaki flatly denies it. Arashi then guesses that Misaki must be lying about his gender due to special circumstances that only his childhood friend knows about, which Misaki rejects again. Arashi dramatically suggests a scenario where a secret organization forced Misaki to take a drug that turned him into a girl, prompting an exasperated Misaki to loudly reject the ridiculous setting. As Arashi mutters to himself about gender swap tropes, Misaki stares at him with an unamused expression. Arashi asks to look at Misaki's character status. Misaki holds up a screen displaying his role as the best friend character, noting that if he were a girl he probably could have become a heroine. Looking down with a melancholic expression, Misaki solemnly explains that because he is a guy, he simply became the designated best friend character for Harada instead. Arashi watches Misaki in silence for a moment before admitting that he understands now. He apologizes to Misaki, finally accepting and believing that Misaki is truly just the best friend character. Arashi confusedly asks why Harada is actively trying to romance him if he is just a best friend, which instantly causes Misaki to panic and loudly declare that he has no idea why either. Hugging his knees, Misaki gloomily confesses that he does not understand it at all, lamenting that no matter how much Harada says he wants to win him over, there is absolutely no way he can ever become a heroine. Arashi quietly looks at him and asks Misaki if he would actually want to be a heroine if he could, catching Misaki completely by surprise. Misaki blushes heavily and looks away in prolonged silence, completely unable to answer the question, prompting Arashi to trail off. Arashi looks away thoughtfully and quietly admits that he doesn't know either. Sitting beside a deeply embarrassed Misaki, Arashi reflects that in this world, they don't know anything else other than the specific roles they have been assigned. Arashi reaches his hand out as he recalls the confrontation from earlier, wondering why Harada behaved that way in that moment. Harada suddenly appears and grabs Arashi's hand, firmly telling him not to do that, and leaving both Misaki and Arashi startled. Misaki nervously asks Harada how long he has been standing there, but Harada calmly replies that he just arrived and asks what they were talking about. Misaki quickly tries to brush the conversation aside, insisting that it was nothing important. Misaki questions how Harada can remain so carefree with only half the time remaining before the deadline, asking if he is seriously going to abandon the heroines just to chase after his best friend. Harada stands silently before repeating that the only person he genuinely wants to win over is Misaki. Misaki points out that everyone in their world is diligently trying to fulfill their assigned parts, except for Harada, while Arashi joins in by shouting that even as a rival character, Harada must not abandon his duties. Arashi reflects on his designated role, noting that he is expected to act as a shallow obstacle for the heroines and put up a losing fight just to enhance the story experience. Gritting his teeth, Arashi demands to know why Harada will not let him fulfill his intended purpose. Arashi commands Harada to start acting like a proper protagonist, shouting that supporting characters only exist as stepping stones to make the protagonist shine. Harada looks back and bluntly answers that there is absolutely no need for that. Harada calmly explains that he has no intention of artificially increasing his likability, meaning he will not be asking for Arashi's assistance. Arashi angrily accuses Harada of playing with the girl's feelings and ruining the world with his choices, but Harada simply replies that he will take full responsibility for his own actions. Harada turns to Misaki and firmly declares that winning him over is his only happy ending regardless of how long it takes. Smiling gently, Harada vows that he will never give up and will actively prove his choice is not a mistake. Misaki blushes as Harada explains that he will reach a happy ending through his own free will rather than because a role dictates it. Harada promises that he will demonstrate once and for all that their assigned roles do not matter. Arashi tells Harada that even if the rest of the world expects him to act like a protagonist, he will not hold those expectations and asks Harada what he actually wants to be. Arashi looks away and confesses that he has never thought about his own desires because he always believed choosing his own path was completely impossible. Arashi trails off, quietly admitting that if he truly had the choice he would want to decide his own future. Arashi looks back on their childhood days, wondering if he was simply envious of someone like Harada, who always got to be the center of the world as the protagonist. He touches his chin, thoughtfully admitting to himself that what he actually wanted to be was something entirely different. Arashi covers his face in embarrassment and confesses that what he truly wanted to be was the protagonist's friend character. Misaki is left completely shocked and blushing by Arashi's unexpected and vulnerable confession. Looking up at the sky, Misaki silently repeats Arashi's words in deep confusion, wondering what he means by wanting to be a friend character. Harada casually chimes in to state that he already has Misaki as his friend character, sending a startled Misaki into another immediate panic. Misaki sweatily reasons that since he is the best friend character, Arashi could easily be a regular friend character, prompting Harada to offer to get along with him, though Arashi angrily rejects the suggestion. Arashi tells Harada that he does not dislike people who work hard but fiercely demands not to be lumped together, with Misaki leaving a deadpan Misaki to silently note that the two of them actually get along quite well. Misaki looks down thoughtfully as his inner thoughts start to wander back to his own role. Standing alone on the path, Misaki reflects that he had always believed his sole purpose and happy ending in this world was to guide Harada to a happy ending with one of the heroines. He quietly wonders to himself what will become of him if that is no longer his true destiny. Misaki recalls Sakurai calling their situation a fantasy, Arashi admitting it is impossible, and Harada's determined promise that he will never give up on proving his choice was a mistake. The scene transitions to a park where the girls wave and call out to Harada and Misaki as the two boys finally arrive. Fujimiya politely thanks them for the invitation, While Yamabuki cheerfully agrees, she is excited too, leaving a blushing Sakurai to defensively insist that she is not particularly excited or anything. Yamabuki teases Sakurai for arriving first, despite her claim prompting an embarrassed shout from Sakurai, while Fujimiya steps up to greet Misaki. When Harada questions if they can even call this a date with so many people present, a sweating Misaki explains that it couldn't be helped because today was the only day everyone was available. Misaki nervously reflects that due to his recent collapse, the cheerleader incident, and Arashi's strange misunderstanding, he has been severely neglecting his plan to increase Harada's affection stats before summer vacation ends. Staring at the beautifully dressed girls, Misaki nudges Harada and tells him that since everyone dressed up so nicely, he needs to make sure to compliment them. Harada looks at Sakurai and flatly tells her that she looks completely different from usual, sending Misaki into an immediate state of sweat. Sakurai complains that Harada hasn't changed at all, and Misaki agrees, reminding Harada that he told him to dress up nicely too, but Harada quickly counters that the same rule should apply to Misaki as well, taking him completely off guard. Misaki protests that the clothing choice has absolutely nothing to do with him, but the girls firmly insist that of course it does. Yamabuki decides that since they have the chance, Misaki should dress up too, and Fujimiya happily agrees by suggesting a shopping date so she can walk around with Harada while they begin forcibly preparing to change Misaki's outfit in the dressing room. Misaki panics, internally realizing with absolute horror the chaotic direction this conversation is heading. The group arrives at a clothing store where they are greeted warmly by the welcoming atmosphere. Misaki reluctantly steps out of the changing room wearing a cute sailor dress, which instantly wins over Yamabuki and Fujimiya, who excitedly cheer that he looks incredibly cute and suggest trying on even more outfits, leaving a highly distressed Misaki to wonder why his plans always end up this way. As Misaki frantically declares that he is going to change back and tries to pull the fitting room curtain shut, Harada suddenly grabs it from the outside and pulls it back, making the excuse that they will look like window shoppers and make the store look bad if they do not purchase the dress. Harada grabs Misaki and calmly reveals that he has already paid for the sailor dress, prompting a completely horrified Misaki to scream and ask what on earth he is doing. When the store clerk politely asks what they should do with Misaki's original clothes, Harada bluntly replies that they will not be needing them anymore, prompting Misaki to quickly scream in protest that they absolutely do need them. Walking down the busy street in his new sailor dress, a deeply embarrassed Misaki nervously whispers to the group, asking if he looks weird to everyone else. The girls warmly reassure him, declaring that the dress actually suits him far better than his regular clothes, and telling him there is no need to feel embarrassed, though Misaki remains deeply unconvinced. Misaki blushes intensely as he walks through the city, lamenting to himself that he is a guy wearing girls' clothes and feeling incredibly strange, as if he is doing something wrong. Misaki spots two passing guys staring at him and calling him cute, driving him to such embarrassment that he frantically screams he is taking the dress off right now, only for Harada to quickly grab him and command him not to do that. Sakurai walks beside Misaki and asks him if he genuinely hates wearing the dress that much, to which Misaki grumbles that he really does not like it at all. Sakurai softly notes that back when they were talking with Harada about dressing up nicely, Misaki actually looked a little bit jealous, catching Misaki completely off guard. A heavily blushing Misaki frantically waves his hands and stammeringly insists that she is completely wrong, panicking internally over what kind of face he could have possibly made when Fujimiya suddenly calls out to divert their attention. Misaki gloomily complains that all of his carefully laid plans for the day have gone completely to waste, and when Harada casually tells him to cheer up, Misaki snaps back that this is not Harada's problem. Misaki anxiously wonders what he should do now when a sudden thought about their previous conversation strikes him. The scene shifts as Misaki explains that he went to the school rooftop to talk with Arashi, who thoughtfully listens to his dilemma. Arashi flatly asks if Misaki is asking him to go pester the heroines during their date, just so Harada can sweep in and blow him away, which Misaki quickly denies. Misaki insists that he would never ask Arashi to do such a thing, and explains that he simply wants some romantic advice since Arashi is popular with girls, nervously asking if he has any good ideas for a date. Arashi explains that since girls always approach him first, he actually knows very little about planning a date, leaving Misaki to realize in frustration that his response was completely useless. As Misaki groans in despair, Harada crosses his arms and begins contemplating a fun place that the group could visit instead. Fujimiya suggests going to karaoke, prompting a highly excited Yamabuki to exclaim that she has never been to a karaoke place before. Seeing the boys' startled reactions to Yamabuki's statement, a giggling Yamabuki playfully asks if they are surprised by her lack of experience. Yamabuki softly explains that because she was always told that children should not go out alone, she has wanted to have fun with everyone like this for a very long time. Fujimiya and Sakurai quietly confess that they have never been to a karaoke place, either catching Yamabuki and Misaki by surprise. Fujimiya shyly explains that she spent most of her time studying and helping others, so she has no experience, while Sakurai blushes and admits that she is simply not very good at singing. Looking at her friends, Fujimiya thoughtfully notes that if it is the first time for all of them, then going to karaoke might not be a bad idea after all. Misaki cheerfully declares that they should go to karaoke, expressing confidence that everyone will have a wonderful time singing together. Sakurai and Fujimiya immediately scream in a panic for him to wait and stop, catching Misaki completely off guard. When a sweating Misaki asks why they want to stop, they frantically explain that since it is their first time, they want to practice by themselves first before letting Harada hear them sing. Sakurai quickly begs Misaki to buy them some time, and the girls wave goodbye as they run ahead of the boys, leaving Misaki to awkwardly accept their sudden departure. As they walk alone, Misaki sighs that he wanted to arrange a proper date for Harada, but did not want it to turn out this way. When Harada warmly notes that everyone seems to be having fun anyway, Misaki gloomily reflects that if they do not go on a proper date, the special romantic events will never trigger. Harada silently walks beside him, wearing a thoughtful and quiet expression. Harada suddenly breaks the silence and asks Misaki to teach him. Harada suggests that they practice for the date together, telling Misaki to play the heroine's role and guide him on what to do. Misaki is left completely dumbfounded and blushing intensely by Harada's bizarre suggestion. Misaki instantly flashes back to the embarrassing moment when Harada paid for the sailor dress and dragged him out of the fitting room. Harada calmly reiterates his idea that they should practice for the date, with Misaki playing the role of the heroine to tell him what to do. A highly flustered Misaki questions why he has to play the heroine's role, and Harada explains that it is simply because he does not know anything about dating. Harada gently points out that if Misaki tells him what to do, then he might be able to get better at dating. Harada urges him to get going, prompting a startled and sweating Misaki to tell him to wait. Misaki notes with a sigh that Harada has suddenly said something incredibly weird again. The two of them begin their practice date by buying ice cream cones and walking side by side down the street, with a blushing Misaki awkwardly eating his treat. Harada licks his ice cream and notes that this kind of activity is also part of a best friend character's support role. Catching their reflection in a shop window, Misaki softly realizes that looking at the two of them like this, it actually feels like a real date. Misaki blushes heavily as he starts to wonder what it would be like if he were actually a girl, a heroine, rather than just a best friend character. He continues to stare at Harada, questioning if their date would truly feel exactly like this if he were a girl. Misaki vividly imagines himself happily dating Harada, with hearts floating all around them, which instantly sends him into a sweatily blushing and screaming panic. Misaki violently shakes his head to clear the thought, prompting a highly confused Harada to ask why he is dancing and how he thinks their date is going so far. Trying to compose himself, Misaki mutters that their mock date is still not good enough and that they need to come up with more scenarios, prompting Harada to ask what else they should try. Blushing and stuttering nervously, Misaki hesitates before finally suggesting that they could try something like holding hands. Harada calmly agrees and extends his open hand, catching a deeply flustered Misaki completely off guard. Misaki tells himself that this is strictly just practice. Misaki reasons to himself that this is simply a piece of guidance on how Harada should interact with actual heroines and nothing more. Slowly, their hands begin to reach out toward each other, their fingers almost touching. Suddenly, a single water droplet lands directly on Harada's hand with a soft splash, causing him to mutter in surprise. Misaki screams in absolute surprise as rain suddenly starts pouring down from the sky. As Misaki frantically runs to shield himself from the heavy downpour, Harada calmly points out a nearby overhang and suggests they seek shelter under that roof. Standing under the shelter, a dripping, wet Misaki sighs heavily and remarks on how incredibly sunny it had been just a short while ago. Misaki silently stares ahead in disbelief, thinking about how completely wrong the weather forecast turned out to be. Misaki suggests that perhaps they themselves are the cause of the sudden rain, prompting a confused Harada to ask what he means by that. Misaki explains that there is an impassable wall between them because of his non-romanceable status. Misaki points out that even going on a mock date with someone who is not romanceable will inevitably cause the world to trigger troubles like this sudden downpour by design. Harada calmly takes off his outer shirt, telling Misaki that it is just a sudden shower and will likely stop soon. Misaki is taken by surprise and quickly thanks Harada as the larger shirt is draped over his shoulders to keep him warm. Misaki points out that Harada does not need to treat him like a girl, but Harada simply asks if he is cold, which Misaki quietly admits to being. Harada smiles gently and explains that he is only doing it because he genuinely wants to, and that is all there is to it. Misaki looks up at him with glistening eyes and a heavily blushing face, deeply moved by Harada's words. Misaki wonders to himself why it is only during moments like these that Harada actually behaves like a true protagonist. Misaki loudly wishes that Harada would show this caring side of his personality to the actual heroines, noting that doing so would easily win them over. Misaki gloomily thinks to himself that despite his efforts, things are surely not going to work out the way they are supposed to. Arashi looks on from a railing and tells Misaki that he thought Misaki was already well aware of that fact. Misaki looks at him in silence, remembering their conversation on the school rooftop. Arashi points out that taking the heroines on dates to raise their affection rates is futile, reminding Misaki that Harada already declared he would secure his own chosen happy ending. Misaki clutches his clothes tightly as he processes Arashi's words. Back in the present, Misaki resolves that even if it seems hopeless, the nature of their world forces him to keep trying to fulfill his role. The rain continues to pour heavily over the city buildings. Inside the karaoke room, the girls eagerly crowd around Harada, asking him what he wants to sing and offering to order him food and coffee. As the girls continue to fuss over Harada, a highly uncomfortable Harada laments that the situation is absolute torture, leaving Misaki to look on in silent exhaustion. Yamabuki enthusiastically shakes tambourines while cheering loudly for Harada, which prompts a playful complaint about the noise while Misaki watches and quietly thinks about how glad he is. Misaki reflects that even though the day did not go as planned, everyone seems to be having fun and the relationships between Harada and the heroines seem to have deepened. Sakurai shyly tells Harada that she really liked his song, catching herself by surprise and blushing when she asks if he felt the same way. Misaki remains silent as he watches the romantic moment unfold between them. Misaki is suddenly snapped out of his thoughts when someone asks what is wrong with him. Quickly claiming that it is nothing, Misaki announces that he is going to go grab a drink and steps out of the room. Misaki stands quietly alone in the empty, silent hallway of the karaoke building. Leaning against the wall, Misaki laments that since Harada is getting along well with the girls, they should be closer to a happy ending, yet he cannot understand why he is not happy at all. Misaki stands in the hallway looking utterly bewildered and lost in his own conflicting emotions. The scene transitions back to the school hallway where students walk together and wonder what subjects they will cover in their afternoon classes, hoping it is not the final exam. Inside the classroom, various classmates talk about their plans, dramas, and going to buy snacks during the break. Misaki sits at his desk, sweating and looking highly distracted as his mind continues to wander back to his past experiences. Misaki vividly recalls the intensely flustering moment when Harada suddenly pinned him against the wall, leaving him heavily blushing and confused about why they were in that position. Meanwhile, the teacher at the front of the classroom continues her lecture, writing on the blackboard and explaining a question to the class. Staring at his desk, Misaki anxiously wonders what he should do for his next plan to support Harada. Misaki reflects that the first semester has ended without any meaningful romantic progress, because the sports festival and their mock dates did not go as planned, leaving him feeling like he failed to accomplish anything in his role as the best friend character. Holding his pen, Misaki realizes that the absolute biggest problem of all lies elsewhere. He confesses to himself that he simply cannot get Harada's gentle smile and determined words from that day out of his head. Misaki recognizes that staying like this is bad, worrying that his own behavior is becoming increasingly strange when a voice suddenly calls out his name to ask what is wrong. The teacher angrily yells at Misaki for not paying attention in class, ordering him to help her out after school, which prompts a startled gasp from Misaki while his classmates laugh and pity him. Misaki carries a stack of papers down the school hallway alongside Kahara and Kazami-sensei. While Misaki asks Kahara why he cannot be a heroine, Kazami-sensei complains that carrying the papers is a massive hassle, and Kahara mutters about the intense heat. Kazami-sensei suddenly vents her frustration, shouting that she cannot keep up with the students unless she drinks. When the students ask if she is already drunk, she angrily snaps back that it is actually the opposite. Kahara quietly points out that it would be hard to romance a petite teacher who drinks, noting the age gap between them. While Misaki reassures her that the age gap is not a problem, Kazami-sensei dryly warns that she would end up arrested because she is actually a minor herself. Kazami-sensei explains that she is a genius who skipped several grades to become a teacher, shocking them both by revealing that she is actually 17 years old. While she grumbles that a heroine route is impossible because it is not her assigned role, Misaki suggests that her route can simply be added to the game later. Kazami-sensei slams her hands down and commands them to shut up, furiously declaring that having a teacher role is completely boring, which leaves both Misaki and Kahara startled. Kazami-sensei, who is suddenly sobered up, chases them down the hallway while shouting that she wants to be a heroine. As Harada and Misaki flee in terror, Misaki spots an empty classroom and calls out to Harada that they should go inside to hide. Kazami-sensei stops in the hallway outside the classroom door, looking around with a deeply confused expression as she tries to figure out where they went. Kazami-sensei peers inside the empty room, muttering that she thought they had gone in there. Unsure of their location, she wonders if the two of them ran in a different direction instead. Inside the dark and quiet room, footsteps echo outside the lockers as Kazami-sensei's voice warns them that they definitely will not escape from her. Hidden inside a narrow storage locker, Misaki is held extremely close by Harada, leaving them in tense silence as they wait for the teacher to pass. Squeezed together in the tight space, Misaki suddenly realizes that the usual physical barrier that prevents interaction with non-romanceable characters is completely missing, allowing Harada to hold him without any resistance. Misaki panics internally at Harada's extreme proximity, wondering if Harada was always this big. Meanwhile, Harada stares down at Misaki, realizing with a racing heart that this is the first time he has been able to actually touch him without being blocked. Harada looks down in soft bewilderment, wondering to himself why he is suddenly able to touch Misaki, while Misaki stares back at him in tense, silent apprehension. As they remain pressed together in the locker, Harada begins to speak, prompting a highly nervous and hesitant response from a blushing Misaki. They contemplate their situation, with Misaki suggesting that the lack of a barrier is likely due to the specific locker they hid in, though Harada questions if there is anything truly special about it. Misaki explains that this closed locker is a space outside the world system where the usual rules do not apply, enabling interaction without barriers. He nervously warns that it is a space they should not be in, prompting Harada to wonder if they have encountered a game bug. Realizing the potential danger, Harada firmly states that they must leave the locker immediately, prompting Misaki to hesitantly reach for the door handle. Before Misaki can open the door, Harada suddenly reaches out and tightly grabs his wrist, stopping him in his tracks. A startled Misaki softly questions what is wrong, pointing out that Harada's tight grip is actually starting to hurt him. Harada looks down with a serious gaze and quietly begs Misaki not to leave, suggesting they should just stay together inside the locker. This prompts a panicked protest from Misaki, who warns him of the consequences if they remain inside. Misaki anxiously warns that exploiting the bug to touch each other could cause their entire world to collapse, but Harada firmly counters that if they leave the locker now, they might never get another chance to be close. With a racing heart, Harada explains that he has waited a very long time for this moment, and has confirmed that Misaki's presence is completely real to him, declaring that he does not care what happens to the world. Overwhelmed by his feelings, Harada tightly pulls Misaki into a passionate embrace, dramatically declaring that he would gladly accept the locker as his coffin if it means staying together. Misaki can only gasp Harada's name in breathless shock as he is held tightly against his shoulder, completely overwhelmed by the intensity of the embrace. Although Misaki weakly protests that Harada should not be doing this, he quietly notes that it is incredibly warm inside the locker as they remain pressed together. Misaki reflects on how he has been by Harada's side all this time, realizing with embarrassment that he never knew Harada's body could feel so warm. Misaki panics internally, wondering if the entire world outside the locker has been destroyed by the bug, and dreads what he might find if he opens his eyes. Keeping his eyes tightly shut, Misaki desperately tells himself that he needs to get Harada away from him as quickly as possible. Misaki quietly whispers Harada's name, only to realize that Harada has gone completely silent and is leaning his full weight against him while breathing heavily. Misaki screams in absolute panic as Harada suddenly passes out in his arms, leaving Misaki to frantically wonder if his friend has somehow died. Misaki quickly realizes that Harada has only fainted from the intense heat inside the tight locker and warns himself that they must get out immediately before things get worse. Pounding frantically on the locker door, Misaki desperately shouts for help until the door finally clicks open and allows him to escape the sweltering space. Kazami-sensei suddenly appears holding a bottle, laughing gleefully that she has finally caught the two of them. While a relieved Misaki kneels on the floor beside a passed-out Harada, he quickly yells back that they were not doing anything inappropriate. The next day, the storage locker where they hid has been completely sealed off with multiple strips of yellow caution tape reading "Keep Out." Misaki and Harada stand together in the hallway, silently staring at the sealed locker in deep thought. When Harada suddenly reaches his hand out toward the caution tape, a sweating Misaki frantically shouts at him to stop and stay away from the locker. Misaki earnestly begs Harada to give up and avoid the locker, reminding him that it was just a dangerous glitch. Harada quietly reflects on his words, acknowledging that it was indeed a bug. Suddenly, Harada slaps his own face with both hands, taking Misaki completely by surprise, and prompting him to ask what on earth he is doing before Harada quietly apologizes. Looking down with a slightly embarrassed expression, Harada admits that his mind was in a complete daze the day before, and that he was not acting like himself at all. Declaring that there is no point in exploiting a glitch, Harada reaches out and lets his hand hit the usual barrier, promising that he will win Misaki over fair and square so that he can touch him properly. Misaki stands in stunned silence before suddenly slapping his own face in embarrassment, shocking Harada. Blushing deeply, Misaki turns away and stammers that Harada did not need to slap himself to match his own actions. Misaki covers his blushing face, desperately telling himself to pull his thoughts together, even as he secretly confesses to himself that he was completely unable to refuse Harada's embrace back then. Harada casually announces that he is going to walk around the entire school to open up every single locker in search of another bug, causing a panicked Misaki to scream that he thought Harada had given up on exploiting the glitch. Misaki watches in deadpan silence as Harada begins opening empty lockers only to find nothing. While Harada notes that this locker is normal, Misaki reflects with a sigh that he feels like an idiot for worrying, concluding that only their original locker was actually bugged. Misaki's mind continues to wander, contrasting the comical discussions about Kazami-sensei's romance route with his own lingering, deeply flustered memories of being held tightly in Harada's warm embrace. The chapter concludes with a humorous reminder of some highly suggestive out-of-context panels from the locker room incident, with Misaki weakly protesting while complaining about how hot it is. While riding the train, Misaki notes that they are heading to the pool, casually adding that he hasn't been to one since elementary school. Misaki excitedly points out the window, celebrating the arrival of summer vacation, and declaring that a swimsuit event is an absolute necessity for any proper dating game. Misaki secretly smiles to himself, confident that even someone as dull as Harada will be absolutely thrilled to see the heroines in their swimsuits, before happily telling Harada to look forward to the event. The group finally arrives at the pool, where Sakurai, Tsubomi, Fujimir, Rino, and Yamabuki may show up in their beautiful summer swimsuits. As they dive into the water, Yamabuki May floats peacefully in her swim ring and calls it paradise, only to be jokingly scolded that the pool is not a hot spring, while Sakurai Tsubomi playfully splashes water nearby. Sitting in the refreshing water, Fujimir Rino looks around and asks where Harada and Misaki are, prompting Yamabuki-mei to suggest that the boys are likely still in the changing room. Addressing Tsubomi and Rino, Yamabuki-mei curiously asks them what kind of swimwear they think Misaki is going to wear to the pool, taking Sakurai Tsubomi by surprise. When Yamabuki-mei asks if Misaki will wear a guy's or a girl's swimsuit, Sakurai Tsubomi famously blushes and insists that he must be wearing a guy's swimsuit, internally reasoning that no matter how cute he is, Misaki is still a guy. Fujimir Rino points out that if Misaki goes shirtless like a guy, it might cause a major misunderstanding for the pool staff, because he looks so much like a girl, which Sakurai Tsubomi admits could be a huge problem. Yamabuki-mei cheerfully suggests that Misaki might wear a girl's one-piece swimsuit, instead prompting a highly panicked Sakurai Tsubomi to point out that a girl's swimsuit would present an even more awkward physical issue for a guy, which leaves the others to mumble in embarrassed agreement. To solve the clothing dilemma, Fujimir Rino suggests that Misaki should wear a full diving wetsuit so that his entire body is completely covered and hidden from view. While the girls wait by the pool, Misaki and Harada finally arrive. Misaki awkwardly apologizes for keeping them waiting, wearing a light zip-up hoodie over his swim trunks to cover himself. The three girls silently stare at them with deeply disappointed and unenthusiastic faces, leaving a sweating Misaki completely baffled by the awkward, heavy atmosphere. Harada notes that the girls naturally look disappointed, prompting a frustrated Misaki to demand why they are so let down when they are supposed to be enjoying a proper swimsuit event. Yamabuki-mei points out that Misaki is not wearing a proper swimsuit and asks if he has no plans to swim. Misaki nervously replies that he is fine just watching, though he silently complains about the sweltering heat. Misaki quietly warns Harada that he might pass out again from the heat, while Harada blushes intensely and looks away, completely unable to articulate what is truly on his mind. Looking down in silent embarrassment, Misaki secretly confesses to himself that he is simply too embarrassed to show his body to Harada. Clutching his arms tightly, Misaki reflects that ever since Harada held him in that buggy locker, he has been hyper-aware of the physical differences between their bodies. Misaki's reluctance to wear a swimsuit leads Sakurai Tsubomi to a wild conclusion, and she gasps in absolute shock, wondering if he has secretly been a girl all along, before experiencing a sudden wave of déjà vu. Misaki panics internally as the girls begin speculating about why he is hiding his body so much. Remembering their previous restroom encounter, he desperately tells himself that he cannot simply drag everyone into the men's restroom to prove his gender this time. As the girls continue to stare at him in silent suspicion, a highly pressured Misaki finally snaps and loudly declares that he will just take off his shirt to prove the truth to them once and for all. Holding the zipper of his hoodie, Misaki hesitates for a brief second, silently repeating to himself that there is absolutely nothing to be embarrassed about, since he is a guy after all. Stealing his resolve, Misaki pulls open his hoodie to expose his upper body, firmly repeating to everyone that he is indeed a guy. Misaki presents his open hoodie, insisting that he is not hiding anything. However, as Harada and the girls look on, they are met with a completely unexpected development. To everyone's bewilderment, a bright, mysterious beam of light suddenly appears to censor Misaki's chest, leaving a squinting Sakurai to complain that she cannot see anything, while Harada points out the glowing obstruction. Looking down, a completely horrified Misaki is left to scream in absolute shock, utterly unable to comprehend why a giant censor bar of light is actively blocking his chest. Yamabuki-mei thoughtfully wonders if this is the classic censorship trope seen in anime and manga, explaining that the world itself must be generating the light to block any potentially problematic fanservice scenes. While Misaki furiously screams that he has a normal guy's body, Harada suddenly pulls out a stack of cash and desperately demands to know how much money he needs to pay to remove the censor light, prompting Misaki to snap at him, not to solve their problems with money. As a tearful Misaki sobs and begs them to believe that he is truly a male, a sweat-dropping Sakurai gently reassures him that she actually believes him now simply because of how aggressively he tried to strip. Fujimir Rino points out that because of the constant censor light, it is practically impossible for Misaki to walk around in a standard male swimsuit. This only drives a weeping Misaki into deeper despair, as he loudly complains that he cannot accept this reality. Yamabuki-mei cheerfully suggests that they go search for a swimsuit that can cover Misaki's upper body as well. When Reno questions if that means they are looking for a girl's swimsuit, Mei happily leads the way. The girls warmly tell Misaki to leave everything to them and ask what kind of outfit he would prefer, promising to find the perfect one for him, which only leaves a traumatized Misaki staring blankly in silence. The girls happily set off to find a new outfit while a dramatic flash of light signals the upcoming transition. Misaki reluctantly steps out wearing a white bikini top paired with denim shorts, looking incredibly embarrassed as he trembles from the sheer awkwardness of the outfit. While he worries that everyone will think he is a freak, the girls happily reassure him that it is fine because nobody else will ever know. When Yamabuki-Mei cheerfully presents a tiny string bikini as an alternative option, a highly defensive Misaki frantically screams about the string, pointing out that such a minuscule amount of clothing would cover absolutely nothing. Yamabuki-Mei gives a disappointed look, sighing that she truly believed Misaki could pull off such a daring look, prompting a heavily sweating Misaki to awkwardly apologize. Undeterred, Yamabuki-Mei playfully decides to try the string bikini on Harada instead, which Harada flatly rejects, while Sakurai and Reno quickly yell at her to leave Harada alone. Staring blankly ahead, a completely exhausted Misaki despondently reflects on how swimsuit events are supposed to be filled with romantic, heartfelt moments between the protagonist and the heroines, yet his own plan has completely derailed. Beside him, a cheerful Harada gives a smug thumbs up and declares that he is entirely satisfied with how things turned out. As a miserable Misaki groans that the trip was not supposed to go this way at all, a stray beach ball suddenly bounces directly off his head, catching him completely off guard. Misaki asks what the beach ball was for, while Yamabuki-Mei waves and cheerfully calls out for them to hurry up and have fun. Sakurai Tsubomi sighs quietly, muttering to herself as she watches. Yamabuki-Mei splashes water directly at Misaki, causing him to flinch in surprise as she laughs and plays with a beach ball nearby. As Misaki runs around, the straps of his bikini top keep slipping, forcing him to hold onto the fabric in sheer panic, while Fujimir Reno watches him with an embarrassed expression. Yamabuki-Mei playfully shoots Misaki with a large water gun, prompting an embarrassed Misaki to shield his face with his arm. While Misaki and the girls continue to play in the distance, Harada floats lazily on a swim ring, quietly thinking to himself that swimsuit events truly are the best. The scene transitions to a computer screen displaying a new DLC announcement, proclaiming that the secret best friend route has officially been unlocked in their world. Misaki stands outside Harada's door, ringing the doorbell and calling out to let Harada know that it is him. Misaki apologizes for disturbing him and explains that he brought a souvenir, while Harada welcomes him inside and invites him to relax in the living room since it is hot. Misaki holds up a dating simulation game, presenting it as their activity, while Harada stares in confusion and wonders why they are playing it. Sitting on the living room sofa, Misaki explains that he wants Harada to learn more about a girl's heart, pointing out that Harada is always blunt and tactless. Harada boots up the game, which displays its title screen featuring 3 different anime heroines along with standard options to start, load, or view the gallery. Holding the controller, Harada asks if it is alright to beat the characters up, and what his special move is, prompting a deadpan Misaki to yell that it is a dating game while privately wondering if Harada can even clear it. Misaki steals his resolve, thinking to himself that if he cannot help Harada clear this game, he will fail in his duty as the best friend character, determining to help him succeed no matter what. Misaki explains that there are 3 heroines, and that Harada must talk to them to raise their affection rates, while Harada notes that he must carefully choose the correct options for his first playthrough. The game officially begins with a high school setting, prompting Harada to casually remark that they should see how his virtual life unfolds. The school idol character happily welcomes him to the same class, but Harada chooses the rude option to ask who she is, leaving a panicked Misaki to scream in shock. The quiet character asks not to be talked to, and Harada selects the option to let her do as she wishes, prompting an immediate outcry from Misaki. The junior character teasingly asks if he is mad at her, and Harada selects the option to threaten her, forcing Misaki to frantically shout at him to stop. Completely exasperated by Harada's disastrous choices, Misaki screams that Harada's communication skills are absolutely terrible. Misaki scolds Harada for not taking the game seriously and asks why he always chooses the bad options. Misaki warns that the game will not work if Harada keeps being honest, while Harada explains he is just choosing the options he would actually pick in real life. When Harada insists he is taking it seriously, Misaki snaps back that this simply means he is terrible at it. Misaki explains that the correct answers must make the heroines happy, such as compliments or flirting, to increase their affection and trigger specific events to clear the game. Harada, however, complains that this requires way too much planning. Misaki warns that the game will reach a bad ending if Harada does not quickly choose a heroine to win over, adding that he cannot succeed just by being good-looking. Harada questions if it is really so bad for the protagonist to behave that way toward everyone. On the screen, the three heroines stand in silence and no longer want to interact with the protagonist, highlighting their failing relationships. Misaki suggests relying on the main character's friend to get advice about the heroines. The game friend appears on screen and notes that the protagonist does not have a good reputation with the girls. The game friend character kindly offers to help out because he wants the protagonist to be happy, telling him to cheer up because someone will eventually notice his great qualities. Harada asks if he can just choose the supportive friend character instead, prompting an outraged Misaki to shout that he absolutely cannot and demand why he cannot just choose one of the heroines. Harada reasons that the friend was the only one who was kind to him, but Misaki counters that it is simply the friend's assigned role, sadly begging Harada not to say such depressing things. A new female character suddenly makes an appearance on the screen, bumping into the protagonist and apologizing for not paying attention. Misaki wonders if she could be a hidden heroine, and Harada immediately decides to pursue her. When Misaki asks if Harada likes her, Harada explains that it is more about a specific similarity. Harada points out that the new character looks a lot like Misaki, leaving Misaki completely stunned. On screen, the new girl kindly tells the protagonist that it is okay because he did his best, cheerfully cheering him on and rooting for him. Seeing how supportive the character is, Harada smugly points it out, but a furiously blushing Misaki panics and desperately begs Harada to choose anyone else, leaving Harada confused. As the game progresses, the heroine confesses that she cannot stop thinking about the protagonist, prompting Misaki to frustratedly question why Harada is suddenly doing so well in the game. Misaki complains that while the other girls' affection rates are completely at the bottom, this specific heroine is the only one whose affection keeps rising. Harada notes that this girl seems much more straightforward than the others. An incredibly embarrassed Misaki angrily asks if Harada wants to fight, prompting a confused Harada to ask why he is so angry. On screen, the heroine begins to confess her love to the protagonist, prompting Harada to shout that he feels the same way about Misaki. Misaki furiously points out that Harada said his name instead of the heroine's, calling him the absolute worst. Misaki panics, internally realizing that Harada is about to successfully win over the heroine, even though he tells himself that the digital character has absolutely nothing to do with him. Despite knowing she is just a fictional character, Misaki secretly admits to himself that there is a deep reason why he does not want this happy ending to happen. On screen, the hidden heroine hesitantly asks if it is really okay to choose someone like her. Lifting up his skirt, the character reveals the truth that he is actually a guy, nervously asking the protagonist if that is still acceptable to him. On screen, the game options state that the protagonist still loves him anyway. Without any hesitation, Harada selects a choice and declares it is actually even better, completely shocking a panicked Misaki. The game concludes with a happy ending as the protagonist marries the character of his dreams, leading Misaki to realize that it is possible to romance other guys in this virtual world too. Misaki is left utterly baffled when the game claims that they somehow had a child through a miracle. His confusion turns to absolute shock when the game dialogue has the wife thanking Harada for being the one who actually gave birth to their healthy baby boy. The two of them sit in absolute deadpan silence before Misaki finally questions what kind of bizarre game they are actually playing. As the game shows its final happy ending screen, Harada solemnly tells Misaki that he finally understands what Misaki wanted him to learn from this experience. Harada happily states that he learned nothing is impossible in the world of dating games, while a frantic Misaki screams at the top of his lungs that his lesson was completely incorrect. Misaki realizes with a sigh that his entire plan to teach Harada about romance was completely counterproductive. Meanwhile, walking down the school hallway, Arashi suddenly shivers and wonders why he feels like someone is talking about him behind his back. Back at Kagetsu High School, Harada and Misaki visit the World Research Department, a special club dedicated to figuring out how the bizarre rules of their world actually function. The research department manager, Shurabe Senpai, apologizes for calling them in during their summer break and explains that he wants to show off a brand new invention. Both Harada and Misaki let out a heavy sigh of dread, prompting Shurabe Senpai to complain about their unenthusiastic reactions. Misaki tells Shurabe Senpai that he will not be fooled anymore, pointing out that most of the senpai's past inventions have only ended up getting him into major trouble. Shurabe Senpai introduces some glasses designed to show the correct choice at the cost of a massive stat penalty. When Harada immediately puts them on and begins singing in perfect form, a panicked Misaki yells at him for being an idiot. Next, Shurabe Senpai shows off a special affection-boosting perfume only for it to attract a chaotic swarm of dogs and cats to Harada, prompting Misaki to complain that it is completely useless if it only works on animals instead of humans. Misaki angrily declares that all of the senpai's previous inventions turned out to be complete failures, while a sweating Harada mutters that the experiences were extremely rough, prompting Shurabe Senpai to offer a casual apology. Shurabe Senpai tells them not to worry because this new invention is an absolute success, dramatically presenting a set of shiny rods called the Legends Dowser. Looking at the device, a sweating Misaki mutters that it looks incredibly suspicious, reflecting on how Shurabe Senpai is a person shrouded in deep mystery. Misaki notes that nobody actually knows Shurabe Senpai's real name or class, and rumors suggest he has been a third-year student for an unnaturally long time. Meanwhile, the mysterious senpai secretly reflects that if they can truly understand how this world works, he might eventually be able to completely rewrite its rules. When Misaki casually responds, Shurabe Senpai asks if it wouldn't be wonderful to control the world, as they want explaining that this desire is the exact reason why the Research Department Club was originally created. Pointing toward the school, Shurabe Senpai mentions that they likely already know about the many urban legends related to love affairs that exist within their school. Shurabe Senpai describes the famous legend that confessing under the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard during graduation will unite a couple forever, which Misaki quietly confirms. Misaki silently reflects that the tree in the legend is rumored to change into a wisteria or caria tree depending on the chosen heroine. He then asks Shurabe Senpai about a legend regarding a water spring, noting that it might be connected to his own first name, Izumi. There is indeed a rumor about a beautiful spring hidden directly behind the school building where a graduation confession might carry a special meaning. Instead of a romantic ending, the legend warns that anyone who confesses there will be dragged directly into the spring by a kappa. An alarmed Misaki asks if that rumor is actually true, prompting a smug Shurabe Senpai to ask if he is interested. Shurabe Senpai explains that these dowsing rods will be incredibly useful, telling them that if they hold them up at her rumor spot and the rods react, it proves the legend is completely true. Harada suddenly praises the dowsing rods as an amazing invention, taking a startled Misaki by surprise, as he questions how Harada could possibly believe such a highly suspicious device would actually work. Harada seriously explains that he still wants to give it a try for even a tiny chance to successfully romance Misaki, leaving Misaki to sweat drop and silently reflect on how Harada has already suffered through so many bad things, but still seems completely unable to learn his lesson. Misaki asks if there is any legend where a confession to another person is guaranteed to never come true. Shurabe Senpai hums, thoughtfully promising to look into it. Shurabe Senpai suggests that they should try using the device under the massive cedar tree located in the schoolyard. Standing in the yard, Harada holds the dowsing rods out. The metal rods suddenly begin to violently vibrate, prompting Harada to note how much they are shaking while wondering exactly how the mechanism functions. Harada wonders if the shaking means the legend is actually true, while a blushing Misaki quietly realizes that if the legend of a confession never happening under this tree is real, then they have found the perfect safeguard. Standing directly under the cedar tree, Harada turns to Misaki and asks him to listen carefully, declaring that he is going to confess his true feelings to him right now. With their hearts pounding rapidly, Misaki blushes intensely as Harada looks at him with deep determination, slowly starting to utter his confession of love. Suddenly, an intense glitch tears through their surroundings as the game text boxes and Harada's words dissolve into completely corrupted, unreadable gibberish. A terrified Misaki screams in horror over the corrupted text, while Harada covers his face in disappointment and sighs that it turned out exactly as he had feared. An anxious Misaki asks if Harada is all right and if the glitch was caused by the invention. Harada calmly explains that this has actually happened, before noting that a massive bug always triggers whenever he tries to convey certain forbidden romantic words directly to Misaki. Misaki realizes that while he originally believed the legend of the tree was true, Harada's attempt to speak those forbidden words was what actually triggered the world's protective glitch. Misaki quietly remembers that while he has previously managed to hear Harada say things about wanting to win him over or calling him cute, the world system has never allowed him to hear anything beyond those small fragments. Misaki understands that the world system is designed to only allow romantic confessions to romanceable characters, and he realizes Harada has been trying to find any possible way to say those exact words to him. Misaki looks intensely at Harada, tearfully wondering if Harada has spent all this time trying to find a way to confess his love to him. As Misaki panics internally, Harada looks at the broken dowsing rods and wonders if the legend itself was actually wrong. Suddenly, Shurabe-senpai calls out to them. Shurabe-senpai admits he misremembered the legend, explaining that the rumor is actually about the school's first principal being buried under the cedar tree. This realization drives a horrified Misaki to scream that the dowsing rods were actually reacting to a buried corpse. When Harada asks where Shurabe-senpai heard that rumor, the senpai explains he got it from their alcoholic teacher, leaving Misaki to complain that it was just a piece of drunken nonsense. Shurabe-senpai reflects on the corrupted text glitch, noting that the system governing their world cannot be easily broken. Shurabe-senpai notes that the world's restriction is practically like a curse placed on Harada, leaving Misaki to look on in silent worry. Misaki sighingly suggests they go home since the invention was a complete failure, but Shurabe-senpai stops them, asking if ending things like this doesn't feel a bit too boring. Shurabe-senpai cheerfully proposes that they do a test of courage at night, calling it a fitting event for the summer. Realizing the potential, Misaki asks if he can invite his classmates to join. Shurabe-senpai readily agrees to the idea. Misaki gets highly excited, seeing the test of courage as yet another golden opportunity to raise the heroine's affection rates with Harada. When Harada asks what he is plotting, Misaki cryptically replies that nobody knows. Shurabe-senpai makes a spooky, ghostly face up close and playfully groans that he is going to place a curse on them. Standing outside the school under the night sky, Shurabe-senpai asks if everyone has prepared themselves before officially declaring that their test of courage has begun. The three girls stand together with a mutual goal, determined to use this test of courage as an alliance to finally get closer to Harada. As they walk through the dark paths, a rustling bush startles Tsubomi, making her scream in terror. Mei playfully asks Tsubomi if she is scared and offers to hold her hand, prompting a heavily blushing Tsubomi to claim she is perfectly fine, while aggressively asking if an honors student like Mei should even be out so late. Mei teases Tsubomi by noting she is surprised Tsubomi wasn't mistaken for an elementary schooler, and grabbed by security, reminding her of the time she was mistaken for a lost child at the pool. Tsubomi furiously demands to know what Mei thinks she is, and frantically begs her to forget about that incident. Mei looks at Tsubomi with a smug smile and notes that she seems to be having a lot of fun, taking Tsubomi completely by surprise. Suddenly, Arashi looms over them with a dark expression and asks to join their group, smugly suggesting that he would probably be much more useful to them than Harada. Arashi instantly folds under the girls' hostile glares and frantically apologizes for interrupting, while Tsubomi and Mei stare at him in silent disapproval. Arashi quickly runs away from the girls to huddle next to Misaki, whispering and asking if it is really okay for him to be here. Misaki sweat drops and explains that they need someone like him to provide the classic vibe of a love rival. Misaki explains that their plan is to scare and surprise Harada, and the others begging Arashi to help him for the sake of their world's story progression. Arashi sighs, deeply grumbling to himself about why on earth he has to do favors for Harada. Seeing Arashi's reluctance, Misaki looks incredibly dejected, prompting a sweating Arashi to flinch in surprise. Misaki looks up at him with glittering, pleading eyes and begs Arashi to do it, which immediately leaves a heavily blushing Arashi completely flustered and stammering. Defeated by Misaki's cute appeal, Arashi grumbles that he has no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, in the background, a cheerful Reno play jumps near Harada asking if he has seen a ghost. Shurabe-senpai announces that they will split into two groups, explaining that one group will play the role of ghosts, while Harada and the girls will try to reach the goal. As Harada's group sets off with Reno cheerfully yelling that they should capture lots of ghosts, Shurabe-senpai and Misaki discuss the setup. Misaki asks if the senpai knows about the famous suspension bridge effect. Shurabe-senpai asks if he means the psychological phenomenon where people mistake the feeling of thrill and adrenaline for love. Misaki, holding a prop ghost, happily confirms this, plotting to scare Harada to make his heart race and trigger romantic feelings. Shurabe-senpai suddenly reveals that he has set a number of traps throughout the school to see everyone's surprised faces, leaving Misaki sweating in silent concern. Meanwhile, Harada walks down the dark, quiet school hallway at the front of his group, while the girls walk behind him quietly, wondering if their group will be okay. Suddenly spotting a figure in the dark, Mei gasps and quickly clings to Harada's arm. This sudden movement startles Tsubomi, who jumps in surprise. Tsubomi angrily accuses Mei of clinging to Harada on purpose, but Mei innocently claims she was simply scared, prompting Tsubomi to securely declare that she is definitely lying. Tsubomi points out that Mei is always tending to the shrine at night and even performs doll cursing rituals, arguing there is no way she is scared of ghosts. Mei flusters and stammers, asking what she could possibly mean by that. Suddenly, Reno jumps out from the side with a silly face and sticks her tongue out, sending both Tsubomi and Mei into a screaming panic of absolute terror. As Reno laughs hysterically at their reaction, Tsubomi and Mei cling tightly to each other in fear, with Mei complaining about being scared. When they recover, Tsubomi quickly points out that Mei clung to her first out of sheer fright, which Mei quietly accepts. As Tsubomi and Mei look at the window, they are met with a horrifying sight as their reflections glitch out and transform into terrifying shadowed figures with hollow white eyes. The girls gasp in absolute horror and begin shaking violently as they cling to each other. Seeing them in distress, Harada turns back to ask if they are okay and if they saw something. Blushing and sweating profusely, the girls nervously stammer that they saw something incredibly strange in the window, prompting a curious response from Harada. Instead of being scared, Harada excitedly smiles and tells them they are lucky, eagerly declaring that he wants to see the strange phenomenon too. Harada, holding his camera, explains that he simply wants to take a picture of the ghost, leading Mei to note that Harada often does this kind of thing, while a frustrated Tsubomi grumbles in sheer exhaustion. Their group has absolutely no luck after that as they walk through the corridors. While various traps like rolling skeletons and flying sponges strike the girls, Harada remains the only one who somehow manages to avoid every single trap. Looking at the monitors, Misaki mutters that it is a bit too late to realize how dull Harada is, admitting he never expected them to make it this far. Worried, he asks Arashi what they should do now, since Harada's group is almost at the goal. Misaki suddenly remembers that Shurabe-senpai mentioned setting a final trap directly near the goal, recalling how the devious senpai smiled about it. At that exact moment, Harada steps directly onto a banana peel, sending him slipping backward as he lets out a startled shout. Hearing the commotion, Arashi looks down from his hiding spot, only to find Misaki leaning directly over him in surprise. Misaki gasps Arashi's name as Arashi scrambles to help him up. While Arashi grumbles that Misaki is heavy, a highly flustered Misaki quickly apologizes, and Arashi panics over how disastrous it would be if they were seen in such a position. Suddenly, the door bursts open and the three girls freeze in shock as they walk in on Arashi holding Misaki, leaving a sweating Arashi to scream in absolute panic. The girls look on in horror and disgust. While Tsubomi demands to know what Arashi is doing to Misaki, Mei quietly sighs that Arashi goes after guys too, and Reno calls him a complete monster. Arashi frantically waves his hands and screams that they have it all wrong. As Arashi lets out a heavy sigh, a terrifying dark aura suddenly begins to gather near the doorway, catching his attention. Harada suddenly emerges wearing a horrifying demon mask and holding a knife, warning in a terrifying voice that he will never forgive them, sending Arashi into a screaming panic. Misaki quickly steps in to protect a trembling Arashi, explaining to Harada that it was just an accident and Arashi merely tripped and fell on him. Harada immediately calms down and blankly accepts the explanation, leaving Misaki to secretly note that this is the first time he has ever seen Harada show such terrifying jealousy. Shurabe's senpai appears to congratulate them for successfully reaching the goal, proudly asking what they thought of his banana peel trap. Misaki looks on with a completely deadpan expression, sighing that it was a truly terrible trap to set up and wondering how anyone could actually fall for it. Shurabe's senpai writes in his notebook, reflecting that he was able to collect a lot of useful data today. He muses that if they continue to run events like this, he will eventually be able to secure exactly what he wants. Watching the senpai from a distance, a sweating Arashi nervously wonders what exactly Shurabe's senpai wants. Meanwhile, Shurabe's senpai turns to Misaki and calls out his name. Shurabe's senpai reveals a shocking secret, explaining that if their protagonist fails to win over any of the characters by the end of high school, they will all lose their memories and the entire world will reset. He emphasizes that this is why it is critical to figure out the rules of their world as quickly as possible. Shurabe's senpai looks intently at Misaki with his hypnotic swirling eyes, asking him if he is correct. Misaki hesitantly agrees, privately thinking to himself about how Shurabe's senpai is always completely shrouded in deep mystery. As the group gathers together, Misaki reflects that he has no idea what Shurabe's senpai is truly thinking, admitting that being treated like guinea pigs in the senpai's experiments is actually rather terrifying. Misaki reflects on Shurabe's senpai's warnings, silently concluding that it might be incredibly dangerous to rely on him. Arashi shivers in terror, declaring that Harada is by far the scariest thing he has seen today, while an apologetic Misaki can only stammer an apology. The corrupted text from Harada's previous confession is decoded to reveal his true feelings, showing that his hidden words were that he has always loved Misaki and wants him to be his heroine. Misaki lets out a long, heavy sigh as he thinks about their situation. Sitting at a table with Harada in his room, Misaki dramatically declares that they have a massive problem because summer vacation is almost over, prompting Harada to ask what is wrong. Misaki laments that none of his carefully laid plans to set Harada up with the heroines have worked at all, anxiously wondering what on earth he should do next. Harada suddenly offers a new idea, suggesting that they have a competition between the two of them instead. Harada proudly presents a flyer for an upcoming fireworks festival on August 30th, explaining that there will be many festive stalls open, such as goldfish scooping and target shooting. Confidently raising his finger, Harada declares that the winner of this festival competition will get to have any wish of theirs granted. Misaki asks if the wish can truly be absolutely anything, and when Harada confirms it, Misaki's eyes instantly light up with excitement. When Misaki curiously asks what Harada's wish is going to be, a giggling Harada replies that he will only find out when the time comes, leaving Misaki to groan in nervous anticipation. Though Misaki warns himself that this bet might be incredibly dangerous, his competitive spirit wins out, and he slams his hands on the table, dependency, accepting Harada's challenge. Resolving that he absolutely will not lose, Misaki calls out to Harada through the busy lantern-lit festival crowd, guiding him over. Misaki appears wearing a traditional summer yukata with his hair beautifully styled, taking a stunned Harada completely by surprise. When Harada warmly compliments his outfit, a blushing Misaki stammers that his mother insisted on dressing him up for the festival, and he simply couldn't refuse. Harada kindly adds that he is just glad Misaki's mother has recovered, deeply touching Misaki. Misaki blushes and softly mutters to himself about how Harada is somehow incredibly skilled at delivering natural compliments. Standing on the festival bridge, Harada asks what Misaki just said, but a flustered Misaki quickly barks back that it was absolutely nothing. Turning around, Misaki points toward the festival stalls and declares that their serious competition officially starts now. Their first battle is at the goldfish scooping stall, where Harada effortlessly scoops up several fish, leaving a highly panicked Misaki completely shell-shocked by his skill. Misaki screams in despair as he suffers an immediate, completely one-sided defeat. Harada casually notes that the fish always seem to naturally swim toward him, while Misaki sighs in defeat, remembering that Harada has always been strangely good at this game. As they walk, Harada mentions that all the goldfish he caught when they were younger have actually grown as large as carps now. When a surprised Misaki questions if that is really true, Harada warmly invites him to come over to his house again to see them whenever he wants. Misaki eagerly suggests going to the yo-yo fishing stall next, but when they arrive, the stall vendor compliments Misaki on his looks and offers to give him an extra yo-yo because he thinks Misaki is a pretty girl. A highly embarrassed Misaki quickly corrects him, explaining that he is actually a boy, only for the vendor to become even more excited and dump a massive pile of yo-yos and toys into his arms, leaving Misaki completely bewildered as to why. Standing with a giant armful of toys while Harada holds just one, Misaki nervously points out that he wins this round, prompting Harada to agree that it was a completely one-sided loss. As they walk past stalls selling yakisoba, yakitori candy, apples, and chocolate bananas to find their next game, Misaki's stomach lets out a loud, embarrassing growl, forcing him to blushingly suggest that they should eat something first. Misaki dramatically presents his collection of sweets and declares that their next challenge is to see who can eat the most, prompting Harada to quietly watch him as they begin to eat. Misaki blushes heavily as he takes a bite of his candy apple while Harada silently eats his chocolate banana beside him. Realizing they have eaten an equal amount of food, Misaki notes that it is currently a draw, but stresses that they need to settle the score very soon. Looking at the prizes lined up on the shelves, Harada suggests that they finally settle their score with a shooting gallery competition. Misaki confidently agrees, taking aim at the prizes with his toy gun and fiercely resolving to himself that he will definitely win this round. Misaki fires a shot and the cork lands directly against a box of candy on the shelf with a soft thud. Misaki is left completely wide-eyed with excitement, gasping that he actually did it. Beaming with pride, Misaki asks Harada if he was watching, playfully asking what he thought of his shot. Misaki happily declares that this victory is officially his. Harada stares back at him, wearing a remarkably soft, gentle smile while lightly blushing. They stand together in silence at the shooting gallery, surrounded by the bustling festival crowd. When Harada suddenly lets out a cheerful laugh, a flustered Misaki scolds him, telling him this is no time to laugh since Misaki has finally taken the lead. Harada quickly offers a light apology. Harada quietly admits that he doesn't actually care about winning the competition or having a wish granted. Misaki gasps in surprise as Harada explains that he simply wanted to have fun like this with him. Harada fondly recalls their childhood, reflecting on how they used to have fun together at festivals without having to worry about anything else. Harada points out that even tonight, they haven't spent any time thinking about how to win over the heroines, leaving Misaki completely speechless. Misaki is struck by a wave of pure panic, suddenly realizing that Harada is completely right, and they did indeed totally forget about the heroines. Misaki holds his head in a screaming panic, calling himself an idiot and furiously questioning what on earth they were planning to do at a fireworks show. He laments that he got so completely focused on their competition that he completely forgot he should have invited the heroines here for a date instead. Cutting off Misaki's panic, Harada calmly takes his turn at the shooting gallery, easily knocking down several prizes with multiple shots. Holding his gun over his shoulder, Harada happily declares that it is his victory, wondering aloud what he should wish for, and saying he will think about it carefully. Misaki can only groan in dejection, completely devastated by his defeat. Sitting together on a park bench, Misaki reluctantly accepts his defeat, but firmly tells Harada to do his best to win over a heroine when the new school semester begins. He then weakly asks if today was at least fun, which Harada warmly confirms. Misaki quietly admits that he cannot help but be deeply troubled, explaining that the one who should be by Harada's side is a heroine and not himself, worrying that he is starting to forget that simple fact. Harada smiles softly and tells Misaki not to worry, suggesting that they should just focus on having fun and forget about everything else for tonight. Looking down with a heavy blush, Misaki silently wonders to himself if they can truly keep it to just today. Misaki's eyes suddenly widen in surprise as a sudden sound catches his attention. Looking up at the night sky, they watch together as a beautiful firework explodes directly above them. Leaving his seat on the bench, Misaki walks over to the railing to get a better view of the fireworks, prompting Harada to quietly watch him. Turning around to face Harada, Misaki wears a soft blush and happily asks him if the display isn't incredibly pretty. Looking back at Misaki, Harada is left completely speechless and blushing intensely at the beautiful sight of his friend. Slowly closing his eyes, Harada smiles softly and prepares to answer. Turning back to look at the exploding fireworks, Harada softly agrees that it is indeed really pretty. Still staring at Misaki, Harada gently notes that the view is prettier than any flowers he has ever seen in his life. With the final sparks fading in the night sky, their summer vacation officially comes to a close. As the second semester officially begins, Misaki runs ahead and frantically warns Harada that he is going to be late, leaving a groggy Harada to grumble in exhaustion. An explanation note points out that the Japanese word for fireworks, hanabi, literally translates to fire flower, which explains why Harada compared the beautiful fireworks to a flower. Early in the morning, Harada's alarm clock rings loudly at 6 o'clock, prompting him to slam his hand down on the snooze button and groggily beg for just 5 more minutes of sleep. Misaki bursts into Harada's room and rips the blanket off him, loudly commanding him to get up because summer break is over and he will be late for school at this rate. Sitting up and rubbing his eyes, Harada sleepily asks why Misaki is in his room and is shocked to realize it is already 8 o'clock. Misaki replies that he had a feeling Harada would oversleep and notes that it is a good thing he arrived early. Harada yawns and thanks him for the help, while Misaki casually replies that taking care of him is simply his job as the best friend character. Harada thoughtfully notes that instead of behaving like a best friend character, Misaki's actions actually feel like something else. When a blushing Misaki nervously asks what he means, Harada silently looks at him. Harada-kun bluntly declares that Misaki behaves exactly like his mother, bringing up how he constantly nags him about oversleeping and eating enough to grow big. This comparison leaves an embarrassed Misaki blushing in frustration. Frustratedly shaking off the comment, Misaki yells that they don't have time to waste and orders Harada to hurry up and get ready for school, to which Harada lazily agrees. Heading out the door, the two of them set off together down the hallway as Misaki reflects on how their world is set inside a dating game. With summer break officially over, they walk side by side toward the school, marking the very first day of their second high school semester. Inside the classroom, a slouched-over Kazami-sensei miserably complains that her summer break feelings are gone. When Misaki asks why she looks so completely exhausted, she crossly snaps back that she is suffering from a massive hangover. Sitting at his desk, Misaki anxiously realizes that their second high school year is already halfway over. He laments that they made absolutely no romantic progress during summer break, resolving that he must find a new plan to help Harada now that the second semester has officially begun. Misaki decides that his new mission for the second semester is to actively search for brand new heroines to introduce to Harada. Misaki contemplates that the first encounter with a new heroine is always unpredictable, whether it is meeting a transfer student, a student teacher, or bumping into a pretty girl around a corner. He concludes that he needs to explore the school to see if any romantic flags are being triggered. Misaki stops Harada on the school staircase and suggests they explore the school together, telling him to treat it like a fun adventure just like in their childhood. Harada calmly agrees and joins him. On the rooftop, they run directly into Tsubomi, who screeches in surprise at Harada's sudden appearance. Blushing deeply, she defensively stammers that it is not like she is happy to see him again after their break. Next, in the library, they cross paths with Rino, who blushes and notes they haven't seen each other since the test of courage, softly adding that she is glad if he had a fun summer break. Down in the courtyard, they run into Mei, who cheerfully waves and asks if they perhaps came all this way just to see her. Mei playfully asks if they were actually looking for someone else, leaving a sweating Misaki to stammer in sheer panic as his heart races. Misaki panics, internally realizing that he cannot possibly tell the current heroines that they are actively searching for new ones. He dreads what might happen if they find out, fearing they might violently block them from meeting any new girls. Although Misaki acknowledges that this search is unfair to the three girls, he resolves that he must fulfill his duty as the best friend character, quickly pointing and telling Harada that they should head in a different direction. Their exploration takes them past the gym where Arashi is playing basketball surrounded by cheering girls, then past the science lab where Shurabe-senpai is working, and finally past the infirmary where Kazami-sensei is sound asleep on the couch. Standing by the infirmary, Misaki points out that the drunk teacher belongs to Harada's class and asks him to handle her, but they both quickly walk away while a sweating Kazami-sensei frantically begs them to wait. Walking down the hallway, Misaki silently reflects that if they cannot find anyone new, then there really won't be any new heroines. He thinks about how there was supposed to be a chance for Harada to fall in love with someone brand new this semester. As Misaki starts thinking about the person Harada truly loves, he suddenly notices that his heart is still pounding, desperately telling his feelings to stop right there. Suddenly, a girl's figure appears right in front of them in the hallway, catching both Misaki and Harada by surprise. The small girl proudly declares that they are the student council and warns that they will not tolerate anyone who violates the school rules, leaving a shocked Misaki to gasp in surprise. Misaki recognizes them as President Imari, who is cute on the outside but notoriously pushy on the inside, and Vice President Sendu, whom everyone fears due to her ruthlessly strict enforcement of school rules. Misaki wonders if these two are indeed the new heroines when Imari suddenly commands Harada to join the student council, while Sendu grabs his shoulder and tells him to show them his hidden power. Misaki eagerly notes to himself that things are finally unfolding exactly like a proper dating game, before stepping up to ask Imari what kind of rule violation Harada actually committed. Misaki points to Harada, but Imari furiously yells that Harada is not the problem and points her finger directly at Misaki instead. She demands to know why Misaki is wearing a boy's uniform, calling it a blatant violation of school rules. Imari declares that they will fix this issue immediately. A sweating Misaki desperately tries to explain that it is all a huge misunderstanding, but Sendu cuts him off by telling him there are absolutely no excuses. Imari commands Sendu to proceed, and Sendu swiftly complies with a quiet acknowledgement as loud sounds echo from the hallway. Misaki is left sitting on the floor crying in sheer embarrassment after they force him into a girl's school uniform. When a proud Imari declares the problem solved, a highly flustered Misaki screams back that she has only created a new problem because he is actually a boy. When Imari blankly questions if Misaki is a boy, Misaki shouts in frustration that he has no idea what she is talking about. Sendu calmly steps in to clarify that it doesn't actually matter whether he is a boy or a girl. Sendu explains that everyone must dress cutely regardless of their gender. While a startled Imari asks if such a rule exists, Sendu casually reveals that it is simply a law she made up herself, leaving Imari completely shocked. Sendu pats Imari on the head and praises her performance. A cheerful Imari proudly declares that she has protected the safety of the school, and notes how good it feels to do the right thing, while they walk away and leave a dejected Misaki sitting on the floor with Harada watching behind him. Misaki screams in absolute panic and disbelief, unable to process the fact that they literally just dressed him up like a girl and walked away. Misaki laments his luck as he sits on the floor in his skirt, crying that he fully expected a romantic event to trigger, but things turned out completely different. Misaki sighs that they weren't able to meet any new heroines, but insists he still needs to keep searching just in case there is a tiny probability of finding one. However, Harada flatly tells him that there is absolutely no need for that. Harada turns to him and firmly declares that no matter what other heroines might show up in their world, his own feelings will never change at all. Misaki is left completely speechless, blushing intensely as he processes Harada's determined words. Misaki frantically screams that this is absolutely no time to act so carefree, commanding Harada to do his best to make progress in the second semester, to which Harada cheerfully agrees. As they stand in the quiet hallway, Harada calmly reiterates that he will definitely win Misaki over. Misaki flusters and screams back that he has already told Harada multiple times that he is not a romanceable character. Blushing heavily and looking highly flustered, Sakurai welcomes the customers and asks if they would like a table for two. A coworker at the cafe teasingly asks Sakurai if the new arrivals are her classmates, noting that Sakurai was incredibly nervous. A highly embarrassed Sakurai quickly tells her to stop, while Misaki and Harada look on in surprise. Misaki reflects on how they came to the cafe named Blossom on this Sunday, which is the place where Sakurai works part-time. Misaki recalls how Sakurai stopped him earlier, and after learning they had no plans for Sunday, she nervously admitted she had a special request to ask of him. Sakurai earnestly explains that she wanted them to come to the cafe together because she recently learned how to cook in addition to serving customers. She humbly adds that she is still practicing, so it is not perfect yet. Shifting her gaze down, Sakurai shyly admits that she wants the very first person she cooks for to be Harada, taking a startled Misaki completely by surprise. Misaki gets highly motivated and enthusiastically promises to do whatever it takes to help her make it happen, prompting a deeply grateful Sakurai to thank him. Back in the present, Misaki sits at the cafe table with Harada and silently tells himself that he must make Sakurai's dream of cooking for Harada come true no matter what. However, he quickly notices a major issue. The cafe is incredibly busy and bustling with customers loudly calling for service. While Harada notes how lively the place is, Misaki quietly watches Sakurai run back and forth doing her absolute best. Sakurai brings them glasses of cold water, and when Harada notes how busy she looks, she nervously replies that the cafe is usually not this packed with customers. Sakurai regretfully explains that she won't have any time to cook for Harada at this rate, apologizing to Misaki for making them come all this way for nothing. Misaki reflects on how much Sakurai practiced and how much she was looking forward to this day. Making up his mind, he suddenly looks up and tells her that he will help her. Misaki confidently offers to temporarily stand in for her as a waitress so that she will have enough time to cook, making Sakurai squeal in absolute joy. The coworker, arms crossed, asks Misaki if he truly has the required resolve to stand in for Sakurai. Misaki firmly replies that he has the resolve and is willing to do absolutely anything to help her. The coworker grins deviously up close and suggests they begin dressing him up as a waitress, immediately leaving Misaki completely startled. Misaki is dressed in the frilly waitress uniform, blushing in deep embarrassment, while the coworker coos over how cute he looks. Though Misaki protests that he is a boy, she explains she already knows and writes a special name tag specifying his gender so customers won't get confused, which only leaves Misaki wishing she hadn't done that. Looking out at the busy dining area, Misaki tells himself that even though this is incredibly embarrassing, he will do his absolute best for Sakurai's sake and to secure Harada's happy ending. As the cafe door rings, the coworker tells Misaki that new customers have arrived and encourages him to do his best. A nervous Misaki welcomes them and asks how many are in their party, and a customer replies that they need a table for two. The customer's child suddenly points out in surprise that Misaki is actually a guy, prompting his mother to scold him for being rude. Misaki looks down in silent embarrassment while the child continues to stare in disbelief at his male name tag. Blushing intensely, Misaki nervously asks the customers if it is not okay for him to serve them, which immediately melts their hearts and leaves them completely mesmerized by his cuteness. The mother quickly reassures him that it is totally fine while Misaki is left standing in awkward silence. Misaki's extreme cuteness backfires as customers eagerly ask him for a smile. Another customer begs him to cast a magic spell on their food, forcing a deeply embarrassed Misaki to make heart hands and recite the classic maid catchphrase. The dining room becomes incredibly hectic as multiple customers wave their hands and shout to place their orders, keeping Misaki running frantically back and forth. Carrying a tray of water, a sweating Misaki realizes just how exhausting it is to work as a waitress. When a customer asks him for a photo, Harada immediately raises his hand and loudly refuses on his behalf, taking a startled Misaki completely by surprise. Back in the kitchen, Misaki desperately urges Sakurai to hurry up with the food. Squeezing a ketchup bottle with trembling hands, a sweating Sakurai silently thanks him for buying her some time. Sakurai finishes the dish, but the omelet rice ends up completely drenched in a messy, dripping pool of dark sauce. Sakurai nervously presents the dish to Harada. Looking down at the plate, Harada bluntly asks if it is some kind of blood from hell, prompting a panicked Sakurai to stammer that she was so nervous her hand accidentally slipped. Blushing in frustration, Sakurai crosses her arms and crossly tells him to stop complaining and just try it. Harada quietly takes a bite of the food and falls completely silent. Harada quietly notes that the food is actually delicious, making a heavily blushing Sakurai look up in pure joy. Harada casually adds that it is delicious, despite looking exactly like a gruesome murder scene, prompting a flustered Sakurai to huff that he didn't need to say that last part. Sakurai reflects that her cooking still doesn't compare to her manager's and resolves to practice much more. Taking another bite, Harada warmly tells her that being a waitress is tough and cooking is even harder, praising her for being absolutely amazing. Genuinely moved by his kind praise, a heavily blushing Sakurai holds her hands together and shyly begins to thank him for eating her food. Watching them from the side, Misaki imagines a beautiful romantic scenario where Sakurai happily confesses her love to Harada under the blooming cherry blossom trees. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Sakurai suddenly squeals that she couldn't bring herself to say it and covers her face, leaving a confused Harada to stare at her. Misaki watches them from the doorway, completely exasperated by her sudden retreat. Watching the scene, the coworker wipes away happy tears, sobbing about how glad she is, because Sakurai practiced so incredibly hard for this moment, which Misaki quietly agrees with. The coworker looks at Misaki and warmly notes that this successful moment is all thanks to his hard work in standing in for Sakurai. Misaki proudly replies that it succeeded because Sakurai did her absolute best. Suddenly, the cafe door rings again as a new customer welcomes themselves inside. The cafe suddenly becomes extremely crowded as a massive rush of male customers enters. Watching the group of bandana-wearing men walk in, a bewildered Misaki and Harada wonder why there are suddenly so many people arriving. The new customers explain that they rushed over to the cafe after hearing a rumor about a cute guy working there as a waitress. An incredibly embarrassed Misaki blushes as he welcomes them, while the others realize that the customers are indeed talking about him. Misaki is completely overwhelmed, frantically wondering what he should do with so many customers. Seeing their distress, Arashi suddenly steps up and offers to help out too, taking everyone by surprise. Harada is extremely grateful for Arashi's offer to help. Meanwhile, the coworker and Sakurai praise Arashi as a great help, noting that this is a great opportunity for him to practice making his own dishes. Harada tells Arashi to get changed immediately, to which Arashi calmly agrees. Watching Arashi walk off to change, a horrified Misaki and the coworker sweat in disbelief as they realize that Arashi is about to dress up in a waitress uniform as well. Arashi prepares to reveal his new waitress attire as the frilly uniform and headband are readied. Arashi steps out wearing a classic long-sleeved maid dress, calmly asking if it fits him. Meanwhile, an incredibly flustered Misaki and the coworker stare in sheer shock at how well the outfit actually suits him. Arashi stands before an elderly couple in the cafe, welcoming them as they remark on how adorable he looks and ask if he is the rumored cross-dressing boy. Outside on the street, passing crowds notice how busy the cafe is, wondering what kind of shop it has become. Harada reflects on how standard it is to see a normal maid working in a maid cafe. Harada then smiles as he compares it to the unique appeal of having a femboy maid working in a maid cafe. Back in the classroom, Harada suddenly asks Misaki how he can become a girl. This shocking question leaves Misaki completely speechless, while the girls in the background listen in absolute disbelief. As the girls sweat in pure panic over the request, Harada thoughtfully muses that Shurabe-senpai would likely know how to help. He then commands a frantic Misaki to come along, heading out the classroom door, while Misaki desperately begs him to wait. Inside the lab, Shurabe-senpai looks tiredly at them and flatly states that he does not have any scientific tools capable of turning someone into a girl. Despite the refusal, Harada desperately begs Shurabe-senpai to invent a tool that can turn him into a girl anyway. When Shurabe-senpai dryly points out that he is not a certain blue robotic cat, a panicked Misaki interjects to try and stop the absurd conversation. Misaki demands to know why Harada suddenly wants to become a girl, pointing out how much it would shock everyone. Harada explains that after helping out Sakurai at the cafe the other day, he suddenly came to a major realization. Harada bluntly explains that if he becomes a girl, there is a possibility that he can finally romance Misaki, since Misaki is a guy. While a flustered Misaki groans in realization, Shurabe-senpai suddenly speaks up, declaring that in that case, he has just the right thing for them. Shurabe-senpai proudly presents a portable device, revealing that he has created an automne game where Harada is the main character. A highly bewildered Misaki can only ask why on earth he would create such a game. While Misaki sweat drops and questions the purpose behind making an automne game featuring them, Harada is eager to see how it works. Shurabe-senpai prompts them to give it a try, and Harada boots up the game screen. The game starts with a girl named Herko walking past cherry blossoms on her first day of high school, expressing her excitement for a fateful encounter. Watching the screen, Harada wonders if this is supposed to be him, while Misaki notes that this is indeed what Harada would look like as a girl. In the game, Herko immediately makes friends with 3 extremely handsome boys in her class who seem to sparkle with charm. Misaki notes that they shine a lot and comments that this is indeed the standard setup for an automne game. When Herko prepares to go on a date with Sakurai-kun, she wears a sweater that has a giant heart printed on it. Sakurai-kun reacts with silent disappointment to her choice of attire, causing her dating stats to immediately drop. Seeing the bad reaction, Harada and Misaki wonder if they did something wrong already, since they haven't made any choices. Shurabe's senpai steps in to explain that the issue is a total lack of outfit coordination, taking a surprised Misaki aback. Shurabe's senpai passionately explains that in an autumn game, every character has specific clothing preferences you must fulfill, meaning players must choose their date outfits very carefully. While Harada notes that gal games never had such complicated systems, Shurabe's senpai furiously shouts that guys are far too naive when it comes to romance. Shurabe's senpai lectures them intensely, declaring that real relationships require genuine effort, like styling oneself, studying the other person's tastes, and trying to match their expectations. He warns them that expecting someone to like them without putting in any effort is incredibly naive. Shurabe's senpai fiercely shouts that anyone who makes no effort to change themselves has absolutely no right to fall in love. Gripping his controller nervously, Harada sweats while Misaki remarks on how intense the argument is. Harada admits that Shurabe's senpai is right and that he didn't take the game seriously enough. Looking back at the clothing options, he wonders if his date would like floral patterns, noting they are popular. Shurabe's senpai reminds him to dress correctly for the seasons and points out that there are many factors to consider. Gripping his controller with renewed determination, Harada states that the outfit should be better now and confidently declares that it is time for revenge. In the game, the dates brutally reject the new outfit. One asks Herko to walk further away out of embarrassment, another asks if she even owns a mirror, and the third sarcastically comments that her unique fashion sense might become popular 1,000 years from now. Looking completely dejected, Harada admits that he does not understand what it is like to be a girl at all. Misaki adds that the boy's words were far too harsh, pointing out that even the in-game Herko is crying as she sniffles about trying her best to look stylish. In the game, the final exam results come back with failing grades in every single subject, devastating the in-game character. Watching the screen, Harada despairs that he even worked a part-time job just to afford those date clothes, while Misaki notes that Harada is starting to synchronize far too closely with his in-game avatar. Herko looks up, noticing that the other person does not look happy at all. In the game, Misaki-kun asks Herko if things are not going well with the other boys, prompting her to sadly look down as Misaki-kun encourages her to keep trying. Watching the game, Harada suddenly realizes he almost lost sight of his original goal, remembering that he only started playing this game because he wanted to romance Misaki. Determined to win Misaki over, Herko undergoes rigorous academic and physical training, working tirelessly to improve her stats for his sake. Finally, on graduation day, Misaki-kun nervously stops Herko and asks her if she will wait for him after the ceremony, because there is something he really wants to tell her, causing Harada to excitedly realize the confession event has finally arrived. As the in-game Misaki blushes deeply, Harada joyfully celebrates that this is definitely a confession and that he can finally romance Misaki. Meeting under the cherry blossoms, Herko asks Misaki-kun what it is that he wanted to tell her. With a sudden burst of embarrassment, Misaki-kun tears open her shirt to reveal chest bindings and confesses that she is actually a girl who has been hiding her true identity, asking if they can still be best friends as girls from now on. The sudden twist leaves both Harada and Misaki completely frozen in speechless shock. In the game, Misaki-kun is completely shocked when Herko tries to romance her, explaining that it is impossible because she is a girl and players can only date guys in this game, triggering an immediate bad end on the television screen. Harada and Misaki are left completely devastated, with Harada screaming in disbelief that they hit a sudden bad ending out of nowhere. Harada loudly questions if such an ending is even allowed to exist, just because Misaki was actually a girl, while Misaki points out that since everyone's gender had changed in this world, it really shouldn't have been that big of a surprise. Harada complains to Shurabe's senpai that the game was far too cruel after he tried his best, but a fierce Shurabe's senpai snaps back that Harada is far too naive, declaring that simply putting in effort does not guarantee that his feelings will be reciprocated. Harada sighs that while the senpai is correct, the game at least let him dream for a little bit, while Misaki laughs and adds that it was a fun way to pass the time anyway. Shurabe's senpai remarks that Harada is incredibly interesting, pointing out how he ignores the actual heroines to chase after an unobtainable best friend failed to use a wish-granting UFO properly, and now wants to become a girl. Shurabe's senpai casually suggests that Harada should try cross-dressing again, musing that it might finally awaken him to something new. While Misaki watches them in silent suspense, Harada flatly declines the offer, stating that he has had quite enough of dressing himself up. When Shurabe's senpai claims that Misaki will be disappointed by this decision, a highly flustered Misaki immediately blushes and stammers that he does not care about Harada's cross-dressing at all. As Shurabe's senpai tells Misaki that he does not need to act so embarrassed, Misaki can only stutter in protest as he recalls his own cross-dressing experience. Both Harada and Misaki stand dressed as maids, with Misaki blushing deeply as Harada fidgets with his skirt, casually commenting on how weird it feels to have the cool air passing through it. Holding up his skirt, Harada asks Misaki if he is at least a little bit cute. Misaki is left staring at him in complete silence. Misaki desperately tells himself that Harada is not cute at all, that he doesn't look like a girl, and that the outfit doesn't fit him whatsoever. But even so, he cannot figure out why his heart is beating so rapidly. Misaki frantically insists that this must be some kind of mistake because of the situation. Misaki reasons that any guy who gets happy seeing his childhood best friend of 10 years cross-dressing for the first time is actually a bit of a pervert. Harada cheerfully agrees with Misaki's logic, leaving Shurabe's senpai completely bewildered as the cross-dressing problem is finally resolved. Meanwhile, the three heroines are going through a minor crisis of their own, realizing that with Harada trying to become a girl, they might have to become guys instead to win him over. Back in the classroom, the teacher announces that there is only 1 month left until the Autumn Choir Festival, emphasizing that it is a rare event occurring only once every 3 years, and asking anyone who can play the piano to raise their hand. When no one raises their hand, the students look around anxiously, wondering if there really is no one in their class capable of playing the piano. One of the students suddenly speaks up and asks Fujimiya if she used to play the piano, recalling that she was the one who played it back in elementary school. Fujimiya hesitantly admits that is true, but quickly points out that she hasn't touched a piano ever since then. Despite her hesitation, the classmates enthusiastically cheer her on and declare that everyone can trust her, prompting a grateful Fujimiya to agree to do it. The classroom erupts into cheers as the students vow to give it their all to win the festival, counting on Fujimiya as the school bell rings. Walking home after school, Misaki sighs that his own singing isn't very good, before admitting that he is also a bit worried about Fujimiya. Misaki reflects that Fujimiya is a highly responsible person who never cuts corners in her work, making him wonder if it is truly okay to entrust such a heavy role to her. At the front gate, Misaki waves goodbye to Harada and heads on his way. Sometime later, the sound of a piano echoes beautifully throughout the empty hallways from the school music room. As the music suddenly stops, Fujimiya calls out that she knows Misaki is standing right outside the door, taking a sweating Misaki completely by surprise. Misaki slides the door open and sheepishly apologizes, explaining that he didn't mean to eavesdrop on her practicing. Fujimiya looks at Misaki and asks him what he thought of her performance, prompting a hesitant Misaki to note that she claimed she had not touched the piano since elementary school. Fujimiya suddenly collapses onto the piano in a panic, admitting she actually cannot play well at all and explaining that even in elementary school, she only took the role because there was absolutely no one else to do it. Fujimiya insists that she has to do it since she accepted the role, telling Misaki not to worry because the teacher is letting her practice as much as she wants until she is satisfied, which Misaki feels is far too much pressure on her. Misaki points out that Fujimiya is trying to carry the entire burden on her own and reassures her that she does not have to face this responsibility alone, but a highly distressed Fujimiya cries out that it is simply not possible for her. Fujimiya fiercely yells that she is not a cute or sweet girl like Sakurai-san or Yamabuki-san, leaving Misaki completely bewildered as to why she is comparing herself to those two. Blushing and sweating in silent frustration, Fujimiya weakly mutters that she is completely different from the other girls. Staring down at the piano keys, Fujimiya laments that she is far from perfect, calling her own personality incredibly boring and describing herself as completely empty and hollow compared to everyone else. Fujimiya tearfully confesses her deep fear that at this rate, Kahara will never choose her at all. Misaki gently assures Fujimiya that she possesses her own unique charm, just like the other heroines, but Fujimiya cuts him off and begins to play again, declaring that she cannot show him any more of her shameful side. Fujimiya fiercely resolves that a girl who gives up easily is unworthy of Chara, declaring that she must push through no matter what because she wants to show him her best side, even if only by a little bit. Misaki quietly watches Fujimiya play, deeply moved by her dedication. Misaki realizes that this choir festival is not just a school event for Fujimiya, but a crucial opportunity for her to become Harita's heroine, concluding that he now fully understands her motivation. Misaki tells Fujimiya that he will not stop her if that is her decision, but asks if he can stay and watch over her, because he is worried about her practicing too late into the evening. Misaki warmly adds that as the best friend character he wants to stand by her side and watch all of her hard work pay off in the end. Fujimiya softly agrees, but asks Misaki to promise her one thing, which is to keep her late-night practice sessions a complete secret from Harita. True to his word, Misaki stays by Fujimiya's side in the music room day after day, listening to her play, and keeping her company late into the night despite how exhausted he becomes. From outside the school window, the beautiful piano notes continue to drift out into the autumn air evening after evening. Misaki happily praises Fujimiya for her amazing progress, noting that her notes are becoming incredibly clear, and should be more than enough to impress everyone, which Fujimiya softly agrees with. Despite the praise, Fujimiya is gripped by a sudden wave of intense anxiety, sweating as she worries that her playing is still not perfect, and that Chara will lose interest in her at this rate. Misaki looks at her with deep sympathy, gently telling her that, while he knows she is doing all of this solely for Harita's sake, he is absolutely certain of her success. Fujimiya blushes softly and agrees that Misaki is right. The day of the choir festival finally arrives. On stage, the entire class stands in rows singing, while Fujimiya beautifully plays the accompaniment on the grand piano under the spotlight. Misaki watches from the wings with a proud smile as Fujimiya plays with absolute grace and confidence. The audience waits in breathless anticipation as the announcer prepares to declare the winner of this year's Keigetsu Choir Festival. The announcer declares Class 2 as the winner, sending Fujimiya's classmates into a wild celebration as they cheer and thank her for her incredible performance. Fujimiya wears a radiant, happy smile as she stands surrounded by her classmates while Misaki quietly watches her from a distance. Misaki smiles softly to himself, feeling incredibly happy that all of her hard work paid off. After the festival, Fujimiya returns to the quiet music room to carefully clean and wipe down the piano. The door slides open and Harita walks in, surprising Fujimiya as she gasps and asks why he is there. Harita explains that Misaki called him to the music room asking Fujimiya if she needs any help cleaning up, but she replies that she has just finished. Harita praises Fujimiya for a job well done, telling her that it is entirely thanks to her that their class was able to win this year, prompting a silent, blushing Fujimiya to softly call out his name. Turning back to the piano, Fujimiya confesses the truth, admitting that she accepted the role even though she did not know how to play the piano at all. She explains how incredibly hard she worked, practicing endlessly until she finally got it right, but confesses that she wasn't practicing for the sake of the class, but rather for her own selfish sake, so she could find the courage to stand on stage. Clenching her fists, she confesses that she tried as hard as she possibly could simply because she wanted Harita to listen to her play. She admits that she is still terrified right now because she is showing her empty and selfish side to him, but she wanted to be honest. Recalling Misaki's words of encouragement, she remembers him telling her that Harita is not the type of person to lose interest in her just because she isn't perfect, and that she should show her true self without hiding anything. Harita quietly processes her confession, explaining that when he saw her performance, he knew she had been working incredibly hard behind the scenes, and that was exactly why her music was so beautiful. Harita reassures her, explaining that her performance wasn't great just because she could play the piano, but because she worked so tirelessly to achieve the goal she wanted. Back in the gym, the classmates tease each other about being motivated for tomorrow's final practice, laughing about how seriously everyone is taking it as they prepare for the end of the festival. Misaki recalls how his classmates admitted they were bad at singing, but still wanted to try their best and give it their all, which is exactly what he thought of when he saw Fujimiya playing. Misaki notes that because Fujimiya played the piano so seriously, it would have been highly embarrassing for the rest of them if they could not match her level of effort. Harita points out that even though Fujimiya claimed she was doing it for her own sake, and urged everyone to aim for victory that is not actually true. Harada looks at Fujimiya and declares that her serious performance changed everyone's mind, adding that the main reason their class won is definitely because of her. Standing together by the piano, Harada tells Fujimiya that even if she has not noticed it herself, her strength is always helping someone else. Harada finishes by thanking Fujimiya for the great performance, leaving her blushing with a tear of gratitude in her eyes. Fujimiya wipes away her tears and admits she is glad she tried her best, after which Harada suggests they walk home together since it is late, catching her by surprise. As Harada invites Misaki to join them, as well, a startled Tsubomi is caught eavesdropping by the doorway, causing her to panic and tearfully promise Fujimiya that she will definitely not get in the way. Fujimiya leans in close and whispers a soft thank you to Tsubomi for watching over her. Fujimiya smiles at Tsubomi and admits that she is actually a little bit annoyed about the situation. Fujimiya clarifies that she is annoyed that Tsubomi is Harada's #1 favorite, but she firmly resolves that she will not give up easily and will not stand in Tsubomi's way. Meanwhile, President Imari calls the regular student council meeting to order. The members of the student council gather around the tables in their room to begin the session. Vice President Sendu tells them to begin, while Shino and Kobni nervously brace themselves. Imari proudly announces that today's topic is stopping impure socializing between the opposite sex, declaring that discipline has been on a decline, and that the student council must correct this behavior. Imari turns to Sendu and asks what measures they should take. Sendu calmly suggests expelling all of the male students, which immediately terrifies Shino. Shino pleads that the male students are already struggling to survive and should not be expelled, prompting Sendu to agree to make an exception for boys who dress cutely to her preference, which Shino quickly begs her not to do. Kobni speaks up against the idea, pointing out that expelling all the boys would turn their school into an all-girls high school, and that she is against it because a school with no boys would be completely boring. Sendu notes how popular Kobni is, as Kobni smugly brags that giving people just a little attention makes them fawn over her and shower her with money and gifts. Sendu immediately points out that Kobni is the actual source of the problem and claims she should not be trusted this much. A panicked Imari cries out that the school will collapse if this behavior continues. Meanwhile, the council members casually propose extreme new policies like forcing all students to wear skirts, turning them into servants, and executing anyone who dares to disagree. Shino nervously tries to calm everyone down by suggesting that things are not actually bad enough to require immediate intervention, but Sendu firmly interjects that rumors she heard indicate otherwise. Sendu's shocking reports about a guy who is supposedly fooling around with multiple girls while they are dressed up in maid outfits, catching everyone completely by surprise. Imari furiously pumps her fist and declares that this situation is completely outrageous, vowing that the student council must step in immediately to protect the female students from his evil clutches. Sendu asks for Harada's name to identify him for the student council, reminding everyone that the school trip is happening very soon. Misaki confidently presents Harada with a meticulously planned schedule for the trip, feeling highly pleased with his own work while Tsubomi watches them. Misaki explains that the 4-day school trip is the perfect opportunity for Harada to make progress with the heroines, but Tsubomi suddenly interrupts to ask if they have chosen their group yet. Encouraged by Tsubomi, a highly nervous Sakurai approaches Harada to ask him to group up with her, while Misaki silently cheers her on. Just as Sakurai is about to ask, a student council member suddenly slides the classroom door open and declares that she senses impure socialization. The student council member quickly carries a protesting Sakurai away on her shoulders, leaving a panicked Misaki to scream in confusion. Fujimiya steps up next to ask Harada about their group, but Tsubomi suddenly splashes a bucket of water over everyone and claims her hand slipped. Yamabuki then tries to invite Harada to group up, but Kobni immediately intervenes by shooting Harada directly in the face with a water gun. Both Harada and Misaki are left standing in the hallway, completely drenched as water drips off them in silence. A frustrated Misaki vents about why they keep getting interrupted and decides they should just wait to ask the heroines about grouping up tomorrow instead. The student council suddenly blocks their path in the hallway, and when Misaki demands to know what they did to Sakurai, they assure him she has already been released. Imari points directly at Harada and declares that he is the one who needs supervision, prompting Misaki to defensively ask what she is talking about. Imari firmly states that the student council will not tolerate any impure opposite-sex socialization, leaving Misaki completely shocked. Imari claims she heard rumors of Harada hitting on girls without restraint, forcing a panicked Misaki to wave his hands and argue that it is a misunderstanding. Misaki nervously explains that while it looks like Harada is flirting with multiple girls, he will eventually focus on just one girl and win her over before graduation. Misaki suddenly freezes in realization as he suspects his own explanation actually makes the situation sound incredibly bad. Sendu points out that Misaki is defending Harada far too much, suspiciously asking if Misaki is actually the one Harada is pursuing. Misaki loudly denies the accusation by stating he is just the male best friend, blurting out that they cannot interfere because the entire world will reset if Harada fails to choose a heroine before graduation. Misaki passionately declares that his role is to help Harada achieve a happy ending for the sake of the world, while Imari quietly listens. Despite his explanation, Imari fiercely rejects his plea and yells that she will not let him do that because the student council's duty is to maintain order at the school. Misaki is left in absolute shock and panic by the student council's aggressive declaration. Imari challenges Misaki, directly declaring that since their beliefs differ, they have no choice but to fight, warning that the student council will stop Harada from approaching any girls, even during the school trip. The other student council members chime in to support their president, with Sendu stating that persuasion is useless, Shino noting that Imari never backs down, and Kobni telling Misaki to just give up. Imari firmly orders them not to cause any trouble on the trip, leading an exasperated Misaki to yell that the student council is an incredibly troublesome bunch. Harada wonders how much he has to pay to remove Misaki's non-romanceable barrier, musing if he can slip through by running at Misaki at full force, while Misaki tells him to stop trying to exploit bugs. Harada decides to test his theory and charges forward, crashing directly into a startled Misaki with a massive impact. The two slowly pick themselves up from the ground, only to look at their hands and bodies in shock as they realize something is terribly wrong. Misaki and Harada realize in sheer panic that the collision has triggered a body swap bug, leaving their souls trapped in each other's bodies. While Harada mutters that he never expected such a bug to happen, a panicked Misaki demands to know what they are going to do about their swapped bodies. Misaki hopes that things will return to normal after some time, but when the school bell rings, Harada warns that they need to head back to class immediately to avoid further trouble. After escaping their teacher's anger for nearly ditching Harada, nervously pleads with Misaki not to do anything weird with his body while they are swapped. While Harada thinks weird things consist of breakdancing or eating giant bowls of ramen, a terrified Misaki imagines Harada dressing his body in various frilly outfits and maid dresses. Misaki furiously blushes and shouts that he would never do anything so shameless to Harada's body, which takes a surprised Harada aback. Misaki tells Harada that they must act completely normal to prevent anyone from finding out, prompting Harada to tease him about how strange it feels to hear sensible advice coming from his own face. Back in the classroom, Sakurai senses a strange change in their atmosphere, while Fujimiya notes that Kahara seems much cuter than usual today, forcing a sweating Misaki to insist he is always like this. Meanwhile, the other girls bluntly remark that Misaki seems much dumber and more stupid than usual, and Yamabuki points out that his smell is completely different, asking if he smells like a wild animal. Misaki fervently hopes they turn back to normal soon, while Harada begins to sniff his own sleeve to check the smell, prompting an embarrassed Misaki to command him to stop sniffing. As the narration explains that the body swap was caused by Harada failing to pass through the barrier, Misaki thoughtfully wonders if their bodies will eventually return to normal on their own, just like their past locker incident. Misaki worries about what will happen if they do not change back, wondering if he will be forced to win over the heroines as Harada, or if Harada will have to win them over while posing as Misaki. Misaki, who is currently in Harada's body, anxiously realizes that they need to resolve the body swap quickly, since the heroines are already suspicious of them. His train of thought is suddenly cut short when he hears someone off-screen gushing about how cute someone is, making him wonder what is happening. Looking over, Misaki screams in absolute horror as he demands to know what Harada is doing with his body. In the center of the classroom, Harada, who is currently inhabiting Misaki's body, stands sweating in a wig and schoolgirl uniform, while the surrounding girls fawn over how adorable he looks. An angry Misaki furiously lectures Harada, and demands that he stop doing weird things with his body while a tearful Harada desperately apologizes. Showing Harada's perspective of the incident, the girls had cornered and forced him to put on the outfit, leaving him with absolutely no choice but to comply. Harada proudly reassures Misaki not to worry because he is wearing pants underneath his skirt, but a highly exasperated Misaki retorts that his undergarments are not the problem and tells him to just look at himself. To prove his point, Harada lifts his skirt to show Misaki the gym shorts he is wearing underneath, leaving Misaki to stare at him in complete deadpan silence. Misaki is left blushing and sweating in pure overwhelming embarrassment at his childhood friend's shameless display. Losing his temper, Misaki furiously lunges forward and demands that they change back immediately, resulting in the two crashing into each other with a loud impact that takes Harada completely by surprise. The second collision successfully triggers the body swap bug once again. Picking himself up, Harada looks down at Misaki and calls his name, worriedly asking if he is okay now that they are back in their own bodies. Still dazed from the impact and wearing the leftover wig, Misaki slowly sits up on the floor and looks at his hands in confusion, wondering if the swap actually worked. Realizing they are finally back to normal, both boys sit on the classroom floor and joyfully celebrate that they have successfully returned to their original bodies. While the swap is instantly resolved, Harada admits that he wishes he could have enjoyed being in Misaki's body a little longer, prompting a highly embarrassed and sweating Misaki to beg him not to phrase it so weirdly. The first day of the high school trip finally arrives. Standing before a grand 5-story pagoda in Kyoto, Tsubomi excitedly calls out to Harada, asking him if the traditional scenery doesn't look absolutely amazing. Walking ahead along a path lined with red gates, Tsubomi happily urges a lagging Harada to hurry up. She warmly turns around and asks if he remembers when they watched movies together a long time ago, smiling as she notes how pretty the scenery is and how it feels like they are in another world. Holding up his camera, Harada tells Misaki to stand right there and look over at him so he can take a picture. Tsubomi flashes a peace sign and says cheese as the camera shutter clicks. Harada praises the photograph as a nice shot, while a heavily blushing Tsubomi laments that she got carried away and realizes that this is no time for fun since they somehow managed to get into the same group as Sakurai and the others. Misaki reflects that because they are doing group activities on the first day, it is difficult to spend individual time with the heroines. Meanwhile, Tsubomi enthusiastically tells the other girls that what matters most is what they will do starting tomorrow. A worried Misaki sweats as he recalls the student council's strict ban on any impure socialization. He watches the student council members walking nearby, noting that they are busy helping out today, but will almost certainly make their move tomorrow. As the group is told to head back to the inn and stay together, Misaki looks ahead in deep worry, anxiously wondering what will happen next. Later that evening at the traditional Japanese ryokan, a relaxed Misaki sits on the floor and sighs that he is completely full, while Harada happily notes how delicious the dinner was. In the background, two of their male classmates sit on chairs with their hearts beating rapidly, nervously wondering when their class will enter the bath, and sweating over the fact that they are sharing a room and sleeping next to Misaki. Misaki hesitantly asks Harada if they are really going to the men's bath with everyone else, which Harada finds completely natural. Nearby, a shadowed and sweating classmate asks in sheer disbelief if Misaki is actually going in with them, to which another classmate shouts in panic that it is obviously the case. Harada nervously imagines a feminine Misaki soaking in the hot spring water and immediately realizes how dangerous it would be for Misaki to join the men's bath. As the other male classmates anxiously watch and wonder if Misaki is really going to enter the communal bath, Harada decides that it absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. Before Misaki can make a decision, a supervisor suddenly slides the door open and flatly informs him that he will be assigned to a private bath, catching a highly startled Misaki completely off guard. When Misaki demands to know why he is being singled out, the supervisor calmly explains that allowing him into the regular baths would cause massive trouble and panic among the guests. Hearing this, a sweating Misaki can only back down and reluctantly agree with her logic. As Misaki is guided away, the other male classmates cry out in frustration, with some calling the separation pure tyranny, while others warn him that the men's bath is far too dangerous. Misaki mutters in annoyance that he is still a guy, while a relieved Harada watches him leave, realizing his relief is much stronger than his disappointment. Soaking alone in the beautiful outdoor hot spring, Misaki sighs and admits to himself that he still does not fully agree with being separated from the others. However, as he pours the warm water over himself with a wooden bucket, he realizes that having a luxurious open-air bath completely to himself is actually a wonderful experience. While Misaki happily relaxes in the warm water and thinks about how good it feels, Kobni steps inside and notes that the bathhouse is surprisingly large. A worried Shino tells Kobni that she should not run inside the bathhouse, but Kobni casually dismisses her concern, pointing out that it is a private bath anyway. Wrapped in towels, Kobni and Shino walk out into the outdoor hot spring area and spot Misaki, who looks back in complete surprise as Kobni lets out a puzzled sound. Walking closer, Kobni points at Misaki with a mischievous grin and joyfully declares that she has finally found the rumored best friend character. A completely stunned and panicked Misaki is left screaming in utter shock, frantically wondering why there are girls entering his private bath. With a loud splash, Kobni jumps right into the hot spring water while noting how spacious the bath is. While Shino stands hesitantly at the edge, Misaki is left completely shocked by Kobni's sudden entry. Kobni casually introduces herself and Shino to Misaki, telling him that they should try to get along. However, a highly exasperated Misaki is too flustered by the situation to relax, asking why she is acting like this is completely normal. Kobni explains that they received the private bath as a reward for helping the student council, teasingly suggesting they deepen their friendship. Misaki loudly objects to the idea, arguing that it is completely inappropriate for a guy and girls to the same bath. Kobni moves closer to Misaki and playfully asks if his heart is pounding, teasing him about how cute he looks. While Misaki gets extremely flustered, Shino nervously warns Kobni that she should not tease him so much. Getting even closer, Kobni curiously asks Misaki if he is actually a boy, pointing out that he looks exactly like a girl. Misaki can only stammer in embarrassment as he tries to distance himself from her. Kobni continues to inspect Misaki, noting his slender frame and smooth skin. As Kobni wonders what he would look like if he truly were a boy, Misaki awkwardly covers himself in pure embarrassment. Kobni suddenly demands that Misaki show her some proof of his gender. This shocking request leaves Misaki in a complete panic as he frantically asks what she means by that. Before anything else can happen, Misaki suddenly collapses and slips under the water with a massive splash. Kobni and Shino are left standing in the pool, staring in complete silence and shock at the empty spot where he was soaking. Under the night sky, Shino panics and blames Kobni for the incident. Kobni casually apologizes, admitting that she might have gone a little too far with her teasing. Sometime later, Misaki slowly regains consciousness in the dressing room, groaning as he sits up on a bench. Seeing him wake up, Kobni and Shino welcome him back and note that he is finally awake. Misaki rubs his head in confusion, remembering that he was just soaking in the hot spring before everything went blank. Behind him, Shino nervously wonders if Misaki has lost his memories of what happened. Shino quickly invents a lie, telling Misaki that he simply passed out in the dressing room due to the heat of the hot spring. A regretful Kobni apologizes for the trouble, and a dizzy Misaki quietly accepts their explanation. Still feeling slightly lightheaded, Misaki bids them goodbye and slowly walks out of the dressing room while Kobni and Shino watch him leave. Once Misaki is gone, Kobni mutters that she should have checked his gender while he was unconscious. Shino quickly calls her out, telling her that doing something like that would make her a complete pervert. Walking down the quiet hallway in his yukata, Misaki sighs over the fact that he managed to faint even during a school trip, telling himself that he needs to be much more careful. Misaki tries to recall the events before he fainted, wondering if he was talking to someone or if it was just his imagination. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from a nearby doorway and pulls him inside with a loud clack. Dragged into the dark room, Misaki frantically asks who is there, only to hear a quiet voice urging him to be quiet. The person turns out to be Yamabuki, who happily greets him by her first name, Mei. Misaki is left completely startled to find her holding onto his hair. Mei happily welcomes him to join her Sakurai and Tsubomi inside the room. Since it is already late at night, Mei excitedly proposes that they all have a night of girl talk together. Misaki's sweat drops and awkwardly points out that he shouldn't be here if they are having girl talk. Misaki nervously wonders if staying with the girls is truly a good idea, though he reasons that it might provide a valuable clue to help Harada win over the heroines. Misaki relents and agrees to stay in the room with them for a little while, which causes the girls to celebrate in excitement. As night falls over, the quiet in the group settles in and prepares to begin their discussion by talking about love. Meanwhile, Harada relaxes in the hot spring while their male classmates wash up nearby, whispering to each other about how they wish they could have done the bath with Misaki instead. Back in the boys' room, the male classmates nervously fret over sharing a sleeping space with Misaki. They quietly imagine how nice it would be to have a futon next to him, and worry that they will not be able to sleep tonight, desperately trying to calm themselves down by reasoning that there should be no problem since they are all guys. Meanwhile, during their girl talk, Tsubomi asks the others what they are looking forward to the most on the school trip. She admits that she wants to visit the matchmaking shrine to find out if the rumor about it is actually true. Sakurai shyly says her own plans, explaining that she wants to take her time touring the ancient capital and eating delicious food while walking around in a nice kimono. Mei happily chimes in that she definitely wants to go to Romance Land, noting that it will be her first time visiting an amusement park, and she wants to experience all of the attractions. Mei then brings up an urban legend about the amusement park, explaining that if two people manage to kiss secretly without anyone noticing, they will be together forever. This sudden romantic revelation leaves Tsubomi and Sakurai completely shocked. Tsubomi stammers about the idea of a secret kiss, admitting that it sounds really hard to do. Mei wonders if a blown kiss would count instead, but Misaki bluntly tells her that it probably would not work. Watching the girls chat, Misaki notes that everyone is looking forward to the next day. He reflects that the trip is meant to create happy memories for Harada and his chosen heroine, strengthening his own resolve to do his best to support them. The room door suddenly slides open as their teacher barges in, demanding to know why they are not asleep yet. Carrying a large bottle of alcohol, she drunkenly laughs and decides to join their party, sending Misaki into a panic. Before anyone can react, the intoxicated teacher immediately collapses face first onto the floor. While Misaki panics over the unconscious teacher, a calm Mei assures everyone not to worry and volunteers to handle the situation. Mei and Tsubomi work together to lift the sleeping teacher off the floor, with Mei instructing Tsubomi to grab her legs. Sakurai tells Misaki to leave the rest of the cleanup to them and bids him good night, which a bewildered Misaki awkwardly accepts. Walking down the hallway in his yukata, Misaki sighs to himself that a lot of trouble happened on the first day of the school trip. Harada spots him and asks why he is in such a hurry, prompting a startled Misaki to explain that he ran into some difficulties. Misaki deadpans that on school trips, it is usually the protagonist's role to sneak into the girl's room. He decides that they will simply have to try harder tomorrow. The second day of the school trip begins. At a scenic temple, Sakurai spots a love fortune stand and suggests trying it, which Yamabuki and Tsubomi enthusiastically agree to do while Harada and Misaki watch them. Misaki explains to Harada that this is a famous matchmaking shrine, wondering if the rumors about its absolute accuracy are true. Tsubomi draws a fortune slip, warning that she will fail if she remains stubborn and dishonest, while Sakurai draws one stating that her loyalty does not guarantee her feelings will be returned. Tsubomi and Sakurai anxiously dismiss their fortunes as nonsense before turning to ask Yamabuki what her slip says. Yamabuki reveals that her fortune predicts a safe delivery for mother and child, prompting Misaki to note that non-romantic fortunes are mixed in before the girls decide to go pray instead. The group gathers in front of the shrine to offer their prayers together. Misaki notices how seriously everyone is praying, wondering what Harada is wishing for. Harada silently prays for his usual wish, which is to romance Misaki and have him become a heroine while remaining a boy. Misaki begins his own prayer, reflecting on what he should wish for. Misaki wishes for everyone to have a fun memory of the school trip and hopes that Harada can deepen his relationship with the heroines. Misaki continues praying, declaring that he will do anything to ensure Harada gets a happy ending and pleading with any god to grant this wish. Misaki concludes his prayer with the quiet hope that his wish will be granted. Yamabuki asks Misaki what he wished for, making him fluster as the other girls discuss whether their own wishes will come true. Tsubomi wonders where Kahara is, and Yamabuki replies that he went to use the restroom. Misaki checks his notebook for their next scheduled stop as they prepare to leave. Misaki outlines their travel schedule and lunch options in detail, earning praise from Yamabuki and Sakurai for his reliability. Misaki proudly tells them to leave the schedule to him, since he has the perfect plan to handle any trouble, only for a loud voice to suddenly call out behind him. President Imeri and the student council confront them, declaring that they have finally found the group and that escaping their sight is impossible. Misaki is left completely shocked and horrified as he realizes that trouble has arrived. President Imeri points her finger at Misaki, asking if the school trip made him get carried away and promising to give him a scolding. Tsubomi panics and asks Misaki what they should do, while the other girls worry about the student council blocking their way. Overwhelmed by his lack of data on the president, Misaki freezes in a panic as his mind goes blank. Realizing there is only one option left, he suddenly steps forward and commands the girls to leave this situation to him. Misaki walks toward the student council while telling the girls that he will join them later, prompting them to protest in worry. Misaki pleads with them to hurry up and make their escape immediately. Yielding to his plea, Tsubomi agrees to leave the situation to Misaki, and the three girls quickly run away to make their escape. Misaki firmly stands his ground, declaring that he will not let the student council pass or interfere with Harada and the others. Imeri finds his self-sacrificing determination highly amusing. Imeri warns Misaki that his resistance is futile because she has no intention of letting them escape, but Sendu taps her on the shoulder to interrupt. Sendu explains that based on her observations, Kihara never actually makes moves on the girls and instead only follows the best friend character around. Sendu points out that the best friend character is the one actively trying to bring the protagonist and the heroines together to encourage impure socialization, concluding that separating Misaki and Harada is the best solution. Imeri readily accepts Sendu's explanation, agreeing that separating the two is indeed the correct course of action. Imeri points at Misaki and announces that she will let the other girls go because of his courageous action, catching Misaki completely by surprise. Imeri commands Misaki to come with them, instead declaring that she will monitor him personally for the rest of the day. Misaki is left to worry about how Harada and the others will fare without him. Realizing this is the only way to ensure the girls escape, Misaki reluctantly agrees to do as Imeri says, while Kobni and Sendu snicker behind her. Before Misaki can even move, Shino and Kobni suddenly lunge forward and grab him firmly from behind. Kobni commands Misaki to behave because resisting is completely pointless, while a tearful Shino apologizes but explains that the president's orders are absolute. The two girls drag a bewildered Misaki away by his arms, leaving him to frantically ask where they are taking him. Sometime later, Misaki finds himself dressed in a traditional female hakama outfit. While the student council girls fawn over how cute he looks, Misaki internally laments that his situations always lead to cross-dressing. Misaki sighs in defeat, questioning why he is being forced to cross-dress even during their school trip. Meanwhile, Harada walks alone near the temple grounds. Tsubomi runs up to a startled Harada, panting that she has finally found him. When Harada asks what is wrong and where Misaki is, Tsubomi begins to explain what happened just as Harada's phone starts to ring with a new message from Misaki. Misaki's message explains that he is going to spend the rest of the day with the student council to keep them occupied, urging Harada and the others not to worry about him and to enjoy their trip. Tsubomi, Sakurai, and Yamabuki stare in complete shock as they read the sudden update. Looking out at the temple, the group is left entirely speechless by the realization that Misaki has actually been captured. From inside the building, a heavily sighing Misaki laments why he is being forced to cross-dress even during a school trip. Tsubomi asks what they should do now that the student council has caught Misaki. A worried Tsubomi urges the group to rescue Misaki immediately since they do not know what might have happened to him, but Sakurai tells her to wait. Sakurai notices Yamabuki looking contemplative and asks her what is wrong. Yamabuki explains that Misaki made that choice for them because he wants them to enjoy their school trip with Harada more than anyone else. Yamabuki clarifies that Misaki chose to stay with the student council to ensure they would not get to the rest of the group. Sakurai adds that doing so is simply Misaki's role as the best friend character. While Tsubomi wonders if Misaki did it all for them, Sakurai questions whether he would actually be happy with their decision if they tried to rescue him. Meanwhile, Kobni happily holds up her phone to take a selfie with a blushing Misaki and Shino. While Kobni keeps taking photos, an embarrassed Misaki pleads with her to stop because he is at his limit, and Shino weakly agrees. Kobni smugly admires her cute photos just as three local boys approach the group and invite them to hang out and tour the area. One of the boys leans in and presses Misaki for an answer, causing a sweating Misaki to panic as he realizes they are being hit on. Misaki quickly apologizes and reveals that he is actually a guy, but the boy laughs it off as a joke and insists that he is definitely a girl, leaving Misaki completely at a loss. Misaki resolves not to show any fear, realizing that he has to step up and protect all three of them in this situation. Before Misaki can do anything, Kobni immediately flirts with one of the boys to get him to buy her some sweets, leaving a dumbfounded Misaki to realize she has just gone along with them. Nearby, Shino nervously stutters and claims she is too plain and gloomy to be cute, but the second boy eagerly assures her that he is highly interested in girls exactly like her. A sweating Misaki is left completely flabbergasted to see both girls getting along with the boys, wondering why the student council members are engaging in the very behavior they were supposed to prevent. Suddenly, President Imari arrives and firmly grabs one of the boys, furiously demanding to know how they dare lay a hand on her students and declaring that they will be punished. The delinquent boys are left completely dumbfounded and dazed by her sudden intervention. Recovering from their shock, the boys laugh and mock Imari, telling her that they want to see her actually try to punish them. Imari calls out for Sendu, who immediately appears behind the boys with a dark, menacing aura that sends them shivering in absolute terror. Vice President Sendu draws her wooden sword, looming menacingly over the three terrified delinquents and declaring that they are not cute at all. With a single decisive strike, Sendu slashes the delinquents, sending them flying back in defeat as they scream in agony. While Kobni excitedly cheers for Sendu's incredible strength, a nervous Shino calls out to her classmate, and a sweating Misaki mutters that the situation is finally resolved. Looking away in quiet thought, Misaki anxiously wonders what Harada and the others are doing right now and if they are having fun without him. Meanwhile, a completely spaced out and depressed Harada stands alone in silence. Tsubomi Sakurai and Mei quietly walk up to Harada, finding him sitting dejectedly by himself under a traditional red paper umbrella. Refusing to let him stay sad, Tsubomi and Sakurai immediately shove skewers of delicious food into a startled Harada's mouth, telling him to eat and feel better. Despite their efforts, Harada remains completely unresponsive, leading Mei to note that he is definitely not doing well, and that trying to hide his true feelings has only backfired. Looking out at the pagoda, the girls try to figure out how to cheer Harada up, realizing that he was truly looking forward to spending time with Misaki on their school trip. Looking at Harada's slump, the girls realize that none of their plans will succeed if Misaki is not by his side. Tsubomi looks ahead with a soft, determined expression. Tsubomi softly remarks that the rest of them feel the same way too. Tsubomi points out that Misaki should have been experiencing the trip alongside them, since it is a special occasion for everyone. Hearing her words, Sakurai and Mei look at Tsubomi and gently agree that she is completely right. The girls firmly resolve to gather everyone and set off together as a single group tomorrow. Later that night, Misaki walks down the quiet hallway of the inn and suddenly bumps into Harada, who happily calls out his name. A relieved Harada explains how worried he was when Misaki suddenly vanished, prompting Misaki to awkwardly admit that a lot of things happened while he was caught up with the student council. When Harada anxiously asks if they did anything weird to him, Misaki recalls the chaotic cross-dressing, getting picked up by strangers, and Senda's sudden sword fight, silently noting that he would be lying if he said nothing strange occurred. Reassuring Harada that he is perfectly fine, Misaki quickly changes the subject to ask how Harada's day went, which causes a quiet Harada to look away in distress. Harada confesses that he barely remembers anything from today's sightseeing or food, because his mind was entirely occupied with his feelings for Misaki, catching his friend completely off guard. A small student council member suddenly interrupts them by shouting for them to go back to their rooms immediately, completely startling both Misaki and Harada. While the two agree to head back, a deeply exhausted Misaki immediately flops face first onto his futon once they are inside the room, groaning about how tired he is. Misaki notes how incredibly comfortable the futon feels, prompting Harada to suggest they take the opportunity to stay awake and talk a lot tonight. Before Harada can even finish his thought, a completely exhausted Misaki immediately drifts off to sleep, muttering the word talk under his breath. As Harada sits beside Misaki and quietly notes how tired he must have been, two of their male classmates peek into the room to fawn over how angelic and cozy Misaki looks while sleeping. However, they quickly panic and apologize when Harada turns to give them a silent, icy stare. The room finally falls quiet as the light is turned out for the night, The third day of the school trip arrives with the class visiting a large and busy amusement park called Romance Land. Mei stares in absolute awe and wonder, her eyes sparkling like stars as she realizes they have finally arrived at the amusement park. Mei excitedly runs ahead of the group, shouting about how awesome it is, while Tsubomi and Sakurai note how thrilled she is since it is her first time visiting an amusement park. While the rest of the group gathers around a map to plan which popular attraction they should visit first, Misaki quietly slips away from them. Looking back at the group, Haruta suddenly stops in his tracks as he notices that someone is missing. Haruta quietly watches Misaki walk away into the crowd, anxiously wondering what he is doing. As he walks, Misaki recalls President Imari's warning from the day before, remembering her stating that she would only let him off the hook for one day and promising to show absolutely no mercy starting today. Misaki nervously realizes that the president is planning to monitor their group again, convincing himself that he must act immediately before the student council has a chance to ruin the trip. He resolves to do whatever it takes to protect Haruta and the other girls from being cornered by the student council. Walking through the crowded park grounds, Misaki frantically looks around as he tries to find the president and the other student council members first. Just as Misaki tells himself that he must locate them before they can find Haruta's group, a hand suddenly reaches out from behind and firmly grabs his sleeve, catching him completely by surprise. Startled, Misaki spins around only to find Tsubomi holding onto his arm with a worried expression. When Misaki asks in confusion why she is here, he looks past her to find Rino and Mei running up behind them as well. Tsubomi furiously scolds Misaki, demanding to know why he ran off alone again. Misaki nervously apologizes and lies that he was only going to the restroom, but Tsubomi immediately calls him out and asks if he was planning to go sacrifice himself to the student council again. Tsubomi points out that Misaki always does his absolute best for everyone else's sake without ever thinking about himself. She gently asks Misaki if he is truly okay with always putting himself second. Tsubomi declares that she hates when he is not around on the school trip because she wants to have fun and make memories together with him. Misaki stands in silent surprise as Tsubomi calls out his name. He hesitates, looking over at Fujimiya and Yamabuki as they watch them. Misaki internally reasons that his role is to help Haruta get along with the heroines and that he must step in whenever something gets in the way of that. Misaki looks down as he realizes that if he doesn't have to carry that burden, things could be different. Blushing, Misaki quietly admits that he also wants to make fun memories on the school trip with everyone. Hearing his honest confession, Tsubomi, Yamabuki, and Fujimiya smile at him warmly. An excited Tsubomi cheers and pulls Misaki along while he weakly stammers about what the student council president will do. Fujimiya reassures him that everything is fine as long as they maintain public morals, while a laughing Yamabuki adds that they can all simply run away together if they get chased. Misaki smiles brightly and happily agrees just as Tsubomi calls out to someone. A panting Haruta runs up and excitedly declares that he wants to make school trip memories with Misaki, prompting a blushing Misaki to tell him that he already knows. While Yamabuki teases Haruta for arriving a bit too late, a smiling Haruta laughs and admits that he understands. Looking over from the terrace, Misaki apologizes to the student council for leaving, but Sendu calmly replies that it is fine since they made it on time anyway. A perplexed Imari points out that this makes no sense since the girls are supposed to be trying to win over the protagonist, prompting Sendu to agree that was indeed supposed to be the setting of their world. Sendu notes that right now the situation does not look like that setting at all as they watch the group happily walk off together. Imari smiles knowingly to herself, softly remarking that she understands how things are now. Imari decides to leave Misaki and his group be, announcing that she will let it slide this time since they are on a school trip. Shino nervously suggests going inside the horror house, next prompting Sendu to remind them that they are not here to have fun, though Kobni casually brushes it off as patrolling. The girls decide that since they have successfully met up with Misaki, their very first priority should be to choose what they do together. Misaki suddenly finds himself forced into a female school uniform, screaming in sheer horror over why he has to cross-dress yet again. Misaki frantically asks why cross-dressing was the very first thing they thought of, but Fujimiya points out that he wore similar outfits with the student council, while Yamabuki complains that it would be unfair since she also wanted to wear matching outfits with everyone. A blushing Misaki reluctantly agrees to allow it just for today, prompting Tsubomi to enthusiastically cheer and declare that they should go have a lot of fun. The The group dives into their amusement park day screaming on the roller coaster, receiving balloons from a mascot, and riding the carousel together. After trying several rides, they continue walking through the park to find their next destination. While Tsubomi and Yamabuki happily enjoy eating crepes, Misaki and the others watch people passing by in the crowd. Misaki and Harada try their hands at a shooting gallery game, aiming their toy guns as the girls cheer them on in the background. From inside the Ferris wheel cabin, Misaki excitedly calls out to Harada, pointing out that they can see the sea from up here and noting how pretty it is. Misaki smiles brightly as he looks at the view, while Harada watches him with a warm, gentle smile. Looking out the window, Misaki spots the student council members walking happily together down on the park grounds. Misaki chuckles, noting that it looks like the student council members are having plenty of fun too, and Harada softly agrees. Yamabuki asks a classmate to take a group photo of them, handing him the camera as he reluctantly agrees and instructs everyone to get in the frame. The group stands together and smiles for the camera, capturing a perfect photo of their school trip. The classmate hands the camera back to them, confirming that he successfully took the photo, as Yamabuki wonders if it turned out well. Harada suddenly asks Misaki if he knows about the legend of the amusement park, prompting Misaki to recall that Yamabuki did mention something about it earlier. Harada recites the legend about how secretly kissing someone without anyone noticing means the two will be together forever, asking if that doesn't sound incredibly romantic. Harada begins to ask Misaki if he believes in that sort of thing, leaving his friend wide-eyed and blushing in surprise. Inside the Ferris wheel cabin, Harada suddenly leans in incredibly close to Misaki, taking him completely by surprise. The two stare directly into each other's eyes in breathless, frozen shock as the distance between them vanishes. Outside, the park's chime echoes through the air as the girls stand waiting on the grounds below. Looking up at the clock tower, Fujimiya notes that it is almost time to head back, prompting a whining Mei to complain that she does not want the trip to end. Tsubomi urges Misaki to hurry up, but a silent Misaki remains completely still, prompting Harada to turn and ask what is wrong. Misaki blushes furiously and covers his mouth as the system's non-romanceable barrier suddenly flashes directly in front of him. Misaki desperately stammers that everything is fine and that nothing is wrong to hide his intense embarrassment. His mind keeps racing back to the moment Harada leaned in, nearly crossing the physical boundary between them. The final morning of the school trip begins with breakfast, where the students eat together and loudly complain about having to head home today. Tsubomi stares with deadpan eyes, asking if anyone is buying souvenirs while commenting on unhealthy sleeping habits and asking for the soy sauce. Misaki sits in a complete daze, eating his food in tiny, listless bites while the other girls watch him from behind. Whispering among themselves, Mei, Fujimiya, and Tsubomi note that Misaki has been completely spacing out ever since yesterday. Clutching his bowl, Misaki flusters as he remembers the incident in the cabin, realizing in a panic that Harada was definitely trying to kiss him. He reflects that even though their lips never actually touched, things might have gone differently if the world system barrier had not interfered. Misaki's eyes turn into wild spirals as his imagination runs wild, leaving him sweating over the realization of what would have happened. Misaki frantically tries to snap out of it to avoid looking suspicious, while the girls watch in worry and whisper that his scary behavior makes him look possessed by a fox spirit. Outside the inn, the call is made for everyone to gather and make sure they do not leave anything behind as they prepare to depart. The bullet train speeds down the tracks, carrying the students away from their memorable trip. Inside the train car, a deeply exhausted Fujimiya and Tsubomi fall fast asleep, resting their heads on an equally worn-out Mei. Watching the girls sleep so soundly, Harada and Misaki smile and agree that the excitement of the trip has finally caught up with everyone. Stretching in his seat, Misaki admits he is exhausted, but notes it has been a long time since he had this much fun, while a highly energetic Harada gives a thumbs up and wishes the school trip could last for a whole year. Harada reflects that there is only 1.5 years left until graduation, expressing his strong desire to make a lot of memories before that time comes. Looking directly at his friend, Harada confesses that if he could choose, he wants to make all of those memories alongside Misaki. A startled Misaki stammers in surprise, prompting Harada to explain that he only thought about him while Misaki was away and declaring his resolution for next time. Harada holds out his hand for a pinky swear, promising that if Misaki ever disappears again, He will make sure to find him so he won't have any regrets like this time. Harada smiles playfully and asks if they can try testing the park's legend one more time, leaving a sweating Misaki in a complete panic. A blushing Misaki frantically begs Harada to stop and just hurry up and forget about it, while Harada only laughs in amusement. Harada gently replies that it is his most favorite memory of all, so there is absolutely no way he could ever forget it. A quiet smile forms as they settle back into their seats. Misaki looks out the window at the passing scenery, quietly telling himself that if things are to remain this way, he has to focus on his goal. Misaki silently wishes for Harada to successfully win over a heroine and secure a happy ending for their world, knowing that otherwise things will fall apart. Misaki realizes that if Harada fails, everything they have done up until now will be completely erased. The two boys continue sitting together in silence as the train speeds along. Misaki's thoughts grow heavy with the grim reminder that without a happy ending, their entire reality is bound to disappear. He thinks about the school trip, they all Harada's earnest confession, and even that quiet moment in the Ferris wheel cabin. He laments that if they fail, all of those precious moments will be erased as if they never happened. Slowly succumbing to his immense exhaustion, Misaki closes his eyes and drifts off to sleep. Harada softly calls out to his friend, only to realize that Misaki has already fallen fast asleep. Harada watches in silence as Misaki sleeps peacefully beside him for the remainder of their journey home. Deep in sleep, Misaki slips into a quiet dream. Walking along a tree-lined path in his dream, Misaki quietly reflects on his thoughts. He imagines a dream world where Harada does not have to be the main character of a story. He also imagines himself free from his set role as the best friend character. In this dream, the heroines are just normal girls existing in a peaceful world, completely free of any strict roles or rules. He thinks about how natural everyone could be, sharing simple, happy moments without any pressure. Meanwhile, Arashi shows the newly captured group photo to Mei Tsubomi and Fujimiya, who look at the camera in curiosity. Walking beside Harada along the path, Misaki looks away with a deep, silent blush. As they walk, their hands gently brush against one another. Misaki looks down, his heart beating rapidly in the quiet atmosphere. Slowly, they intertwine their fingers and firmly hold hands. Under the open sky with the roller coaster in the distance, the two stand close together in perfect silence. They lean in closer once more, their faces almost touching. Looking warmly at Misaki, Harada softly declares that he will never forget this day for as long as he lives. Squeezing his hand, a blushing Misaki quietly admits that he feels exactly the same way. Misaki smiles and declares that he will never forget this moment, realizing something deep within himself. Yet he acknowledges to himself that it is nothing more than a meaningless dream, though he wishes he could hold on to it. As they sleep side by side on the train, Misaki quietly hopes he can remain in that dream world for just a little bit longer. With their eventful school trip finally coming to an end, Misaki lets out a tired yawn as their ordinary daily lives resume once more. Misaki's mother asks if he is still sleep-deprived, as she notices how incredibly exhausted he looks. She notes that he has been acting strange ever since the school trip ended, wondering if he caught a cold, but a flustered Misaki insists that he is completely fine. Misaki tries to convince himself that nothing is wrong with him, but he finds himself completely unable to stop thinking about the near kiss in the Ferris wheel and when he was asleep. When his mother notices his bright red face and panics, threatening to call an ambulance, and embarrassed, Misaki desperately yells that he is perfectly fine. Misaki quickly runs out of the house to head to school, sighing to himself that he is about to face Harada now. On his way, Misaki receives a text message from Harada explaining that he caught a cold and will be taking the day off. Misaki is caught by surprise, reflecting on how rare it is for Harada to catch a cold and wondering how long it has been since that last happened. While Misaki worries about his friend, he suddenly realizes this could be the perfect nursing event where a heroine cares for Harada, thinking it is a great opportunity. Misaki decides they should visit him after school to cheer him up just as their teacher enters the classroom and loudly commands everyone to focus now that the trip is over. Misaki slams his head onto his desk in absolute shock when the teacher announces that not only is Harada absent, but Sakurai, Fujimiya, and Yamabuki are also missing. The teacher casually remarks that it looks like they all caught a cold from having too much fun on the trip, leaving a horrified Misaki to scream in confusion. As his classmates marvel at how Misaki is the only one in their group who didn't get sick, a sweating Misaki frantically wonders why he was the only one spared and worries if the others are okay. Misaki reasons that since no nursing event can happen with the heroine sick, he doesn't need to visit, but then remembers that Harada lives alone with his parents overseas and has no siblings around to help him. Imagining a heavily feverish Harada fainting alone at home with no one to care for him, Misaki panics as the after-school bell finally rings. Arriving at Harada's apartment, a blushing Misaki admits to himself that he ultimately decided to come visit anyway, prompting a surprised and flushed Harada to open the door and call his name. When Harada hoarsely asks why he came all the way to his house, Misaki awkwardly asks if it is okay that he came to visit, which Harada happily accepts. Misaki enters the apartment and announces that since Harada isn't eating properly anyway, he will be taking over the kitchen to cook some food. Misaki serves some hot rice porridge while wearing a frilly made apron because it was the only one available, and a deeply moved Harada begins to cry tears of joy over how delicious the simple meal is. Harada happily finishes his meal and warmly thanks Misaki, telling him how truly delicious the porridge was. Misaki tells Harada to eat up and get well soon, though he is left deeply embarrassed and blushing as he questions what kind of frilly outfit Harada made him wear, and if doing so will actually help him recover. Misaki imagines various cute nursing scenarios while Harada happily declares that he already feels much better, leading a dry Misaki to remark that Harada seems to be imagining something far more serious than a simple cold. Misaki notes that Harada seems in better shape than expected and jokes that there was no need for a get-well gift, but Harada explains that he has not eaten anything since yesterday and deeply appreciates Misaki's help, before explaining why he did not call his siblings. Harada explains that both of his siblings are incredibly busy and that he did not want to risk spreading the cold to them anyway, quietly adding that being sick and alone has always been normal for him. Harada admits that he actually feels more comfortable dealing with things by himself, leaving a silent Misaki to watch him with a deeply concerned expression. Misaki tells Harada that he is actually terrible at trying to deceive others, pointing out that hiding his true feelings is his main weak point. Misaki explains that, while he understands the desire not to bother family, Harada is doing the exact same thing to him, pleading with him to finally his true feelings. Misaki promises that whether it is early morning, late at night, or in the middle of class, he will always run to Harada's side if called, urging him never to suffer alone. Misaki softly asks Harada to stop hiding his vulnerability and weaknesses from him. Looking down, Misaki admits that although he thought he would be fine, he realizes that he was actually quite scared. Harada quietly confesses that he was indeed scared, wondering if his siblings or anyone else would even bother coming to help him over a simple cold. He explains that he assumed everyone would find him a nuisance, and kept his distance as a result, sheepishly admitting that his line of thinking probably sounds foolish. Sitting quietly in his bed, Harada softly confesses that Misaki did not actually need to do any chores or cook for him because simply having Misaki by his side was all he truly wanted. He adds that even just hearing Misaki call out his name would have been more than enough to comfort him. Smiling warmly with a blush, Harada declares that because Misaki came to his side, he is not lonely anymore. Misaki is left staring at him in stunned silence, his eyes widening in pure embarrassment and emotion. Misaki flusters and stammers that caring for him is only natural since he is the best friend character, but Harada teases him for being equally terrible at hiding his feelings before yawning and noting that his full stomach is making him sleepy. Falling back onto his pillow, Harada asks Misaki if he can stay by his bedside until he drifts off to sleep, and Misaki gently agrees. The room falls into a quiet hush as Misaki sits silently by the bedside, watching over Harada as he peacefully falls asleep. Walking home alone, Misaki reflects on how rare it is for Harada to get sick, wondering if he simply failed to notice his friend's struggles in the past, and if Harada is actually much better at lying than he thought. Gazing out at the sunset, Misaki processes Harada's admission of fear, realizing that because Harada always smiled and acted brave, he had mistakenly assumed Harada was entirely strong and invulnerable compared to himself. Misaki walks home, unable to stop thinking about Harada's words about no longer being lonely. He keeps reflecting on the intimacy of their conversation, feeling a sudden warmth wash over him. Misaki arrives home and announces his return, and his mother welcomes him back. When his mother asks what is wrong, Misaki admits that he has been feeling unusually hot recently and suspects he might have caught a cold. Misaki blushes deeply as he tries to process his feverish feelings. He worries about what to do since his condition does not seem to be getting any better. Back at school, Misaki stands outside the research department door overhearing suspicious voices inside whispering about trying to force something in. Fearing that something unbelievable is happening, Misaki throws the door open and demands to know what they are doing. Inside, Misaki is shocked to see student council members feeding hot Odin to a bound and gagged Harada. Misaki demands to know what they are doing and tells them to release Harada, while student council secretary Shino and accounting member Kobni explain that they did not want to resort to this. Kobni claims she is monitoring Harada to stop him from making advances on girls, while Shino quietly admits they are just killing time, and Harada frantically begs for help. Kobni announces her plan to prevent impure socialization by making Harada fall in love with her and turn him into her servant. Misaki desperately objects and tells her not to lay a hand on Harada, but Kobni argues that this will stop him from bothering other girls. Misaki counters that Kobni's actions are still considered impure, but Kobni points out that the rules only prohibit impure socialization between the opposite sex. Misaki yells that what she is doing is still absolutely against the school rules anyway. Kobni casually retorts that the rule does not apply because they are both of the same sex. Misaki is left completely bewildered by her claim as Kobni teases him for being too slow to notice. Kobni smugly reveals that he is actually a boy, declaring that there is absolutely no issue since they are both guys. Misaki stands in completely frozen, wide-eyed shock at the sudden revelation. A loud cry of disbelief echoes all the way outside the school building. Misaki is completely dumbfounded to learn that Kobni is actually a boy, struggling to believe that someone so cute who dresses like a girl is male. Shino nervously blushes and claims he did not notice it at all, but as he quietly nods in agreement, a horrified Misaki realizes that Shino is also a boy. Kobni casually mentions that it is quite funny since they actually took a bath together, prompting Shino to nervously admit he remembers doing so, while a horrified Misaki gasps in disbelief. A bound Harada shouts in utter shock and jealousy upon hearing they took a bath together, leading Kobni to smugly ask if he wanted to join them too, while Shino questions his bizarre reaction. Harada immediately yells that he obviously wants to join in, prompting Kobni to playfully tease him for being so honest. With a sudden rustling sound, Kobni starts to lift up his skirt. Kobni offers to show him what is underneath, but only if Harada promises to become his servant first, prompting a frantic Misaki to call out to his friend in panic. Harada goes completely unresponsive with a lifeless look on his face, leaving Kobni to complain about his lack of enthusiasm, while Misaki frantically tries to get his attention. Kobni angrily grabs Harada and demands that he look at him since he gave permission, but Harada loudly declares that the only one he ever wants to look at is Misaki, prompting a blushing Misaki to scream at him not to say such things out loud. Harada turns away, bluntly explaining that just because Kobni is cute does not mean he is actually interested in him. While Harada begs them to hurry up and untie him because the ropes hurt, Kobni stands frozen in complete shock, deeply humiliated after his fantasy of having an obedient servant is entirely crushed. Kobni trembles and blushes intensely, completely overwhelmed by his mounting embarrassment and frustration. Kobni screams that he will remember this before crying and running out of the room, prompting Shino to apologize and run after him, while Misaki is left thinking that Harada's rejection was incredibly harsh. While untying a complaining Harada, Misaki tells him to be more careful from now on, though he quietly admits to himself that he was a bit surprised by Harada's reaction. Harada points out that cross-dressing does not guarantee affection and asks what Misaki thinks of him, but when Misaki silently stares back and asks if Harada simply wants him to cross-dress instead, a flustered Harada is left speechless. Harada sweats and stammers in a tense close-up, completely unable to form a proper response. Harada internally reasons that it is not his fault, reflecting on the fact that whenever he looks at Misaki, a certain feeling overcomes him. Harada recalls how ever since they were children he would occasionally get a strange and unique feeling whenever he was around Misaki. He fondly remembers childhood moments with Misaki, such as when Misaki proudly showed off his new backpack, when he cried after falling in a race, and when he smiled while making a pinky promise. During a middle school flashback, Harada is asked by his classmates about what type of girl he likes, leaving him to wonder about his own preferences. When Harada admits he doesn't know and has not thought about it, His classmates tease him for being boring but wonder if there is anyone he would go crazy over and want to be with forever. The classmates suddenly conclude in unison that the person has to be Misaki, loudly declaring that Misaki is definitely the cutest one around. A younger Misaki joins them and explains that they are just childhood friends, admitting that Harada feels like a younger brother whom he needs to protect, because Harada can be absent-minded and a crybaby. A blushing younger Misaki suddenly appears in front of Harada, wearing a female school uniform, frantically running to him and begging for help. Flashback memories show a younger Kobni and Shino playfully dressing a younger Misaki up because he is so cute, noting that the accessories fit him perfectly. A crying younger Misaki blushes and complains that he looks weird in the uniform, especially since he is a boy. Recalling those memories, Harada reminds himself that Misaki is his best friend and a guy, but also like a younger brother whom he absolutely must protect. In the flashback, a blushing younger Harada reassures Misaki that he does not look weird at all and is actually very cute. Seeing Misaki look so adorable in the dress, a stunned young Harada finally understands the strange feeling in his chest, realizing just how cute Misaki is. Misaki notices Harada staring and asks him what is wrong, snapping him back to the present. A sweating Harada stammers and struggles to find the words to explain his sudden spacing out. Harada tells Misaki that it is actually his fault, to which Misaki objects, while nearby President Imuri and Sendu note how late the two boys are and declare they must be punished. Misaki's mind races as he tries to process the shocking revelation that Kobni is actually a boy, despite dressing like a girl. Misaki writes in his notebook, realizing that simply focusing on the heroines is not enough, and that he must find a way to deal with the student council. Misaki sighs in exhaustion at his desk, dropping his pen and deciding that he needs to go outside to get some fresh air. While walking down the busy street, Misaki reflects on how long it has been since he went out, wondering what Harada is doing right now. Misaki suddenly stops in his tracks as he spots Harada walking down the street with Sakurai. Misaki's eyes widen in complete shock at the sight. Misaki reflexively hides behind a tree, frantically wondering if Harada and Sakurai are on a date, since he did not hear anything about it beforehand. As Misaki contemplates whether he should follow them, he is suddenly startled by Kobni and Shino crouching right next to him, who tell him to be quiet so they do not get caught. Misaki gasps in disgust as Kobni and Shino reveal they are also following Harada, realizing they are all spying on the pair together. Misaki laments meeting the two cross-dressing student council boys here, but when he points out that following them as a group will get them caught, Kobni suggests they disguise themselves instead. Misaki is left to frantically complain that they have simply cross-dressed rather than put on a disguise, while Kobni tells him it does not matter and commands him to stay in character so they do not look suspicious. As they begin to walk, Misaki wonders how things ended up this way, while Kobni and Shino defend their efforts. Kobni asks if it is not a bit rude to call them suspicious, and Shino complains that he is about to go crazy at this rate, but Misaki bluntly tells them both that they simply look terrible. Down the street, Sakurai and Harada walk together silently in the middle of the crowd. Watching them from behind the bushes, Kobni complains that he cannot hear their conversation and suggests getting closer, admitting to Shino that he is taking this seriously because he wants a chance to find Harada's weakness and avenge the deep humiliation of having his servant offer rejected. From the bushes, Kobni giggles and vows to find Harada's weakness no matter what, prompting Shino to sigh that he never learns, while Misaki watches Harada and Sakurai react to something on the street. Observing them from a distance, Misaki silently observes that Harada and Sakurai look like a very close couple. Misaki admits that he feels relieved and sees no need to keep spying on them since they look so good together, which confuses Kobni, while Shino remarks that it is already quite obvious despite Misaki being such a goody two-shoes. Shino suddenly teases Misaki, asking if he actually likes Harada and is just jealous of seeing the two together, sending a blushing Misaki into a complete panic as he loudly denies being jealous. Shino laughs and insists that Misaki is definitely jealous no matter how he looks at it, while Misaki angrily objects and complains that Shino is making him sound like a completely selfish person. Shino leans in close and tells Misaki to be honest, asking if he really wants to just stand by and watch them, or if he actually wants to go on a date with Harada too, leaving Misaki to silently wonder if he is truly jealous of seeing Harada with the heroines. Misaki turns his back to them and stammeringly insists that there is no way he feels that way while Shino and Kobni stare back at him in dead silence. Suddenly, a random boy approaches Misaki calling him cute and asking if they can talk, which catches Misaki by surprise, while Kobni realizes that the boy is simply trying to flirt with him again. Kobni tells Misaki to reject the boy in a Gyaru style, so Misaki playfully tells the boy that it is totally impossible, because he is actually a guy, leaving the boy in complete shock. Rather than being deterred, the boy gets excited and declares that he is perfectly fine with that, leaving a horrified Misaki panicking over how to handle the bizarre situation. Before the situation can escalate, Harada suddenly steps in and puts his arm in front of Misaki to block the boy, calmly asking if there is something he needs from them. When the boy asks in confusion if Harada is Misaki's boyfriend, Harada looks down and loudly declares that he obviously is, leaving both the boy and a blushing Misaki completely shocked. The boy slinks away in absolute despair while Harada quietly notes that the problem has been solved, and Misaki stands in stunned silence. As they walk away, Misaki blushes and thanks Harada for helping him, apologizing for showing such a shameful side of himself, which Harada gently tells him not to worry about. When Harada questions his appearance, Misaki suddenly remembers that he is still cross-dressed and freaks out in embarrassment. Misaki screams at Harada not to look at him, hiding his face in his oversized sleeves as he begins to run away. Misaki begs Harada not to follow him as he runs off, while Kobni pops out to blow a raspberry at Harada, leaving Harada shouting for Misaki to wait and come back. Panting and wondering where Misaki went, Harada searches around before parting a curtain to look inside a shop, while Kobni urgently warns a hesitant Misaki to hurry up before he gets spotted. Misaki is forced into an embarrassing outfit with a backpack that looks like something only a little girl would wear, prompting Kobni to deadpan that this is exactly why he told him to wear it in the first place. Although Harada initially doubts anyone is there, Misaki suddenly trembles and, staying in character, tearfully asks his older brother what he is doing, leaving Harada utterly startled. A flustered Harada quickly apologizes and closes the curtain, assuming he got the wrong person. But as a silent moment passes, he pulls the curtain back open and declares that he is not going to be fooled by that disguise. Outside on the street, Harada processes the situation and notes that Misaki has been wearing that ridiculous outfit the entire time. Sitting together on a bench, Harada laughs and admits he did not notice Misaki at all, asking why he hid from him, which prompts an apologetic Misaki to confess that he did not want to get in the way of Harada and Sakurai. Misaki is surprised to learn that it was not a date at all, as Harada explains that they simply crossed paths by coincidence because Sakurai was on her way to her part-time job. Misaki looks away in silence, a soft blush spreading across his cheeks as he processes the truth. Misaki quietly realizes what the situation actually was all along. When Harada turns the question on him and asks what he was doing, a surprised Misaki recalls how Kobni and Shino had mocked him and forced him to join their spying operation. Misaki claims that his situation was also a complete coincidence, explaining that the others were tailing Harada and forced him to tag along, which only makes Harada burst out laughing. As Harada mentions that he is hungry and suggests going to get burgers, Misaki watches him walk ahead, silently noting that his friend seems to be in an exceptionally good mood for some reason. Back at school, several voice bubbles plead desperately, with Misaki calling it their lifelong wish. Two panicked male classmates desperately hold out love letters, fighting with each other as they beg Misaki to be their girlfriend. Misaki can only stare back in absolute deadpan confusion at their sudden confession. Misaki tries to walk away and reminds them that he is actually a guy, but the boys refuse to believe him and even start arguing that it is perfectly fine if he is a guy anyway. The boys begin fighting each other over who gets to be with him, arguing that a guy as cute as Misaki cannot possibly exist, while a sweating Misaki desperately begs them not to fight over this. The two boys suddenly lean in with flushed, eager faces and ask Misaki if he would mind stripping for them so they can see for themselves, which Misaki immediately and furiously rejects. Misaki flatly turns them down and announces that he cannot go out with them, leaving the two classmates to desperately cry out that they will not accept his rejection and demand to know the reason. The two boys angrily demand to know why it is okay for Harada, but not for them, prompting a blushing Misaki to frantically ask why they are bringing up Harada when he has absolutely nothing to do with this. When the boys compromise and ask if he can go out with them as a best friend, instead, if a girlfriend is out of the question, Misaki flatly and absolutely refuses, leaving them to curse their luck. The two boys burst into tears and run away crying about why it is only Harada, while a bewildered Misaki tries to call out and stop them. As Misaki sighs and wonders why these things always happen to him, he is startled when Arashi suddenly appears casually leaning over the balcony and teasing him for making the two boys cry. A surprised Misaki turns to Arashi and demands to know exactly how long he has been standing there watching. Arashi casually replies that he has been watching since the boys first begged Misaki to be their girlfriend, making Misaki realize that Arashi witnessed the entire scene from the very beginning. Misaki retorts that he does not want to be lectured about making people cry by someone who makes girls cry, but Arashi insists that everyone always gets along, equally prompting Misaki to silently think that one day a girl is going to stab him. Arashi complains about girls who ignore him to confess to other guys only to get rejected, leading Misaki to think that a guy will probably stab him too, before Arashi notes how popular Misaki is with the boys and suggests he try going out with one of them. Misaki turns away and declares that he is far too busy playing his role as the best friend character to have time for dating, leaving Arashi to ponder his words in confusion. Arashi reasons that if Misaki were to actually get a lover, Harada might finally stop chasing after him. Misaki is left staring in wide-eyed, completely frozen shock at Arashi's sudden suggestion. Arashi argues that Harada would never force Misaki to break up with someone if he was already in a relationship, prompting a quiet Misaki to admit that he really does not know. When Arashi suggests that he should at least try it, Misaki looks down and sadly points out that he does not actually have anyone he could go out with. Arashi calmly proposes that they go out together, leaving Misaki staring back at him in stunned silence. Misaki bursts out in a loud, panic-stricken shout of disbelief at the unexpected confession. Arashi quickly clarifies that they can just pretend to date and inform Harada about it to avoid any misunderstanding, teasingly asking Misaki to just imagine Harada's reaction when he finds out. Arashi suddenly trembles as he imagines a demonic Harada wielding a knife to kill him the next time they meet, nervously questioning his own purpose as the story's rival character, while Misaki watches him in dead silence. When Misaki points out that Arashi's female fans will be disappointed if they hear he is dating, Arashi smugly boasts that his popularity will not drop even if he is in a relationship, telling Misaki to at least think about the offer before casually walking away. Left alone on the balcony, Misaki looks up at the sky and quietly contemplates the idea of getting a lover. Nearby, someone's voice begins to speak from behind the bushes. As Misaki walks home alongside Harada, Harada notices his preoccupied expression and asks if there is something troubling him, but a flustered Misaki quickly insists it is nothing, which Harada quietly accepts. After a brief silence, Misaki hesitates before telling Harada that he wants to ask him a purely hypothetical question. Misaki asks Harada what he would do if he were to tell him that he has a lover, leaving Harada to walk beside him in silence. Harada goes completely silent and freezes, processing the word lover with a heavily shocked and sweating expression. Frightened by Harada's intense expected shock, a panicking Misaki quickly waves his hands and desperately tries to clarify that it is only a what-if scenario. With a dark and serious look in his eyes, Harada slowly begins to explain what he would do in that situation. Harada states that if there is truly someone out there who can make Misaki happier than he can, and if Misaki chooses that person over him, things would be clear. Harada weakly smiles and admits that he would have no choice but to give up on him, even if that would result in a bad ending for himself. A horrified Misaki processes the mention of a bad ending, frantically asking Harada if a bad ending means a dead ending, and if Harada would actually die, to which Harada casually remarks that the shock of it would make his heart stop, and wonders what would happen to their world if he died. Misaki sweats in terror over what would actually happen to their reality if Harada died, dreading whether everything would freeze or completely start over from the beginning, while Harada simply lets out a quiet sigh. Misaki reassures Harada that dating someone was merely a hypothetical scenario, repeating that he is already far too busy being the best friend character to make such a thing possible. Hearing his reassurance, Harada lets out a gentle smile and softly agrees that Misaki is completely right. Misaki's mind continues to echo with Harada's heavy words about what would happen if someone else could make him happier. Harada smiles warmly and confidently declares that there is absolutely no way such a thing is ever going to happen. The next school day begins with the busy sounds of students gathered around the lockers. Suddenly, the two confessing male classmates run back up to Misaki apologizing and loudly declaring that they simply cannot give up on him after all. The boys propose that if Misaki cannot choose between them, they do not mind if he simply chooses to date both of them, leaving a tired Misaki to lament that this is happening again, while the boys suddenly wonder if Harada is the obstacle. A blushing Misaki decides to use his best excuse, quietly agreeing and stating that he cannot date them because he already has Harada. Misaki nervously reasons to himself that his statement is technically not wrong since he does indeed have Harada as his designated best friend character. The two boys immediately scream in rage and run off crying yet again, and as Misaki sighs, Arashi pops out from the window to tease him about making them cry once more, prompting an annoyed Misaki to snap at him not to try and provoke him. Having both been rejected, the two boys comfort each other and casually agree to start dating one another, instead immediately bickering over who will have to be the girlfriend in their new relationship. Later that night, Misaki is shocked to open his door and find Yamabuki standing outside in her coat, who sheepishly explains that she ran away from home and asks if she can stay at his place for the night. They decide to have a pizza festival, leaving Misaki completely deadpan and sweating as Yamabuki and Harada excitedly celebrate the feast. Misaki pulls Harada into another room to speak privately, but as soon as the door shuts, a stressed Misaki angrily yells at Harada for leaving Yamabuki alone. Misaki furiously explains that bringing him along completely ruined what could have been a perfect sleepover event, with Yamabuki asking Harada what he was thinking. Misaki complains that there is no way he can eat all of that pizza and tells Harada he should have planned better, while Harada awkwardly defends himself before Yamabuki calls out to them that their food is getting cold. The three of them sit down around the table and enjoy eating the warm pizza slices together. While watching Yamabuki happily eat her pizza, Misaki silently reflects on how she is still acting completely like herself despite having just had a fight with her parents. Misaki recalls that Yamabuki is from a wealthy family and wonders if there is a deeper issue they are unaware of. But his thoughts are interrupted when a satisfied Yamabuki announces they have eaten enough and starts planning their next activity. Yamabuki playfully suggests that they all take a bath together, sending a heavily blushing and panicked Misaki into an absolute frenzy. Yamabuki laughs and reveals she was only joking before heading off to take a shower, first leaving a flustered Misaki to realize that she is definitely going to get in the way of his plans. Yamabuki finishes her shower and tells Misaki he can go in next, but as she steps out smelling nice, Misaki grows incredibly uneasy and wonders why Harada is able to stay so completely calm. When Misaki comes out of the bathroom, he apologetically points out that the pajamas he was lent are a little too big, catching both Yamabuki and Harada by surprise. Wearing an oversized sweater that hangs loosely off him, a blushing Misaki begs them to lend him different clothes, while Yamabuki cheers in excitement, and a heavily blushing Harada tries to handle the sudden rise in tension. After changing, Misaki asks Yamabuki if she is okay with watching horror movies, and she explains that she has never seen one before because they are strictly prohibited at her house. The three of them sit together on the sofa to watch the movie, with Misaki and Harada patiently explaining various classic horror tropes as a curious Yamabuki asks questions. As the movie credits begin to roll, Yamabuki excitedly remarks on how thrilling horror can be, while Harada quietly notices that Misaki has already fallen fast asleep. Yamabuki playfully pokes the sleeping Misaki's cheek and calls him cute, suggesting they should also head to bed, while Harada tells her that her futon is ready in the other room. The quiet night settles over the apartment buildings as everyone finally gets ready to sleep. Misaki walks out onto the balcony to join Yamabuki, warning her that she is going to catch a cold out here. The two of them stand side by side in silence, leaning against the balcony railing under the quiet night sky. Yamabuki breaks the silence by asking if Harada lives completely alone because his parents are working overseas, which Misaki confirms, leaving her amazed. Misaki jokingly asks if she doubted that other countries existed, prompting Yamabuki to rest her head on her arms and admit she does not understand the outside world because she is usually forbidden from going out alone and rarely leaves their town. Yamabuki reflects that she only ever seems allowed to go outside when Harada is involved, noting that even her escape today followed that exact pattern. Yamabuki says that she must be forced to go out because of her set role as a heroine, and while Misaki quietly agrees, she turns to tell him something else. Looking out at the night sky under the bright moon, Yamabuki suddenly confesses that she is going to get married right after graduation. A shocked Misaki asks who she is marrying, and Yamabuki admits she does not know, assuming it is one of her father's adult friends. Yamabuki continues that she is normally expected to just follow her set script like a movie, but notes that there is actually one way to prevent this future from happening. She explains that the only solution is for her to be chosen as Harada's heroine, which would trigger the classic story trope of a naive rich girl being saved from an arranged marriage by the protagonist. She adds that she is not the only heroine in this situation, noting that there are two other girls who also need to be rescued by Harada from their own circumstances. Leaning against the railing, Yamabuki admits she is conflicted because she does not know what she truly wants, wondering if it might be easier to just obey her father so everything turns out fine. Despite trying to convince herself to submit, she trails off with a quiet sigh of reluctance. Yamabuki confesses her true desire to simply be next to everyone, even if only for a brief moment, rather than blindly following a pre-written script. Turning to Misaki under the moonlight, Yamabuki softly smiles and explains that this is the real reason she decided to run away and see him tonight. Misaki hesitates and tries to speak, but Yamabuki gently cuts him off and tells him he does not need to say anything because she already knew his thoughts from the very beginning. Misaki internally realizes that if they do not find a happy ending, all the build-up and climax episodes they have gone through will pay off for absolutely nothing just as a hand reaches out and presses the apartment doorbell. Yamabuki reflects on how the other girls have their own deep connections to Harada, like believing in childhood promises, or striving to improve themselves for his sake. She smiles softly at Misaki, pointing out that those are exactly the kind of genuine, hardworking girls he likes and wants to support. She looks directly at him and asks if he is the type who is ready to sacrifice everything else to ensure those girls get their happy endings. Misaki watches Yamabuki with a deeply concerned and sweating expression, quietly warning her that she is going to catch a cold if she stays out on the balcony. Yamabuki turns back inside and softly agrees, stating that she plans to do exactly what needs to be done. The quiet moonlight shines down on the apartment building as the long night finally continues. Yamabuki bluntly asks Misaki if he is truly willing to burn down their entire world just so he can be with his femboy girlfriend. Misaki is left completely speechless, sweating profusely in quiet distress over her dramatic and blunt question. Sometime later, Yamabuki, dressed in a cute witch hat, suddenly pops up in front of Misaki and enthusiastically shouts trick or treat. As other classmates dressed in various Halloween costumes gather around, one of them asks Misaki if he is dressed as a witch, and a sweating Misaki awkwardly admits he is because everyone forced him to do it. Harada, dressed as a mummy, admits his costume, prompting Misaki to comment that he would have preferred something cooler like a werewolf or a vampire. Outside the classroom, the students busily clean windows and carry boxes as they prepare for the upcoming school festival. While the other girls excitedly discuss what attractions the other classes will put on for the festival, a quiet and deeply pensive Misaki stands holding a broom, completely lost in his heavy thoughts. Misaki keeps replaying Yamabuki's confession about her forced marriage in his mind, realizing with deep guilt that he knew absolutely nothing and that running away was her only real hope. Misaki sweats in mounting anxiety as her final heavy question about him sacrificing everything else to save everyone continues to echo loudly in his thoughts. Misaki holds his broom tightly and bitterly blames himself, realizing that because he assumed they would eventually have to part ways, he became complacent and failed to truly think about their reality. As Misaki watches the three heroines chatting together, he reminds himself that even if only one girl can ultimately be chosen, he cannot simply ignore the others, resolving to take action during the upcoming cultural festival. Tsubomi suddenly snaps Misaki out of his daze by asking if he is worrying about something again, and although Misaki quickly insists he heard everything, a staring Yamabuki looks highly skeptical. Tsubomi happily tells Misaki to go get changed, now leaving him completely blank and confused. Misaki suddenly finds himself dressed up in a smart butler uniform, while Yamabuki and the other girls stand behind him in matching frilly-made outfits. A blushing Misaki mentions hearing that their class was doing a coffee shop, while the girls giggle and comment that the butler outfit fits him perfectly but makes him look way too cute, almost like he is cross-dressing. As the girls enthusiastically roleplay welcoming a lady to their cross-dressing butler cafe, Misaki awkwardly holds a teapot and sweat drops, reflecting on the bizarre irony of being a guy who is cross-dressing as a guy. Inside the decorated classroom, the students cheer excitedly and agree to give all of their various festival ideas a try. Tsubomi excitedly suggests they all dress up as cats to serve customers like a cat cafe, and while Mei pushes a deeply embarrassed Misaki to join in, Misaki stammers a welcome and weakly protests that it is not the same. Tsubomi and Sakurai then showcase a Japanese maid theme, noting how perfectly it fits Fujimiya, while a hungry Fujimiya lists out all the traditional Japanese sweets they can include on the cafe menu. They move on to try out a jersey maid concept, but the comfortable tracking suits leave both Yamabuki and Misaki feeling incredibly relaxed and sleepy, prompting Tsubomi to warn them that they would get fired for slacking off on the job. As the girls begin planning the next maid outfit variation, a flustered Misaki suddenly snaps out of his daze and demands to know why he has also been dressed up as a maid this entire time, causing Tsubomi to quickly apologize. Tsubomi, Sakurai, and Yamabuki try to convince a sweating Misaki that it would be a complete waste if he did not dress up, arguing that a cross-dressing cafe concept would easily bring in far more customers. Desperate to escape their matchmaking efforts, Misaki hurriedly excuses himself, claiming that he needs to get back to cleaning and will go help out in the hallway. After Misaki leaves the room, Sakurai expresses her disappointment that he did not open up about what is troubling him, while a thoughtful Tsubomi wonders if something happened between Misaki and Harada. Yamabuki is surprised by the suggestion and asks if Misaki got into a fight with Harada, prompting Sakurai to note that she is completely oblivious, while Tsubomi teases Yamabuki for being too much of a kid to understand. Sakurai leans in to whisper the truth directly to Yamabuki, explaining that Misaki's true feelings for Harada are actually far more complex than simple friendship. Yamabuki reacts with complete and utter shock to the revelation, while Sakurai gives her a knowing look. Yamabuki looks down in quiet guilt, realizing that she has been heavily relying on Misaki and burdening him without ever noticing his own personal struggles. While walking down the quiet school hallway, Misaki suddenly stops in his tracks as he bumps directly into Harada. Harada asks if Misaki is helping clean the hallway as well, and Misaki explains that he stepped out because their classroom was getting far too crowded. Harada warmly mentions that he is looking forward to the cultural festival just to see Misaki dressed as a maid, and when Misaki flatly replies that he has no intention of wearing that outfit, Harada acts genuinely disappointed. Harada then asks if Misaki will be a butler instead, and when Misaki tentatively agrees, Harada cheerfully notes that anything is fine as long as Misaki is involved. Harada smiles and confesses that he is sure the school festival will be fun as long as he is spending it together, with Misaki catching his friend completely off guard. Misaki looks down in silence, frantically wondering why Harada would say such deeply romantic things to him, instead of focusing on his plan to win over the actual heroines. As they begin walking down the hallway together, Misaki's thoughts grow heavy with the sudden realization that he should have paid closer attention to the signs. He admits to himself that he has actually known the reason behind Harada's behavior all along and has simply been pretending not to notice. Misaki quietly turns his head to watch Harada walk beside him, silently calling out his name in his thoughts as he grapples with his feelings. As they stand facing each other, Harada softly confesses that he likes Misaki just as the loud school bell begins to ring through the hallway. Misaki apologizes and explains that he could not hear him very well over the noise, asking Harada exactly what he just said. Harada simply smiles and quickly brushes it off, claiming that it was nothing. As they walk together, Misaki sadly thinks to himself that there is no way his feelings will ever reach Harada, reminding himself that he is not a heroine after all. Misaki recalls how Harada was always a weakling who needed protection, but now feels it is finally time for him to return the favor. Misaki resolves that what he needs to do right now for Harada's sake is to take action. Tsubomi enters classroom 2 and announces that they need to choose one volunteer to represent their class in an upcoming school competition, prompting Misaki to immediately raise his hand. Misaki determinedly raises his hand to volunteer while the classmates around him watch in surprise. Tsubomi happily declares Misaki as their representative, leaving the other classmates to wonder why he volunteered when they thought he was going to work as a butler. Misaki looks down, sadly internally reasoning that by separating himself, Harada will finally spend time with the heroines, sacrificing his place by his friend's side to ensure Harada achieves a happy ending. The day of the cultural festival arrives with a large welcome arch set up at the school entrance as crowds of visitors pour in. Class 2, as cross-dressing maid cafe turns out to be a massive success, with Sakurai and Tsubomi working tirelessly to guide the flood of incoming customers. Inside the cafe, Harada drinks tea and asks a butler if Misaki is currently preparing for the class competition, while Yamabuki and the other classmates walk around in mascot costumes. Misaki stands in shock in front of a stage with a banner for a cuteness contest, demanding to know what is going on, while President Imuri proudly boasts that the contest was Sendu's idea. Sendu smugly argues that cuteness is what truly controls their dating sim world and surpasses everything else, leaving a deadpan Misaki completely speechless. President Imuri's a shocking story about her past, where she was feared as a dangerous delinquent who hurt everything she touched, completely stunned, locking Misaki with her unexpected history. Imuri explains that everyone must compete to show off their cuteness, and that Misaki is their representative, while a nearby girl loudly accuses Misaki of lying about being a boy. When the girl demands to see some physical proof, a sweating Misaki panics over how to respond before a classmate steps in to verify that he is indeed a boy. Misaki is suddenly forced to dress in an incredibly elaborate frilly checkered maid dress for the cuteness contest, leaving the nearby girl to stare at him in complete awe. Misaki stands in complete silence before suddenly shrieking in disbelief upon recognizing Arashi, who casually greets him while dressed in a maid uniform. When Arashi smugly tells him that he looks cute, an annoyed Misaki snaps that he does not need to hear that from him, questioning why Arashi is even here instead of looking after Harada. Misaki looks down and insists that Harada is not a kid trying to convince himself that his friend will be completely fine without him. Arashi confidently declares that he has no intention of losing and plans to sweep all of the female votes in the contest, leaving Misaki entirely speechless. Tsubomi asks if Misaki has brought any outfits, and when he admits he does not have any, she cheerfully announces that Kobni will choose one for him. Tsubomi first suggests a cute singing and dancing idol outfit, but Misaki flatly rejects it by pointing out that he cannot do either. Tsubomi suggests going with a sexier look, while Kobni weakly asks for a less revealing option, but Tsubomi proceeds to force Misaki into a bunny girl suit as their ultimate weapon, leaving him to panic over why the exposure level has suddenly gone up. Misaki desperately screams to ask if there is anything better than a bunny suit, prompting an annoyed Tsubomi to complain that he is acting like a spoiled brat. As the only remaining option, Kobni stands in a cute Chinese dress and awkwardly asks Misaki if there is any issue with wearing it instead. Misaki immediately rejects the Chinese dress too, but Tsubomi urgently warns him that they are out of time and demands that he hurry up and change, leaving Misaki to frantically beg her to wait. Tsubomi and Kobni take the stage as hosts to pump up the cheering crowd, with Tsubomi excitedly asking the judges which contestants they think will win this year. As judges, President Imuri and Sendu clap and praise everyone for their hard work and beautiful presentations, just as the host announces the next contestant from Class 2A. The announcer dramatically introduces Misaki Izumi as the spotlight reveals him wearing an elegant white wedding gown. Misaki stands center stage in a stunning, highly detailed bridal gown and veil, while holding a large bouquet of roses, leaving the entire crowd completely starstruck. Blushing furiously with spinning eyes, Misaki internally laments that this bridal gown is easily the most deeply embarrassing thing he has ever worn in his life. When Tsubomi holds the microphone out and tells him to say something to promote himself, a flustered Misaki stammers and recites standard wedding vows about being together in sickness and in health until death do them part. The audience goes absolutely wild over his vows, screaming in excitement, calling him cute, and begging him to marry them. Harada suddenly stands up in the middle of the crowd and passionately screams that Misaki is the absolute cutest person in the world, leaving a stunned Misaki to watch him from the stage. A horrified Misaki screams to ask why Harada is here, while Sakurai and the others tease Harada for coming, though Harada insists there was no way he could miss seeing Misaki like this. Harada flusters and sweats when asked if there is anything more important than seeing him cross-dressed, while Arashi stands in the background in his maid uniform, crossing his arms and wondering what on earth they are doing. The announcer thanks Misaki for his stage presentation and prepares to introduce the next contestant in the competition. Behind the school building, Misaki asks Harada why he came to find him instead of enjoying the festival with the others, but Harada admits that he turned everyone down just to be there. With quiet intensity, Harada confesses that he only wants to spend his time with Misaki. Misaki silently wonders why Harada is doing this, thinking that the cultural festival events and the heroines of this world all require Harada's participation. Misaki desperately screams at Harada to accept the reality, pointing out that no matter how hard they try, they can never be together, and declaring that if he causes Harada to miss a happy ending, he has no right to remain his best friend. Tears stream down Misaki's face under his veil as he breaks down in quiet sorrow over their impossible situation. Misaki forcefully declares that their relationship is completely over, leaving Harada standing in stunned, silent shock. Without waiting for a response, Misaki turns and runs away in his wedding dress, leaving Harada behind. Harada frantically calls out Misaki's name and runs down the path after him as he flees. Misaki runs back into the busy school building, looking back anxiously as he flees from Harada. As Misaki passes by students taking photos and dressed in ghost costumes, he is struck by a strange sense of familiarity, feeling as though he has seen all of this before. Misaki pauses in confusion, struggling to process a sudden rush of memories and wondering if he is remembering last year's cultural festival, before realizing that is not the case. Staring down the crowded school hallway, Misaki realizes that the distant memory actually dates back much further in his past. Misaki recalls a silhouette of himself standing before the three heroines in a dark, empty space. Misaki remembers reaching his hand out toward a fading blue sky, reflecting on how quickly the sun has set on their lives. He recalls how the seasons changed, and everything felt like a dream whenever he closed his eyes, remembering how he kept trying to dilute his bitter reality like pouring too much milk into coffee. In his memory, Misaki sits quietly with Harada on a bench, wondering if their close friendship would ever blossom into a romantic relationship one day. The younger Misaki in his memory quickly dismisses the sentimental thought, telling himself that such a thing is completely impossible for someone like him. In his flashback, Harada gently tells Misaki not to feel bad about his worries, assuring him that everything will be better tomorrow, which Misaki quietly hopes is true. Harada quietly confesses to Misaki that he does not think being a protagonist and falling in love really suits someone like him. Harada reflects on how everyone in his family has something special, such as his parents' overseas work, his brother's passion for movies, and his sister's interest in art, explaining that he always hoped to find something special just for himself too. He admits that nothing he does ever feels as serious or important as what other people achieve, questioning if he is even capable of doing something special. He remembers being highly feverish and alone on the phone as a child, with his parents apologizing that they could not return home because his father's overseas job was too important to leave. These lonely experiences made Harada conclude that he simply was not good enough and should have just given up from the very beginning. Harada asks, who would ever want to fall in love with someone who has no special qualities, personality, or goals, as Misaki watches him in quiet sympathy. He recalls the various heroines in his life, remembering Tsubomi teasing him for being insensitive, Sakurai thanking him for noticing and saving her with his kindness, and Fujimiya finding endless joy in teasing him. Harada reflects that seeing himself reflected in everyone else's eyes only brings him a deep sense of discomfort. Misaki's mind flashes back to his fear of what would happen if the world reset or froze entirely if they failed to reach a happy ending. Misaki also remembers Yamabuki's heavy confession about her forced post-graduation marriage, recalling that running away had been her only true hope. He remembers her intense question about him being willing to sacrifice everything else to ensure their happy ending. Back in the flashback, Misaki suddenly suggests that they skip the rest of their classes for the day, which takes a surprised Harada completely off guard. The two of them spend the rest of the day having fun together, eating burgers, playing crane games at the arcade, and walking along the quiet beach. They a rare moment of pure, uninterrupted happiness as they laugh heartily alongside one another. As they stroll along the seaside, Harada admits it has been a very long time since he had this much fun, and Misaki agrees that it feels like they are young children again. Harada warmly thanks Misaki, realizing that Misaki skipped class just to try and cheer him up, which Misaki happily confirms succeeded. Harada declares that he feels ready to do better at the cultural festival, and will accept the invitation, admitting that while he is still unsure of his romantic feelings, he believes things will finally change this time. Watching Harada's peaceful expression, a smiling Misaki feels a wave of relief and happiness, glad that something will finally change and make his friend look much happier. Misaki tells Harada that he never needs to act cool and should just be himself, fondly reminding him of how Harada always protected and helped him whenever he cried as a child, declaring that Harada will always be his hero. Still in the flashback, Harada quietly disputes Misaki's words, telling him that he is completely wrong and is not like a hero at all. Harada recalls his childhood loneliness and how he hated going home, remembering when he told Misaki he wished they were brothers so they could always stay together, leaving a younger Misaki utterly confused. Misaki warmly reassured him that they would always remain together no matter what, day after day, bringing a gentle smile to a relieved Harada's face. Holding Misaki's hand, the young Harada silently resolved that if Misaki was always going to stay by his side, he wanted to grow up and become someone truly worthy of him. Back in the present day at the seaside, Misaki looks out and asks if the real reason they are always together is simply because he is the protagonist and Misaki is the best friend character. Misaki smiles gently and explains that he stays by Harada's side not because of any forced character role, but because they are genuinely best friends. Misaki admits that he does not actually care about the world's rules or his assigned role, but declares that he still deeply wants to help Harada find his happy ending. He stands under the glow of the lamppost and tells Harada that he simply wants him to be the happiest person in the world, asking if it is not completely natural to wish for that. Misaki looks at him with glittering eyes, softly adding that wishing for such happiness is only natural when it is for someone you truly like. While a blank Harada tries to process the word, like a suddenly flustered and blushing Misaki quickly backtracks by stammering that he meant it in a best friend way, awkwardly pointing down the path and suggesting they hurry home. Misaki looks back over his shoulder with a gentle, lingering smile, noting that it is almost nighttime after all. Misaki's mind flashes back to earlier moments, remembering how Harada was always there by his side whenever he felt entirely helpless. He thinks back to his quiet dream of a peaceful world where Harada was not forced to be a protagonist. He also remembers wishing for a reality where he himself did not have to bear the burden of being the best friend character. Returning to the chaotic bustle of the present-day school festival, Misaki stands alone and completely frozen in front of a food stall. Misaki suddenly snaps back to reality, awkwardly apologizing to the people around him and explaining that he was simply lost in thought. He looks down with a heavily distressed, sweating expression, quietly uttering another apology as his emotions overwhelm him. Unable to stay in the crowded festival any longer, Misaki suddenly turns and flees, apologizing as he tells the others that he has to go somewhere. As Misaki runs, his mind frantically replays his own tearful, desperate face when he told Harada that their relationship was over. Misaki sits on a bench to catch his breath, but is shocked to look up and find Harada standing directly in front of him once again. Misaki sits on the bench in tears, and when a sweating Harada softly asks why he is crying in a place like this, a flustered Misaki suddenly stands up and runs away again. Misaki dashes down the school hallway with Harada chasing close behind, desperately pleading to be left alone because he does not want to talk, but Harada firmly insists that he cannot do that. After chasing him all the way to the school roof, Harada finally catches up and gasps that Misaki is not going to run away anymore. Harada begs him to explain why he is crying, and a tearful Misaki admits that he does not even understand the reason himself. Wiping his eyes, Misaki softly confesses that he was just foolishly wishing he were a girl, thinking that maybe then they could have spent the cultural festival together. The two of them stand together on the rooftop in the quiet breeze as Harada prepares to respond. Misaki asks Harada why he is not on a date with the heroines right now, jokingly wondering if he got ditched, but is completely stunned when a sweating Harada admits he was actually the one who left them behind. Harada confesses that he has only ever thought about Misaki this entire time, admitting that, although he knows he is terrible for ignoring his protagonist role, he always finds himself looking for Misaki. When Misaki tells him that he is fine now and urges him to go back to the heroines, Harada flatly refuses, admitting that it took him a long time to finally understand his own heart. Harada looks directly at him and resolutely declares that the only person he wants to make the happiest in the world is Misaki. Misaki is left standing in completely stunned, wide-eyed silence, tears spilling over his heavily blushing cheeks at the sudden confession. Sighing softly, Misaki smiles through his tears and tells Harada that he is truly a helpless person. Misaki slowly reaches out, and the two of them firmly hold hands on the school rooftop. Harada promises to stay by his side from now on, which Misaki softly accepts. Harada declares that Misaki is the only one he wants to win over, jokingly calling himself a failure of a protagonist, and noting that their game world might just end this way, which they both accept with a quiet laugh. Earlier during the festival, Arashi spots Harada wandering the empty hallway and casually calls out to him. Arashi calmly points down the corridor, informing Harada that Misaki went in that direction. Harada warmly thanks Arashi and quickly runs off, silently apologizing to everyone, while Arashi watches him leave and asks if he is truly sure about his decision. Arashi walks over to the stairs and addresses the heroines sitting there in silence, pointing out that none of them tried to hold Harada back. One of the girls buries her face in her arms, quietly admitting that she already knows why they had to let him go. A tearful Sakurai explains that Harada clearly turned her down and said he wanted to be with Misaki, adding that she does not want to see Misaki sad because he is a close friend to all of them. Tsubomi tells Sakurai that she gave up easily because she is so kind, but Sakurai insists she has not given up yet. Tsubomi points out that Sakurai still got rejected and is sitting right next to her, prompting Sakurai to ask just how stubborn she is. Tsubomi states that she will let it be for today because she owes Misaki, while Yamabuki agrees that she also has to return the favor. Yamabuki asks Arashi why he is helping the protagonist even though he is the rival character in this world. Arashi looks away and admits that it might be a dumb move, but watching Harada made him think. Arashi states that he decided to do whatever he wants to do as well, and Yamabuki smiles in agreement, noting that he might be right. The three girls suddenly sink into a deep, gloomy depression, leaving a sweat-dropping Arashi to watch them in concern. Arashi confidently remarks that Harada has bad taste for leaving such cute girls behind, suggesting that they should ignore him and go out with Arashi instead. The three girls immediately turn to glare blankly at Arashi, who quickly offers to treat them to whatever they want. Tsubomi, Yamabuki, and Sakurai instantly begin shouting out their demands for candy apples, matcha ice cream, and chocolate bananas, leaving Arashi to comment on their sudden burst of energy, while elsewhere Harada stands in a hallway outside a closed door. Harada silently grabs the handle of the sliding door and calls out Misaki's name. Harada opens the door to find Misaki standing alone in his wedding dress, looking out the open classroom window. A tearful Misaki turns in surprise as Harada enters the room and reminds him of his promise to find Misaki even if he disappears. Harada and Misaki stand facing each other in the quiet classroom as the wind blows through the open window. Misaki looks down with a shadowed expression and asks Harada if he saw that moment from a long time ago. Harada quietly confirms that he did, mentioning something that has been repeated over and over again. Misaki screams in tears, cutting Harada off. Misaki cries out that Harada must have realized everything is meaningless, warning him that if he keeps persisting there will only be emptiness waiting at the end. Misaki cries that he will eventually just forget everything again and asks why Harada continues, while Harada steps forward and admits that at first he was confused as to why he was the only one who remembered everything. Harada explains to Misaki that as he continued to repeat the time loops, he came to a realization. Harada reflects on observing Misaki through countless repeating cycles, witnessing him cry, struggle, and occasionally smile through it all. Misaki looks back softly in a memory as Harada silently acknowledges the depth of their experiences. Harada states that if even a single memory or piece of his time with Misaki were missing, he would no longer be himself. Harada smiles warmly and declares that a happy ending is pointless, without Misaki vowing that he will always choose him no matter how many times he has to repeat the cycle, promising to keep trying even if it takes 10,000 attempts to finally win him over. Misaki listens in silence and realizes that for a very long time he has been avoiding the truth. Misaki reflects that he has constantly been running away from Harada, from the heroines, and from his own true feelings. Misaki admits to himself that he kept running because he believed his strict role was only to be the best friend character and never the heroine. Remembering a young Harrider reaching out a hand to him, Misaki finally accepts what he has always truly felt since they were children. Tears stream down Misaki's face as he confesses that he also wants to see a happy ending with Harada, declaring his desire to be the one who makes Harada the happiest person in the world. Wiping his tears with a smile, Misaki promises not to run away anymore, stating his belief that a happy ending might actually be possible if they search for it together. Harada smiles back at him with gentle affection. The two of them seal their vow by linking their pinky fingers together in a quiet promise. Misaki and Harada stand together peacefully by the open classroom window as confetti drifts through the air. Outside in the festival grounds, Arashi hangs out with Tsubomi, Sakurai, and Yamabuki as they happily eat their treats together. Back inside the school building, Kobni and Tsubomi notice Misaki and Harada walking down the stairs side by side, prompting them to look on in quiet relief. President Imari Sendu and their classmate take a break and relax together near the outdoor food stalls. Misaki and Harada look out the window side by side. Misaki turns to Harada and tells him that he has finally made up his mind. Staring out the window together, Misaki admits that he was always running away from the heroines because of their designated roles, constantly making excuses that he was not qualified to be with Harada. Misaki looks down, sadly acknowledging that, because of the rules of their world, his final choice is bound to make someone unhappy. Harada looks back at Misaki, declaring that he is not acting for the sake of the world, but because he wants to become a protagonist who is truly worthy of standing beside the best friend character. Misaki's eyes sparkle with tears under his wedding veil as he expresses his deep wish to find a happy ending where everyone can be happy together without severing any of their relationships. Harada gazes at Misaki with steady determination, adding that, even if it is impossible for him to achieve this goal alone, he feels confident they can accomplish it if they work together. Misaki blushes heavily and looks away, muttering that he already knew Harada would say that before Harada asks if he will work together with him. As the school building stands under a sunset sky, Misaki silently thinks to himself that Harada really is his hero after all. As the quiet school corridors empty out, the second-year cultural festival officially comes to an end. Kobni looks extremely nervous as large, slashed-out, not romanceable icons appear around her. Misaki sits at a table with Kobni, explaining that he tried various strategies to break their dating sim rules, but none worked, prompting her to worry if it is simply too difficult. Kobni blushes heavily and looks down, asking Misaki if he could look away for a moment, leaving him sweating in utter confusion. Misaki turns around in confusion and asks why, but the flustered Kobni forcefully demands that he keep looking away and absolutely not turn around. Misaki sits with his back turned, sweating in surprise as he hears rustling noises coming from behind him. Kobni tells Misaki he can look now, and as a blushing Misaki quickly turns around, he is shocked to think that she was actually undressing. Kobni stands before him dressed in a cute casual outfit with a cardigan, skirt, hairpins, and stockings, blushing deeply and looking incredibly embarrassed. Misaki is completely shocked, screaming inside his head to ask why she did this, while she shyly explains that this is the first time she has ever chosen her own style of clothing. Kobni looks at him with teary, blushing eyes, nervously admitting that she lacks confidence and still finds it very embarrassing, but she did her absolute best to dress up. Misaki blushes intensely and covers his mouth in complete silence as he processes her cute appearance. Kobni panics at his silence and begs him to say something even if she looks weird, while Misaki stammers in embarrassment. The door suddenly slides open with a loud clack, and several Chibai classmates tumble onto the classroom floor in a messy pile, leaving them both completely stunned. The classmates cheekily comment that they seem to have been busted, while a blushing Misaki and the panicking Kobni react in complete shock to being spied on. Misaki and Kobni angrily shout at the three girls who were spying on them, demanding to know how long they have been standing there, while the girls offer a playful apology. The three girls sheepishly look down and try to deflect some of the blame before sincerely apologizing to Kobni for their behavior. The girls complain that it is unfair for Kobni to only dress up cute for Harada, and they excitedly suggest giving Misaki a new hairstyle too, leaving Misaki completely surprised by their reaction. Tsubomi and Sakurai approach Misaki with bright, encouraging smiles as they prepare to help him change his look. The girls finish styling Misaki's hair and happily declare that it is done, eagerly pushing him forward to show his new twin-tailed look to Harada. Misaki nervously stands before Harada and asks how he looks while Harada stares at him in complete wide-eyed awe. Leaning in close with a heavy blush, Harada admits that Misaki looks so incredibly cute that it is driving him completely crazy. Harada warmly smiles at Misaki and declares that he is the #1 cutest person in the entire world, bringing a joyful smile to Misaki's face while the other girls watch them with excitement. A text screen mockingly announces that they lived happily ever after, celebrating that Misaki has finally accepted his feelings for Harada, and everyone got a happy ending after 40 chapters, though noting that something still feels missing. A translator's note explains that despite the happy ending and the chapter title, the story is far from over-teasing that Harada and Misaki will now work together to break the rules of their world with the help of the Science Technology Club Senior. 1 month after the cultural festival, Misaki and Harada reflect on their attempts to transform Misaki from a best friend character into a heroine, admitting they have made absolutely zero progress as winter break approaches just as someone calls out to them. The door opens to reveal their senior Shurabe wearing spiral glasses and a lab coat, who proudly introduces her latest creation that represents years of hard work. Having dealt with her dangerous experiments before a deadpan, Misaki and Harada immediately raise their hands and yell at her to stop and not come any closer. Shurabe dramatically unveils her new headset device, confidently explaining that it is a groundbreaking invention designed to turn non-romanceable characters into romanceable ones. Misaki and Harada yell out in complete shock, unable to believe that she has actually created a device capable of altering their romanceable status. The futuristic headset device sits quietly on the desk, sparkling with potential. As Misaki and Harada stare at the headset with deep skepticism, Shurabe explains that it works by analyzing and modifying the internal data of their game-like world, allowing them to rewrite the rules to whatever they want. Shurabe reveals that she has been searching for a way to freely rewrite their world, while a silent Misaki cautiously prepares to place the headset over his eyes to see what will happen when a non-romanceable character uses it. Shurabe calmly explains that the device will completely erase all of the target's original information, including their personality and memories, before redesigning their profile into a romanceable character, leaving a horrified Misaki and Harada to scream in sheer terror. Harada immediately snatches the device away and flatly refuses to use it, declaring that he cannot let Misaki risk something so incredibly dangerous, even though Misaki quietly notes that this was exactly what they were looking for. Shurabe lets out a sigh of disappointment, muttering that it is a shame, but explaining she was simply hoping to test the comfort of her prototype, making Misaki feel like he was just being used as a test subject. Harada inspects the device in his hands and questions why Shurabe would ever build something that is completely useless to herself. Shurabe turns to them and remarks that Harada is as dense as ever, cryptically asking what they would do if turning a non-romanceable character into a romanceable one was actually her true goal. Shurabe leans in close to Harada and quietly confesses that finding a way to make a non-romanceable character romanceable was her exact motivation for rewriting the world, questioning how he would react if that was her true wish. An extremely panicked Misaki frantically steps in and screams for Shurabe to stop asking if she also harbors romantic feelings for Harada, only for Shurabe to casually wave it off as a joke since Harada's partner has already been decided. Shurabe teases Misaki for becoming incredibly straightforward compared to his previous stubbornness, causing a blushing Misaki to beg her not to make fun of him, while Shurabe tells them they can just forget about the device. As she prepares to head out, Shurabe warns them both that there is not much time left and advises them to do their absolute best until the very end. Misaki looks down in quiet disappointment, admitting to himself that he was foolish to let his hopes get up even for a split second, which Harada softly agrees with. Sitting at the table with the headset, Harada notes that they truly need to hurry because time is running out, while Misaki silently wonders if he should also study methods of game modification. Harada looks over at Misaki and warmly remarks that he seems to be having fun catching Misaki off guard as he asks if his face really looks that happy. Harada smiles and explains that he is happy because they are both working together to find a way for him to finally win Misaki over, prompting a blushing Misaki to note that it feels like they are playing a cooperative game. Misaki thoughtfully points out that, although they have tried many different methods, almost all of them have been confined within the school walls, which is likely not enough to trigger a real change. Looking directly at Harada, a blushing Misaki asks if he would like to go out somewhere around town together this coming Sunday. Harada is taken completely by surprise as he realizes that this Sunday is Christmas, excitedly declaring to himself that it is a Christmas date before enthusiastically agreeing to go out together. The day of their Sunday outing finally arrives, and Harada stands waiting under a public clock, checking the time as it draws near noon. Harada wraps his scarf tight and looks around the crowded park, noting that there are indeed a lot of couples out and about because of Christmas. As Harada waits, he nervously wonders if he should consider this a real date, since Misaki invited him, before reminding himself that Misaki is always serious and probably just wants to find a solution to their problem. While Harada resolves that he should start taking things seriously as well, he suddenly hears footsteps running up behind him and turns as Misaki calls out his name. Misaki arrives 15 minutes early, looking incredibly dressed up, which instantly makes Harada panic and realize this is indeed a date, though Misaki admits he actually arrived 2 hours early because he simply could not sit around and wait. Misaki apologetically mentions that his wardrobe has only ever consisted of hoodies, which makes Harada internally rejoice that he was born, while Misaki recalls thanking Kobni and Shino for helping him prepare. In the flashback, the student council member begrudgingly agrees to help Misaki, even though it pains her to make Harada happy, declaring that Misaki will be her servant from now on, leaving him sweat dropping in response. Another student council member blushes and admits she thought Misaki was forced to cross-dress, while a flashback reveals Shino was told by Sendu that cross-dressing was a mandatory student council rule, leading the girls to warmly welcome Misaki to visit them anytime. Kobni holds up a pair of striped panties with a mischievous grin, declaring them to be an absolute necessity for a date, which causes a shocked Misaki to yell in disbelief. Misaki frantically protests that there is absolutely no way he can wear something so immoral, but Kobni asks if he wants to disappoint Harada, while Shino quietly labels him a stubborn brat. Misaki grabs Shino and demands to know why Shino betrayed him, while a tearful Chibai Shino apologizes and admits that even since childhood she has never been able to resist Kobni's demands. Kobni and Shino happily hold onto a blushing and protesting Misaki, telling him to prepare himself as they force him into the outfit. Back in the present, Misaki explains that he did his best to run away after that, while Harada listens in silence and processes his conflicting feelings of jealousy and gratitude toward Kobni and Shino, with gratitude barely winning out. As they stand together near the fountain, Harada quietly grumbles to himself that he still cannot forgive them for the underwear, before suddenly sweating as he nervously wonders what Misaki is wearing underneath his skirt right now. Misaki softly admits that he used to believe any clothes would do, feeling that because he is short and lacks manliness, nothing would ever look good on him anyway. Misaki blushes and confesses that he mustered up the courage to dress up this time simply because Harada had happily smiled at him. Misaki looks down with a deep blush, admitting that while he is incredibly embarrassed and his heart is pounding, he is also genuinely happy to be here. Misaki resolves to stop worrying about whether it is weird for a boy to dress like this, or if it does not suit him. Looking directly at Harada with intense glittering eyes, Misaki passionately confesses that he wants Harada to keep thinking he is cute, declaring that he wants to be Harada's only heroine. Harada's eyes widen in absolute shock as Misaki stands before him, pleading for Harada to continue staying by his side and to only look at him from now on. Flustering and blushing intensely, Harada yells back with absolute passion, promising that he will, declaring that he has always and will only ever look at Misaki. Harada excitedly gesticulates, shouting that Misaki's outfit is amazing and extremely cute, passionately declaring that there is absolutely no one cuter than him in the entire universe. As the couples in the park begin to whisper and stare at Harada's loud, dramatic outburst, a mortified Misaki frantically urges that they leave immediately, which Harada quickly agrees to do. Misaki nervously admits that he made a lot of preparations today for the sake of their plan to bypass the game rules, and Harada, blushing, agrees that he also came fully prepared. They agree to get going and officially begin their plan, which is essentially their Christmas date. Their plans hit a sudden obstacle when the shop staff apologizes and informs them that the limited Christmas cake set has completely sold out. When Misaki asks if they have anything else, the clerk replies that they are completely sold out because 2 sumo wrestlers stopped by after practice and ordered everything on the menu. Misaki reassures a sweating Harada that it is fine because he anticipated potential trouble and already prepared backup plans. Despite Misaki's preparations, every single alternative venue they try is either closed for the day, temporarily closed, or completely full. Misaki reacts in absolute horror as their situation continues to rapidly deteriorate. While Misaki frantically checks his guidebook to decide what to do next, a warning rings out that a reindeer has escaped just as the wild animal charges directly toward Harada. They both stand in completely exhausted silence after the reindeer is captured and is bizarrely reported to have confessed to wanting to ruin Christmas. As Harada worries that absolutely nothing is going according to plan, a deeply depressed Misaki starts to blame himself, wondering if the disasters are happening because he is not a heroine, and tried to go on a date, which Harada instantly and loudly denies. Harada insists that all of this is just a coincidence and tells Misaki not to worry, while a skeptical Misaki wonders if his bad horoscope reading for the day is the actual cause. Trying to cheer Misaki up, Harada gives a thumbs up and cheerfully suggests they go have dinner at a restaurant where they can enjoy a beautiful night view. When they arrive at the restaurant, they are met with the shocking sight of the entire building being engulfed in roaring flames. An overwhelmed Misaki cries and blames himself again as Harada urges him to leave, though the fire is quickly extinguished with no injuries, and even the restaurant's turkey is noted to have been roasted to perfection. The snow quietly begins to fall over the city streets as evening sets in. As they walk together down the snowy sidewalk, Harada turns to Misaki and asks if he is cold, but Misaki quietly replies that he is fine. Misaki looks ahead at the crowded street, internally panicking as he realizes they should have been watching the Christmas light show by now, according to his original schedule. All around them, happy couples and families enjoy the festive atmosphere, expressing their joy at spending their first Christmas dates together and admiring the pretty lights. Misaki lets out a horrified shriek, despairing that things cannot possibly get any worse than this, while a deadpan Harada can only sweat drop and agree. Harada apologizes for everything that went wrong today and gently asks if they should head back, but Misaki looks down in silence before stating that he is the one who should be apologizing. Misaki and Harada walk together in silence under the falling snow, both feeling down after their ruined plans. Misaki tears up bitterly, realizing that in the end he cannot change anything, and he cannot even hold Harada's hand right now or create proper Christmas memories together. Misaki recalls Shurabe's warning that in order to achieve their goals, they sometimes have to make sacrifices and rewrite certain parts of their reality. Misaki reaches into his bag and grabs the headset device that he kept with him. Harada looks back with a gentle smile and suggests they should at least go find some cake, which takes a quiet, stunned Misaki completely by surprise. As Harada turns and calls out his name, Misaki holds the headset tightly, desperately resolved to use it to change his status and break the rules of their world, even if there is only a tiny chance of success. Just as Misaki is about to put the device on, Harada lunges forward and firmly grabs his arm to stop him. With a loud shout, Harada physically snaps the headset completely in half with his bare hands, before tossing the broken pieces directly into a nearby trash can, leaving a stunned Misaki to wonder how he broke it so easily. Harada angrily demands to know what Misaki was thinking, since he knew the device was dangerous, but Misaki defensively fires back by questioning why Harada threw non-burnable trash into a regular bin, prompting Harada to admit he did not know. Tears stream down Misaki's face as he apologizes, explaining that he desperately wants to change because if they are too afraid to take even a single step, nothing in their lives will ever progress. Harada watches Misaki gently and assures him that there is absolutely no need for him to be the only one who has to change, declaring that they will change their world together. Harada tells Misaki that they will change things slowly together and that he should not force himself, before warmly asking him to go on another date next year when Christmas comes around. Harada asks Misaki to trust in him instead of relying on a dangerous machine, which prompts a crying Misaki to wipe his eyes and agree that he was wrong to depend on it. Misaki happily links arms with Harada beside a brightly decorated Christmas tree, declaring that they will have even better Christmases next year and the year after that. Misaki smiles warmly through his tears, stating that they will find a way to win their happy ending together because he truly believes in Harada, and Harada softly agrees. They seal their promise as the night continues, and they sit on a park bench together to enjoy their Christmas cake. Misaki happily comments on how delicious the cake is, while Harada notes how lucky they were to find the very last slice available. While eating on the bench, Misaki quietly laments that nothing went according to his schedule today, but Harada smiles and assures him that he had a wonderful time and was incredibly happy to see him dress up. Harada blushes and admits that even when they get into trouble, spending time with Misaki turns everything into a wonderful memory, which coaxes a soft smile and a gentle laugh out of Misaki. They sit side by side on the park bench, resolving to make many more memories together as Misaki feeds Harada a bite of the strawberry cake. Misaki suddenly screams as the familiar not romanceable stamp flashes across his vision once again. Misaki blushes and softly promises to engage in more heroine activities with Harada from now on, prompting a deeply apologetic and determined Harada to passionately vow that he will do his absolute best as well. Back at school, Yamabuki casually drops the bombshell that she is scheduled to meet her fiancé next Sunday to begin a year of dating before their marriage after graduation, leaving Misaki and Harada completely dumbfounded. Yamabuki explains that she called them both to the classroom to ask for a favor, admitting she is still torn about her father's marriage arrangement and what the right decision is. Looking at the two boys, Yamabuki softly admits that seeing them together makes her realize that she does not want to give up on her own happiness. She looks directly at them with determination, directly asking for their help to find another way out of her situation. Harada thanks Yamabuki for opening up to them, declaring that, while he does not know if his own choices are right, he is determined to face this challenge head-on. Harada explains that he wants a happy ending where absolutely no one is left behind, which prompts Chibai Misaki to enthusiastically offer his full support and leaves a deeply moved Yamabuki to agree. The group immediately holds a strategy meeting to brainstorm their options, with Misaki asking what kind of person Yamabuki's father is to start their planning. Yamabuki describes her father as an incredibly quiet, smile-less man who is her complete opposite, leading Misaki to worry that holding a proper conversation with him will be highly difficult. When Harada suggests running away from home again, like before, Yamabuki points out that she is constantly monitored outside of school, making another escape impossible this time. Yamabuki and Harada turn to Misaki to ask if he has any good ideas, and after a moment of deep thought, Misaki hesitantly admits that he might have a plan. Misaki reasons that since the game's original route would have Harada and Yamabuki end up together after graduation, mimicking that path might be their only option to bypass her arranged marriage. Misaki asks what exact scenarios typically unfold if they choose Yamabuki's route, leaving Harada and a sweating Yamabuki in awkward silence. Yamabuki explains that the scenario involves Harada barging into the arranged marriage meeting and loudly shouting for them to wait while pretending to be her boyfriend. Yamabuki and Harada excitedly declare that this is the perfect plan, while a completely horrified Misaki frantically asks if doing something so absurd is actually a good idea. Harada and Yamabuki agree that they have no other options and must go all out with this plan, leaving a sweating Misaki to look on in absolute disbelief. Misaki internally worries that this is going to be a massive disaster as they arrive at the spectacular sprawling mansion, which is far grander than they ever expected. Now successfully sneaked inside the mansion with Misaki dressed in a maid uniform and Harada in a formal suit, Misaki nervously asks if this is really okay, while Harada confidently reassures him that they will manage somehow. Misaki thinks to himself that although their plan is based on his idea, he still feels like it is not enough, worrying that someone like him or anyone else will ultimately fail to save Yamabuki. Misaki reasons that they must choose the option Harada would naturally come up with. While inside the study, Yamabuki sits at a desk as her father enters and asks if her preparations are finished. Yamabuki tries to speak to her father, but he quickly cuts her off, telling her that she is keeping her fiancé waiting and they will talk later, forcing her to quietly comply. As they walk to the meeting room, Yamabuki wonders what her father is thinking, realizing she knows absolutely nothing about him, his work, or his true feelings about this marriage. While the fiancé politely introduces himself across the massive table, the large doors suddenly slam open with a loud bang as someone shouts for them to wait. Yamabuki's eyes widen in utter shock as Harada, closely followed by Misaki, dramatically barges into the room. Harada confidently steps forward and declares that he is Yamabuki's boyfriend, explaining that she does not want this marriage and demanding that the father reconsider. The father looks directly at Yamabuki and asks if Harada's words are true, and a blushing, nervous Yamabuki stands up and confirms that they are leading her father to quietly acknowledge her answer. With steady, echoing footsteps, the father slowly stands up and walks across the room until he is standing directly in front of a sweating Harada. The father looks at Harada and agrees to stop the marriage right then, and they're leaving a completely stunned Harada to gasp in disbelief at how easily he agreed. As a shocked Misaki wonders how it could possibly be that easy, the father suddenly grabs Harada by his suit collar and declares that there are strict conditions, causing Yamabuki to cry out in protest. Leaning in close and staring intently into Harada's eyes, the father cold-bloodedly demands that Harada must take over his position for him. The father explains that he intended to marry his daughter to a fully vetted man who meets all his conditions, stating that the man who takes his daughter must live as a tool and fulfill his purpose until the very end. The father bluntly tells Harada that he is currently not fit for that role in any way, but declares that he will still give him a single chance to prove himself. The father warns that he will personally train Harada from the basics for 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, with absolutely no freedom and resting only when permitted, while Yamabuki watches in horror. The father demands that if Harada is truly prepared to throw everything else in his life away, he must swear it right now, directly asking if he loves his daughter. Harada panics internally as Misaki and Yamabuki watch in tense silence, frantically trying to figure out what the correct answer is, and what will happen if he claims to love Yamabuki right now. Saying that Harada is too slow, the father delivers a swift, powerful blow that knocks Harada to the ground, before coldly warning him not to lay a hand on his daughter with half-hearted intentions, and forbidding them from ever contacting her again. While Yamabuki and Misaki rush to help a fallen Harada, the father turns to Yamabuki and declares that she will no longer attend her current school, ordering her to transfer to a far-off school next week. As a tearful Yamabuki looks down in despair. With his face cast in deep shadow, the father cold-bloodedly threatens Yamabuki that he has the power to expel both Harada and Misaki from school if she does not comply. Yamabuki quietly accepts her father's decision, while a fallen Harada realizes in despair that they have completely messed up and might never be able to see Yamabuki again. Yamabuki tearfully apologizes to them, softly thanking them both for everything they have done for her. Harada suddenly leaps up and grabs Yamabuki from behind, holding her hostage with a dinner fork pressed against her throat. Harada sternly tells the father that giving up and going back is not an option, refusing to let the situation end like this. With a completely serious expression, Harada declares that he simply wants to have a proper conversation with the father. Yamabuki looks up at Harada with wide, blushing eyes, deeply touched by his dramatic and sudden action. While a sweat-dropping Misaki frantically whispers for Yamabuki to play along, Yamabuki weakly cries out for help, as Harada tells her to wait. As the father declares that the arranged marriage meeting is officially cancelled, Misaki politely begs him to give them a brief moment to talk. The father calmly asks Harada if his only real objective is to have a conversation. Harada sweat drops and quietly confirms that he indeed just wants to talk. Yamabuki's father stands in silence, maintaining his cold and unreadable expression. The father quietly sits back down at his seat to hear them out. Harada, Yamabuki, and Misaki all sit down in a row of chairs directly across from him. The father clasps his hands and tells them that he is ready to listen to whatever they have to say. Harada starts by sincerely apologizing for his lie, confessing that he is not actually Yamabuki's boyfriend, and explaining that this is why the marriage arrangement is not a viable option. Harada clarifies that he is here simply as Yamabuki's friend to plead for her father to take her true feelings into consideration. Yamabuki looks down and directly addresses her father, apologizing but firmly stating that she does not want to get married or transfer schools. Yamabuki explains that if she simply goes along with his decisions, she will never be able to decide anything for herself, declaring her desire to change and find her own path to happiness. She adds that she simply wants to be like everyone else, attending high school as a normal student and making friends with whoever she likes. Her father watches her in quiet silence as her words sink in. The father coldly states that there is no need for her to decide anything. He tells her that she knows nothing because she is still a child, warning her that her hopes will only end in betrayal, and explaining that this is why he must make the final judgments. He promises to prepare a good environment, arrange her high school and friends, and provide whatever she needs so that she does not have to worry about anything. He calmly asserts that he will create the correct path for her, declaring that this is his duty as a father. He begins to stand up and dismisses their conversation, stating that their talk is over and that continuing is simply a waste of time. Harada remains quiet, sweating under the heavy tension of the room. Harada suddenly speaks up and confronts him, pointing out that he does not listen to his daughter at all and asking if he plans to run away forever, because he cannot even look her in the face. Harada continues his confrontation, pointing out that the father must have already realized the truth, since he did not try to make eye contact with Yamabuki a single time during the meeting. Harada asks if he knows how his daughter feels when she looks at him, declaring that he is actually terrified of finding out her true emotions and challenges him to face the issue head-on if he disagrees. The father remains completely silent, visibly stunned by Harada's blunt words. The father quietly questions himself, wondering if he is truly afraid. He tries to dismiss the accusation as ridiculous, recalling when she was just a baby and insisting that he has watched over her since she was little because he is her father. While the sweating father wonders what Harada is talking about, Yamabuki hesitantly tries to call out to him once again. The father slowly turns his head to finally look toward his daughter. She stands before him with tears streaming down her heavily blushing cheeks. Her father is left completely wide-eyed and stunned by the sight of her tears. Her father confusedly asks if she is crying, repeating that he only wanted to help her and telling her that she should not make a face like that, which only makes her sob louder as she calls out to him. Suddenly, snapping, Yamabuki angrily screams at her father, calling him a stupid idiot and declaring that she absolutely hates him, leaving him entirely dumbfounded and sweat dropping in shock. Her father comically collapses face first onto the dining table in sheer shock, as Yamabuki continues to yell insults at him for never listening, prompting a panicked Misaki and Harada to desperately beg her to stop before her words actually kill him. Wiping her eyes, Yamabuki sadly mutters that her father never listens to her, and that whatever happens to her does not matter to him, but Harada gently speaks up and tells her that she is wrong. Harada explains that he initially wanted to understand her father's thoughts and see if he truly had no feelings for his daughter, but when he pretended to threaten Yamabuki, seeing the father's terrified reaction made everything clear. Harada gently reassures Yamabuki that her father truly cares about her very deeply. Yamabuki's father quietly confesses his fears, admitting that ever since his wife Mai passed away, his greatest terror has been the thought of losing his daughter, which was the absolute worst thing he could imagine. He explains that he wanted to keep her completely safe inside their home so she would never have to experience suffering, doubt, regret, or danger before hanging his head and asking himself if he was wrong. Misaki looks on in quiet sadness, internally realizing that he completely understands this painful feeling, because he has been acting exactly the same way toward Harada. Misaki reflects that because he wanted Harada to be happy, he kept denying the choices his friend made out of a weak fear of seeing Harada get hurt by making a mistake. Misaki admits to himself that doing what is right is just an excuse for imposing one's own ideas of happiness on others, recognizing that the father's idea of happiness for Yamabuki was simply a stable marriage and family life. Misaki fondly reflects on Yamabuki's innocent, carefree, and surprisingly eccentric nature, acknowledging that deep down she is actually the smartest girl among them. He notes that in a world where everyone blindly follows their assigned roles, Yamabuki was the only one who dared to question it and constantly imagined what she actually wanted to be. Misaki looks directly at the father and declares that Yamabuki should be allowed to choose her own path, urging him to have the strength to let her face her own mistakes head-on and to finally believe in her. The father covers his face, quietly repeating that he had no idea she was so carefree and had assumed she was just a quiet, well-behaved girl, before bitterly realizing that his own distance caused this disconnect. As her father sits in silent regret, Yamabuki suddenly runs across the room and throws her arms around him, hugging him tightly. Yamabuki buries her face in his shoulder and cries, apologizing for never understanding his true feelings. She tearfully admits that she is not a good daughter because she does not always listen to him, but Sabi reiterates how much she cares for him. The father gently hugs her back as they hold each other tightly in silence. While Misaki watches them with a gentle smile, the father holds his daughter close and assures her that, From the moment she was born, and for all of her future, he will always care for her. Under the warm light of the window, the father holds Yamabuki in a tight embrace and tells her that he will always love her. The massive mansion stands peacefully under a calm afternoon sky as their dramatic encounter finally concludes. Outside the gates, a happily giggling Yamabuki warmly thanks them both for saving her from having to get married or transfer schools, and Misaki bids her farewell until tomorrow. Misaki internally notes that Yamabuki is not entirely in the clear, yet reflecting that her overprotective father remained deeply suspicious of Harada, and would likely keep a close eye on their classmate status. Yamabuki smiles and notes that she was finally able to express her feelings to her father, admitting she would have given up on her own and declaring that it is all thanks to their help. To show her gratitude, Yamabuki offers to teach Misaki a secret technique to win Harada over, leaving Misaki completely shocked and flustered while Harada watches in confusion. Standing outside the gates, Yamabuki quietly thanks Harada as well, and Harada warmly offers her his congratulations. As they part ways for the evening, Yamabuki bids them goodbye until tomorrow, silently recalling Harada's determination to never give up even if he must sacrifice everything else. She remembers their previous conversation on the balcony, admitting to herself that she was genuinely happy with his decision. She admits she felt jealous of his dazzling and unyielding ideal of never giving up. She reflects that regardless of the rules and roles of their world, and no matter how dangerous the situation became, he was still able to successfully save everyone. She happily concludes that this is exactly why he is the #1 coolest person in her world. Her cheerful voice echoes through the evening air as she bids them both goodbye until tomorrow.